So the first order of business is to welcome our esteemed Chancellor, Carol Christ, a friend, a longtime committed leader of UC Berkeley, doing a fabulous job. And of course, as Chancellor, she will have to run from one event to another event, so she's graced us with our presence to start the conference. Thank you, Carol.
Thank you. Good morning and welcome to a conference that could not be more timely and relevant or more essential. Every day, the climate change alarm bells ring louder. I think we heard some of them yesterday afternoon and last night. Every day, the gap grows between what's needed and what we're actually doing to confront this existential threat. Just this week, the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change released a new, sobering report making it clear, once again, that time is running out and that absent concerted action and an enormous investment of capital, we're headed for planetary catastrophe. Your presence here today, the ideas you will discuss and explore, your commitment to finding ways to mobilize capital to meet the 2050 net zero challenge are all welcome and reassuring signs of hope. While I admit to a certain degree of bias, I believe there could be no better location for this gathering than here on the Berkeley campus. We're a hotbed of research, entrepreneurial activity, translational partnerships, and activism. For what animates this university is our belief in and commitment to individual and institutional agency. The notion that through the discovery, dissemination, and development of knowledge, we can make the world a better place. So too, we're a community of change makers that constantly questions the status quo in service to the greater good. And there's no better example than the Sustainable Impact and Finance Initiative, the foundational catalyst for this conference. Born of the nation's first student-managed, socially responsible investment fund, which was launched in 2008, the initiative, like this conference, is dedicated to supporting leaders who can and will use impact investing and sustainable finance to drive positive change. And for that, I want to offer my thanks and gratitude. As the nation's preeminent public research university, the unique depth and breadth of our academic programs enable us to address and explore every aspect of complicated opportunities and challenges, particularly those like climate change that know no borders and transcend the traditional boundaries of academic disciplines. The Sustainable and Impact Finance Initiative is an integral part of our multi-layered academic ecosystem. Across this campus, our researchers and students are seeking to understand and address every element of the climate crisis, from the hard science of clean energy to the sociological impacts of a deteriorating environment, from policy to politics, from environmental consequences to economic impacts, from carbon capture to carbon credits. This is what great public research universities like Berkeley were built for, challenges and opportunities that demand comprehensive excellence, endeavors that require multi- and cross-disciplinary capacity and competence, and a community of teachers, learners, and leaders who have an insatiable desire and an unequaled capacity to advance the greater good. Thank you so much for being here. Fiat Lux.
Thank you, Carol. It was a great welcome. So I am, for those of you who may not know me, I'm Laura Tyson. I'm professor at the Haas School. I was a founder of the faculty director for the Institute for Business and Social Impact. And along with Professor Adair Morris, who's sitting over there, we helped start the Sustainable and Impact Finance Initiative. That is a foundation of the sustainability efforts going on at Haas. Dean Harrison is leading a wide variety of activities in sustainability, and SAFE is a pillar of those activities. Haas has been a leader in sustainable and impact finance. It was visionary students, I really want to emphasize that, and generous alumni donors who actually set up the student fund that started in 2008. And if you recall, I certainly do recall at the time, other business schools were just starting to use the term impact and use the term sustainability. There had been a long tradition of that at Haas and on the Berkeley campus. SAFE has become a pillar not just of sustainability at Haas, but as Carol mentioned, on the campus. I want to note that the principles, the leadership principles of Haas, because I believe they so much infuse SAFE and they infuse everything we do at Haas. Those leadership principles question the status quo. Confidence without attitude. Students always, and beyond yourself. And I think that they are incredibly important principles, not just in business life, but in personal life as well. Now, my next role here is a great pleasure, and that is to introduce, and we'll have on screen, Al Gore. Al Gore is a colleague, he's a friend, he's a visionary, he's a leader. I want to begin by thanking him to be with us today. He couldn't be here in person, but he graciously prepared a video presentation just for this group. It's not a canned video presentation, this is for us, and we are honored by his presence. His remarks challenge us to speed and scale the investment necessary to achieve net zero by 2050, and to do so in just ways. You will hear about just a lot in this discussion, because we have to do it in ways that help the disadvantaged populations most likely to be affected by climate change. Al's remarks come just after the IPC initiated its recent report with its dire warning. Do you know, basically, they're saying the emergency is here. It's here. It's not a decade, it's right now, and that we have less than a decade to do the right things. You can't wait to 2050. You've got to get this on course, and you've got to get it on course by 2030. By 2030, we have less than a decade to do this. Now, Al mentions this in his remarks, but he's a visionary. Al is a visionary, and he's an optimist. He's really an optimist. He remains an optimist. He believes we have the technologies to do what we need to do. We have the financial resources to do what we need to do. The only thing we lack is the political will to do it. And as he notes in many of his remarks, political will itself is, thank goodness, a renewable resource. We can use that. For his 40-year fight, 40 years, to tell the inconvenient truth about climate change and about the threat it poses for our world, Al was awarded the elusive Triple Crown: the Nobel Peace Prize, the Academy Award for Best Documentary, and even a Grammy for Best Spoken Audio. Now, the reason I bring those things up is I encourage all of you to go listen to the Grammy again, see the film again, look at the pictures again, and to note that, and to read his comments on receipt of these prizes, because it captures who he is and his commitment. I'm going to end with Al's call to action. One of these days, the younger generation will come knocking at our doors. Many of the people in this room are the younger generation, or have children in the younger generation, or have grandchildren in the younger generation. My granddaughters are coming tomorrow to Berkeley for a week, and they're going to miss that terrible weather, I hope. So they're knocking at our doors. We have to do something. Al believes also that we're at the beginning of a sustainability revolution, a revolution that will occur at the scale of the Industrial Revolution and at the speed of the digital revolution. Let's hope his optimism is realized. The good news is the majority of countries and the majority of businesses have committed to net zero. The sobering news is that the world is not on track to achieve that target. Time is running out. Let's mobilize the capital we need to make the investments we need to achieve the challenge. Now let's listen to Al, in his words, talk about the challenge and what we can do about it.
Good morning, everyone. It's a genuine pleasure to join such an important conversation. So I'd like to start by expressing my thanks to Berkeley Haas and the Sustainable and Impact Finance Program for inviting me to speak with you today. I'd also like to especially thank my dear friend and colleague, Laura Tyson, for her very generous introduction. And I want to extend my thanks to Chancellor Carol Christ for kicking off today's conversation. I also want to recognize my colleague and partner, Colin Leduc, one of our original co-founding partners at Generation Investment Management, and you'll be hearing from Colin on the next panel. Now, we're all here today because there is absolutely no challenge facing humanity that is more important than solving the climate crisis as quickly as we can. It's interconnected with the efforts to advance equity, both social and economic, to bolster democracy, to increase energy security and national security, and so much more. So I'd like to start off by sharing some important context about the incredible scale of the challenge we're facing and the appropriate urgency that ought to characterize our response. So let me ask you to take a look at this image behind me. I have a one-slide slideshow today. This is a view of our planet from the International Space Station, showing sunrise as they see it many times a day from the space station. And this image provides a critically important perspective. And it contrasts with the impression we sometimes have of the sky. When we look up at the sky from our vantage point on the Earth's surface on a clear day, the atmosphere seems like a vast and limitless expanse. But as the scientists have long told us, and as you can see from this image, in reality, the sky is an extremely thin shell. At least the blue sky is. That blue shell protects all life on Earth as we know it. And yet it's so thin that if you were to drive a car straight up in the air from the surface of our planet and drive at interstate highway speeds, you'd reach the top of that blue line in as little as 5 to 7 minutes. Above you, you couldn't breathe unassisted anymore. And below you would be all of the man-made heat-trapping global warming pollution. And yet today, just as we did yesterday and the day before that, we're going to pump another 162 million tons of man-made global warming pollution into that thin shell of atmosphere, treating it as if it were an open sewer. You got some gaseous waste, just dump it in the sky. We don't care. No charge. Have at it. Well, it's a problem, because those heat-trapping gases accumulate and linger molecule by molecule for an average of about 100 years. The math is really complicated, and different kinds of molecules have different residency times, but the scientists say 100 years is a pretty accurate average for how long they stay there. So it builds up, and the accumulated amount now traps as much extra heat in the Earth system as would be released by 600,000 Hiroshima-class atomic bombs exploding on the Earth every 24 hours. Incredible. And the consequences of all that extra heat energy in our atmosphere are already all around us. The last 9 years on Earth were the hottest 9 years ever recorded, with instruments. And of course, in California, you've been witnessing and experiencing many of the impacts of our warming planet for some time now, from the unrelenting record-breaking wildfires and the enduring droughts, even when there's a lot of rainfall, to that rainfall, and the atmospheric rivers, and what many of the scientists are now calling rain bombs, unprecedented downpours that have washed away homes and highways. In fact, just in the first 3 months of this year, California has already had 12 atmospheric river events, including the one that hit the state this week. Now, last week, a study was released by NASA's GRACE program, the gravity measuring satellite program. They have two of them, Tom and Jerry they call them, and they use that satellite data to literally weigh the planet, and in the process, they determine the relative balance of groundwater and precipitation. It's really an incredible new collection of data that proves with great specificity that both these droughts and the rain bomb precipitation events have grown more extreme steadily over the last 20 years in tandem with the buildup of the heat-trapping pollution. And of course, in addition to the tragic human toll taken by these disasters, the financial toll of the climate crisis also continues to rise. In fact, there have been more than $700 billion climate-related extreme weather events just in the last 2 decades, or rather from the turn of this young century. A report from CDP found that the companies they work with face $120 billion in environmental risk throughout their supply chains in just the next 5 years, and businesses all over the world are facing these new risks. In total, over the last decade, the financial consequences of the climate-related extreme weather events have cost our world $2.5 trillion, and by comparison, that's an increase of $1 trillion over the previous decade. And in the next decade, scientists are predicting that these consequences will be much, much worse if we don't act. So if these are the impacts associated with an increase of 1.1 to 1.2 degrees Celsius of warming, think about how much worse off we will be if we allow the temperatures to continue to rise to 2 degrees above pre-industrial levels or 3 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. We simply have to do all that we can to keep our present goal of limiting the warming to 1.5 degrees C within reach. And by the way, the last IPCC report showed that once we reach true net zero, the temperature will stop going up with a lag time of as little as 3 to 5 years. It's like flipping a metaphorical switch. We can do this. And if we stay at true net zero, incredibly, 50% of the man-made CO2 will fall out of the atmosphere in as little as 25 to 30 years. So the key step is to obey the first law of holes. When you're in one, stop digging. And we can do that. Scientists and energy experts have outlined our pathway to achieve that goal. But it's definitely true that the window to act is rapidly narrowing. In order to achieve net zero emissions by 2050, which is of course the target we're all gathered here today to discuss, we have a pathway that requires us to reach a much more urgent near-term goal of cutting global emissions in half by 2030, and that gives us just 7 years. Now, the good news is that we already have all of the technologies we need to make those steep emissions cuts in this present decades, and we also already have the proven mechanisms for deploying those solutions, and in many cases, they're far more cost-effective than the fossil fuel alternatives. In fact, we're seeing a sustainability revolution begin to take hold, a revolution that is occurring at the scale of the Industrial Revolution, coupled with the speed of the digital revolution, and it's already reshaping the world, transforming our relationship to businesses, to the environment, and to each other. Take renewable energy as a key example. Back in 2014, just 1 year before leaders came together to craft the Paris Agreement, solar and wind electricity was cheaper than electricity from new coal and gas plants in only 1% of the world. Yet a mere 5 years later, solar and wind were the cheapest sources of new electricity in more than 2/3 of the world. And now in the next few years, they're going to be cheaper in virtually 100% of the world. And as a result, as you might expect, the markets are starting to move. Fossil fuels have a lot of political and economic clout, but the markets are speaking. And in the last few years, 90% of all of the new electricity capacity added around the world was renewable energy. And if you look at the U.S., for 99% of the coal plants now operating in the U.S., 99% means all but one, it's already cheaper to just shut them down right now and replace them with new solar and wind. They've got political allies that keep them going, but we need to respond to the financial facts and the overriding facts that determine our choices to ensure the success of our civilization. Now, that cost advantage is going to be, for renewables, is going to be true for nearly all coal plants in the entire world by the end of this decade. And we're seeing, by the way, the same transformation begin to take hold with electric vehicles. Back in 2014, the world sold 300,000 EVs. That would have been 0.3% of all new car sales. But only 5 years later, in 2019, the world sold 2 million EVs, 2.5% of the total. And last year, 2022, the world sold almost 11 million EVs, or 14.5% of the total, 14.4%. Now, in previous technological revolutions, it's often been the case that when penetration rates for the new technology reach between 10 and 15%, that's the tipping point, signaling that adoption is about to reach an inflection point and become far more widespread. Norway is already at 50% EV penetration, and we've reached that inflection point for EVs worldwide. So we're making progress in these areas and in many others, including energy efficiency, battery storage, regenerative agriculture, sustainable forestry, and more. But the fact remains that we are still falling way short of the action that this crisis demands of us, particularly when it comes to accelerating access to the finance necessary to make this transition. We need to urgently address the capital mismatch that continues to put fossil fuels ahead of renewables. Coal, gas, and oil, unbelievably, now currently receive 42 times the amount of subsidies from governments that renewable energy receives. It's literally insane. Last year, that meant that the fossil fuel industry received a record-breaking $1 trillion that governments have forced their taxpayers to hand over to the fossil fuel polluters so they can continue going. And we cannot continue to finance the destruction of humanity's future. And that means, very simply, we have to rapidly and massively scale down investments in anti-climate finance, while at the same time we have to scale up investments in the net zero transition. Smart investors are moving quickly to minimize their exposure to this obvious historic risk, and they're becoming diligent in analyzing their assets to determine whether or not they're aligned with the 1.5 degrees Celsius goal. The IPCC has estimated that we will need to mobilize more than $4.5 trillion each year to stay on course for the 1.5 degree goal. And they find that is 3 to 6 times greater than the current financial flows going toward mitigation. And while investments made by governments, like the truly historic funding provided by our country's Inflation Reduction Act in the U.S., While that has a critical role to play, the private sector holds the key to advancing this transition at the appropriate speed. Between 2013 and 2020, the private sector was responsible for 75% of all of the capital invested around the world in renewables. But currently, 90% of all that climate finance stays within the country of origin, suffering from what the IPCC describes as a quote-unquote home bias. That means, among other things, that developing countries, where experts predict the biggest emission increases are likely to come from in the next few decades, are struggling to attract investment from companies and financiers in the global north. This is where major reform at the World Bank and the other multilateral development banks can play a truly significant role in removing some of that extra risk that holds investors back from moving capital into these markets. Ultimately, collaboration is critical. No one can fight this crisis alone. We need business, civil society, and governments to work together. The finance industry plays an important role in engaging with business and increasingly through public-private partnerships, and we need to see more of this active engagement. Gatherings like this one are so important because you all have a pivotal role to play in enabling progress. When it comes to combating the worst effects of the climate crisis, we need to do more, and we need to do it faster. You have the opportunity to lead and to mobilize your organizations in establishing climate action and sustainability as a top-of-mind agenda item, and to ensure that your ESG strategies are holistically incorporating these elements into your core operations. Ultimately, I'm here because I was invited, but really, more importantly, I'm here to recruit you. Really and truly, this is the most important year of the most important decade of any of our careers. Let's work together to make the most of this responsibility. If anybody doubts we have the political will to do so, always remember that political will is itself a renewable resource. Thank you again for inviting me. Let's get to work. Good morning, everyone.
Well, great. We are about to get ready on our first panel. We have $4.5 trillion in capital that we need to deploy each year, as we heard. So it's going to be great to talk about mobilizing finance in public capital markets. We're going to be talking about equities, bonds, and climate funds. Today we will have Eva Zlotnicka, who is the founder and managing partner at Inclusive Capital Partners. She will be moderating the panel. And then we will have Colin Leduc, the founding partner of Generation Investment Management. And then we will also have Matthew Slavic from Morgan Stanley to discuss these wonderful topics today. Thanks.
And by the way, that's Professor Jill Jenner, who is sustainable impact. Jill, you should introduce yourself, but I'm in.
Thanks for having us. We're one short, unfortunately. I hope John's family is okay. He had an emergency, but we made it. I'm sure everyone who weathered the weather yesterday is happy to be here. I hope everyone's homes and everything are intact. Well, I'm pleased to have Colin and Matt here. If John were here as well, you'd see that this is sort of a group of old friends, as we found on the prep call. We've all kind of been connected in various ways. So one of the things I'm really excited to address this morning is today is all about mobilizing capital to achieve net zero by 2050. And I think really most of the day we'll probably be talking about the private markets, because I think there's this perception that this can only be solved in the private markets. But we're here to tell you otherwise, or hopefully convince you otherwise. And you'll see we have maybe slightly different approaches, even though we've all been in this for a long time. We'll still have a chance for a little bit of debate. But I wanted to start off with this question of what makes the public markets particularly well suited to solve this really big long-term challenge?
Sure. Hi, everyone. Thanks, Eva, for moderating, and great to see you, Colin. And Laura and Megan, thanks so much for putting this together. Such a great day. Honored to be up here with old friends, and I feel like looking at the titles here, I've got to find a way to add founder to something. But anyway, so
I see you as a founder, Matt.
Yeah, someday we'll see.
Founder of Morgan Stanley.
I'll leave that to the side for right now. So I think I can't guarantee this conversation will only be about public markets, but maybe I'll start by saying I think the public markets have a couple of different characteristics that make them essential for this transition and decarbonization effort. And I think about those as scale, access, and engagement. When I think about scale, I think we obviously talk about climate finance, and the next panel will really be about venture and some of the cool ideas and technology. I also think about things like green bonds, right? They might not be quite as sexy as the next high-tech solution to suck carbon out of the air, but I think they're essential. Last year, we were talking about $600 billion of ESG-related labeled financing in the markets, which is very, very significant, right? This is the type of financing that is allowing established companies to really help finance their operations and transition. I know maybe we'll talk some more about this. The other piece is access, right? Venture, private equity, private markets in general are not for everybody, right? But the public markets in many different ways can actually be accessed by investors of all sizes and also from around the world, which I think is really important. And the third is around engagement. And Eva, maybe throughout this conversation, I hope you'll talk about some of the work that you've done, right? We're talking, we think about transition, we think about decarbonization. We need to really engage at all scales of companies, right? And so we look at the big companies, whether they're fossil fuels or across other industries. We need to engage. There's a big strategy around engagement to help transition, something that public shareholders can do increasingly effectively, I think. So I think those are three attributes of the public markets that really make them essential to this transition.
So maybe I could add to some of those comments. I mean, I think the scale piece is very, very important. I mean, the public markets are 8 or 9 times bigger than the private markets, and that needs to be remembered. I think, especially in this part of the world, there's a lot of emphasis on the private markets relative to the public markets. So I think Matt's talked a little bit about some of the numbers there, but that really is where the action is. So if we think that climate is a capital allocation problem, the public markets serve an incredibly important function in that. The other piece is the access question, which I would frame as an opportunity to educate consumers, essentially, as an opportunity to allow them to engage with sustainable investing in a way that can be very difficult to do if you're just a retail investor. So I think a lot of the ETFs and a lot of the sort of public funds are a very good way for people to sort of just get access. And some of these digital banks and digital funds and those kind of things are very helpful in that regard as well, just to educate people on what net zero is. Because finance can just be incredibly bewildering, and I think a lot of financial institutions hide behind sexy kind of financial language, even though investing's relatively straightforward business in some ways. The other thing I think is this activism point, which we will come back to, but I think this transition will not happen without deep engagement of incumbents. And so this is a way to do that. I think the public markets are clearly bifurcating between very passive and driven investing, and that performs a function and is a very cheap way to access investment opportunity in the public markets. And then at the other end of the spectrum, you've got highly concentrated, highly engaged ownership strategies, and that would be what Generation does. And so we invest in a very small number of public companies in a very long-term context. But the point is that this is an opportunity to basically engage with some of the biggest companies that need to transition. It is not necessarily a way to fund a lot of the newer companies. So a lot of people complain about the lack of pure net zero type or climate type opportunities in the public equity markets. The reality is we have to transition the incumbent industries as well. So this is a way to do that. And there's some pretty scary numbers out there. I mean, if some of you saw Saudi Aramco's profits just a couple of weeks ago, there's $161 billion of profit from a single company. Okay, and that is, that's what we're up against. So, how on earth do you try and influence an organization like that? Generation obviously doesn't invest in Saudi Aramco, but we are involved in efforts to try and engage with the incumbent fossil fuel complex, for example. The other one, I think, is that public markets allow asset owners to basically diversify risk, and that what that allows them to do is then take more risk in other areas of their asset allocation. So because of the liquidity profile of public markets and the scale of the public markets, if you're a pension fund or you're a very large asset owner, you can de-risk your portfolio very heavily through the public markets and take beta risk effectively, just market risk. And then you can do more in some of the riskier, edgier stuff in private markets because your risk budget has been somewhat mitigated through your public exposure. And that's a really important function of the public equity markets, enabling other things to happen in other parts of an investment portfolio. And one of the challenges, and I'm sure it will come up in the private equity panel later, is that a lot of these challenges to close the impact gap on net zero investing is that you have to take on very difficult risks, either first of a kind projects or emerging market risk or whatever it might be. And if you don't have a risk budget to do that, you're not going to do that. So, the public markets perform that enabling function, which is very, very important consideration. The last one I've got on my list for the moment, anyway, is that the public markets allow an expression of regulatory intervention. So what I mean by that is it's the front end of the SEC's rules, essentially. So it provides an opportunity to implement reporting standards or to implement carbon accounting standards or to implement whatever standard you want on governance and other aspects of ESG and other aspects of just financial regulation. And the public market is often the front end of that. Private markets kind of hide in the shadows and get kind of hit with this stuff later on down the road, but the public market is where you can push regulatory and policy engagement very heavily. So those would be a few features.
Great, yeah, great list. And I sort of baked into what Matt and Colin are saying, I want to also emphasize this idea of kind of through access and through this reflection of policy and things like that, there's transparency. There's the ability to scrutinize and public reporting and to immediately see reactions. And there's pluses and minuses to that, of course. But there's not throwing shade on our private equity friends, but there's sort of this magical thing that happens in private equity, which is somehow their books always get marked up, whereas we have to weather kind of the ups and downs. So just to kind of maybe put a little bit of a hopefully a helpful framework on this, I wanted to share something that my team's been working on, and Inclusive Capital Partners is a investment firm similar in some ways to Generation. We also have a concentrated portfolio, and as Matt alluded to, we're very engaged with many of our companies. In fact, we're on the board of over half. And we work a lot with, for that reason, we sort of feel like we have this unique mode of influence, which is being in the boardroom, which allows us to work with big incumbent companies that otherwise have a lot of trouble transitioning. But sometimes there's, I think, a misperception or sort of confusion or maybe just misunderstanding of why is it that we spend a lot of time on some of these big incumbent companies, because you think, oh, well, but those are the companies of the past. You know, they're not providing solutions for the future. But there's trade-offs, right? And again, reflecting what was mentioned already about the public markets and scale. If you bear with me for a moment, I don't have like the picture up on the screen, but just if you think of an XY plot, and on the x-axis, think of the way that I think sustainability is typically thought of, which is sort of brown and green, right? Or sort of unsustainable and sustainable. And if you think of a single industry, and just for argument's sake, let's use the auto industry and internal combustion engine, which would be on the left-hand side, of course, dependence on fossil fuels, and then EVs, and bear with me, let's assume for a moment that the batteries can be sourced in an appropriate way and that we have a way to recycle those batteries. So let's just for argument's sake, let's say that EVs are sort of more on the right-hand side of providing more positive impact than negative impact versus the internal combustion engine. You know, it's a very, it's a very typical way of thinking of a lot of the products and industries that we all interact with. But what isn't embedded in that is this idea of scale. And obviously, when we think of the existing car park of internal combustion engine cars, right, it's huge compared to, you know, the little bit of EVs. We're working on it, and so if you add on the y-axis this idea of scale, you can think of typical incumbent industries essentially in the upper left quadrant. And you can do the same exercise for power and energy, and you know, every coal would be in the upper left quadrant, for instance, right? It's cheap, it's highly accessible, it has a lot of scale, but it's very dirty. And typically, a lot of sustainable investments are sort of in the lower right quadrant. They tend to be kind of these, at least initially, kind of more niche investments. And they're largely private, but not all. I mean, there's plenty of listed companies that are more pure play companies you could find in the lower right quadrant. And they're trying to achieve the scale, but particularly in the case of EVs, they're dependent, right? The greenness of the EV is dependent on the grid, on charging network, on the whole ecosystem coming together to help elevate that scale. Because ultimately in this XY kind of framework, the upper right quadrant is the ideal, right? It's high impact at scale. And that's what we call system change, right? If you can move companies into the upper right quadrant. So we want to not only move these sort of new technologies that are in the lower right quadrant up, but you also want to move the incumbents over to the right to ultimately kind of get everyone there. And I think the public markets are particularly well suited for that rightward movement in those large incumbent industries. And those incumbents they've got the customers, they have the infrastructure, they're making a lot of cash, right, to make these investments. And so I think that's part of the imperative of kind of bringing everyone along to support this system-wide change. So now there's, I think, part of also the, again, kind of misperception or maybe even not, I shouldn't even call them misperception, but perception of the challenges in the public markets is a little bit of kind of legacy, right, of what we used to say about the public markets or what we used to see as opportunities in the public markets, sort of clean tech 1.0 type, you know, from 10 plus years ago. So I thought we'd talk about some of the evolutions that have come over time that I think are getting better understood, but are still maybe not as well understood that these are in fact climate aware and climate positive investments that historically might not have considered to be so. So any comments on sort of what's changed in the last 10 years essentially in terms of perceptions?
Why don't you start?
You mean perception? Sorry, can you clarify the question
so
a little
I think,
bit?
you know, there's
perception of what?
There's this view that kind of green investment, what classifies as a green investment is sort of this narrow box, right?
Well,
and yet we
great,
would say that box is just blown open, right?
Well, I mean, look, I mean, this ESG backlash that's going on and the greenwashing backlash, I think, is very real and it's timely. We very much welcome the scrutiny. I mean, I think there's just an incredible amount of pernicious behavior in the market in terms of positioning funds as being sustainable. And I think that it's very, very healthy that the regulators are starting to shake this out. The SEC are basically going through all of the asset managers' funds who claim they are doing sustainable investing to check unfortunately the SEC themselves are still on a journey of understanding what a real sustainable investment is. So some of their questions are a little bit kind of 101, but still it's good that they are going to all managers saying, how are you implementing this? What do you mean by a sustainable fund? And then of course you've got things like the framing of funds as Article 8 or Article 9 in a European context, or you've got the pros and cons of the EU taxonomy, which tries to position different activities in the economy as being green or not. And there's a lot wrong with that, but it's kind of directionally correct. And then, of course, you've got some of the SEC work that's going on in terms of needing to disclose your impact. And I think where a lot of this is going is, we can maybe come back to it, but this is going in the right direction, but it's going nowhere near fast enough and nowhere near at the scale or the ambition to match some of the challenges that my chairman kind of laid out for us. But I think what has changed is that the perception that, first of all, sustainable investing is a lot more than climate, right? And so it's basically just very good long-term investing. And so there is a difference between trading and investing. And so one of the challenges and one of that people talk about in public markets is, well, you're not really changing anything because all you're doing is trading secondary shares amongst asset managers, right? And that is true, right? You're not actually providing new capital to companies, right? Most of the time, you're basically just moving shares around between asset managers. So there's no primary capital. There obviously are situations where you are raising primary capital, but there is a kind of, you're one step removed from the direct action with a company, and so that's a strong accusation, which is valid. And I think what I think people have begun to realize over the last decade is that there's a big difference between trading and investing, right? Most people in the public markets are traders, right? They are not investors, and the notion of long-term responsible ownership, where you basically stay with a company and you have a private equity ownership mindset in a public market context, that is proper, sustainable, long-term investing, right? Because you're actually taking responsibility for something. You're not just trading in and out, right? And so I think that bifurcation that I talked about earlier in the public markets is partly driven by algorithms and basically the arrival of AI in the public equity markets, which is a huge, huge secular trend. And that, some people say, well, that's the end of the stock picker, right? That's the end of the fundamental equity kind of research-driven bottom-up stock picker, i.e. generation. So that's kind of, we also have a private equity book, by the way, just in case the public equity side doesn't work. I'm kidding, but there is a secular, what I've seen anyway is that there are a dwindling number of genuine investors in the public markets. There's a growing number of traders. And so that is a problem in terms of driving change. So then you come to the impact gap. So this is incredibly important. People always talk about the scale of capital that's needed. Even AG talked about it earlier. We need to go from $1 trillion a year going into sustainability today to $4 trillion a year, whatever. That is fine. There is no shortage of capital in the world. It's just in the wrong place, right? So we just need, that's a capital allocation problem. Tied to that is that if that capital just goes into de-risked solutions that are easy to fund, so renewable energy infrastructure in North America as an example, right? We don't close the impact gap. We are not incrementally decarbonizing the economy. You're basically just adding more capital where capital already exists. So you're actually not doing anything for decarbonization just by piling more money into something that's already basically a financial product. One of my clients said to me the other day, I'm not investing in renewables in North America anymore because there's not enough risk, right? Which is absolutely incredible statement. So I'm like, well, go and invest in renewables in emerging markets. Oh, sorry, there's too much risk. Okay. So you're like, all right, so what do we do? What do we do here? So that's just renewables, right? So what about green steel? What about green cement? What about sustainable aviation fuels? What about maritime fuels? What about building efficiency? Like the list goes on. And so, you know, there's this challenge in the public markets that, you know, things are being classified as sustainable investments or ESG investments when they're just minimum thresholds on the most basic good corporate behavior, and they're being classified as sustainable, which is ridiculous. And so, you know, unfortunately, the climate challenge is a challenge to all of our imaginations, and it's an innovation challenge to every industry, including finance. And it frustrates the hell out of me when finance people, including ourselves, basically tell every other industry to innovate in the face of climate, but don't innovate themselves, right? We have to innovate how mandates work, how asset owners think about climate risk, how we're allocating capital, how the system works, how the financial system works. And so a lot of that is, the front end of that is public markets. And then there's a trickle-down effect to, you know, capital access for other aspects of the market, as I said about earlier. You know, if we can persuade the very large asset owners of the world to match their sustainability ambitions with the scale of the climate crisis, and they tilt their $100, $200 billion portfolios this way to really match the scale of the decarbonization challenge, that will have a ripple effect through real estate, commodities, forestry, like everything, every asset class. You know, one of the things that has really struck me recently is you know, the Paris Agreement was 7 years ago, and we now have another 7 years till 2030. Okay, you know, we're way off track, and so I think it's this whole pushback on ESG and greenwashing in the public, just to try and link it back to public equity markets, is real, and it's driven, and it's around this impact gap. You know, there's basically people. I don't know if there's a very public forum, but you know, there's a saying in England where you're putting lipstick on a pig, right? You're basically like doing that with a lot of funds. So I think the perception has got that the scrutiny has got a lot tougher, and we very much welcome that at Generation. So I'll stop rambling. Sorry, over to you.
No, I think that's a great point. I think I may take a slightly different sort of tact here, which is the market today is fundamentally different for decarbonization. If you know, picking up on what you know, part of what you said, right? This is not just a technology challenge. This is a challenge that every industry around the world is starting to tackle. And so when I think about what this means from a company perspective or an industry perspective, right? Many of these businesses, some would self-identify as climate related, some would identify as decarbonization focused. Many would just reference themselves as solid businesses, right? With developing and selling products that make sense for their industries. And I think that is a really important sort of evolution from where maybe oversimplifying, but where clean tech, you know, 1.0 was. And I think we're seeing that from investors as well, right? Wanting to invest in these businesses. Yes, for some, there's clearly the sustainability angle. For others, there's the business model, the total addressable market, the necessity from an industry perspective that we're really seeing play out from an impact and a value perspective as well.
So I think the irony here is that while there's a lot of lipstick being put on for sure, at the same time, the opportunity, to your point, Matt, about decarbonization has blasted through all sorts of industries. And now the business case has only strengthened for companies moving in this direction, because it makes for a higher quality business, a better investment for all sorts of reasons. I guess another thing we sort of started to allude to, Colin, is regulation on the finance side, but there's also, of course, regulation on the industry side. And the IRA, of course, here in the US and sort of what remains to be seen in Europe. And one of the things that John's not here, but maybe I'll mention on his behalf, and I know there'll be a panel later on policy, is this idea that with policy, there's kind of this chicken and egg problem where, you know, is it the policy that motivates what's happening in the industry, or is the industry motivating what's happening in the policy? And maybe we don't need to spend too much time there, but just curious if either of you have any thoughts on that.
Yeah, I mean, just one comment on that. I think one of the things that's been great over the last kind of decade is that I think the policy makers have got more confident because they've seen the progress on the technologies, right? What you don't want to do as Al's been educating me on this, but like what you don't want to do as a politician is to commit to something that can't be fulfilled by the private, community. So if you say we need 100% renewables, but renewables is not ready, then you're going to look stupid as a politician, right? So I think all of the innovation work that's gone on to lay the groundwork is why something like the IRA has been possible. So that's why the innovation investing side is so important, because it lays the framework. That's one piece. The other thing is, I'm sure many of you saw Secretary General's Guterres' speech this week on where he used the old everything, everywhere, all at once, whatever that, in terms of climate solutions, right? We need everything, everywhere, all at once, right now, right? So I think all of this is, which points me to the piece about where future emissions are coming from. So they're basically coming from the emerging markets, including China. So, getting Switzerland, England, Denmark, the USA, down to 40% reduction by 2030, which the IRA is going to do, that's great, right? But it's not actually going to help with the ultimate tragedy of the commons, which is that 90% of future emissions are not coming from Europe and the US. They're coming from other countries. So how do you fix that? Because it will blow everything out of the water as to what we're doing in this country if we don't fix coal in China and we don't fix coal in India, right? This is really simple, and we don't stop deforestation. So all of these wonderful things that are happening, and so the question is, like, how do the public markets help with that reallocation of capital? Because at the moment, unfortunately, one of the big risks we see in terms of with the way the world's going is that the US and China are going in opposite directions, right? That is the worst thing that could possibly happen for the climate. Because again, AG talks a lot about this within the context of generation, but nothing will happen in terms of a global climate deal unless US and China get on the same page. Everything else is noise. And so that's why that relationship is so central to the future of the climate. And there's basically a war going on between the US and China in terms of who's going to win the race to clean energy, who's going to win the race to being the leader in climate tech. And there's a reshoring of manufacturing in America that was already in place in China. So the Made in America stamp is something that's coming, and that's very related to climate tech. And the IRA incentivizes that, essentially a reshoring due to the lack of trust with China. And so what I've seen in the investing community is that we're not interested in investing in Chinese companies anymore, right? We used to be, but we're not anymore. And Chinese investors have disappeared from San Francisco. They used to be and New York. There were loads of them here before. They've gone away now. And it's sort of really interesting because some people think that you can access great net zero opportunities in China through the public equity markets, but that's difficult. So those are just a few comments.
Thank you.
I guess maybe I would just say, super obvious point, good policy can accelerate this, bad policy can arrest it. And trying to figure out how globally we create meaningful policies that actually help accelerate this and include the right incentives, whether that be appropriately de-risking investments or supporting innovation. I think this, when you talk about an arms race for decarbonization, I've drank the Kool-Aid, which is why I'm up here, but I think that's great, right? And if you think about the arms race and you think about cross industries and you think about this making commercial sense and consumer sense, right? That's a good thing, and I guess makes me optimistic that we can get there.
So the benefit of being the first panel of the day is that we can talk about so many different things. But I know our time is limited, so I'll just kind of plant the seed of something that I think will probably come up throughout the day, but I think is kind of on this theme is, this idea that there needs to be, again, coming back to where the lipstick and the window dressing isn't really helpful, is like we really need real economy decarbonization. And that really requires a lot of scale and investment. And it's not just supply side, right? It's not just staving off fossil fuels, it's also reducing the demand for those fossil fuels, right? So there's this demand problem, and of course we saw with the war in Ukraine last year how important, with the energy crisis, with the food crisis, that we really need to not only look at these, renewables aren't even that interesting anymore in the U.S., right? As we've heard, but how we need to kind of bring along the whole system and the whole world. This really is a system level problem. So that is a huge topic, and I'm just going to leave it there because I really want to come back to this activism and engagement point. Because I do think that this is unique to the public markets in the way that we can do it. So would love to hear more from both of you on how you see that playing out and how, again, it's a unique tool to use in the public markets.
Yeah, but I think you two are better to talk about activism, the way that you invest as investors, not traders, which I think is also a great comparison. I guess I would just say one more thing on the public market side, which hasn't come up yet, right? Is that the public markets provide exits in many ways for these innovative companies that are providing real value, right? They provide exits, they provide increasing access to capital to grow, to finance projects, lowering cost of capital. So as we think about the public markets, in addition to all the different things we laid out in the beginning, and the ability for certain investors to think as long-term owners and really help inform company strategy, I do think that's something that is really important to this.
Yeah. Yes, I mean, the way we would think, I think there's different flavors of activism. I think there's obviously sort of, kind of constructive engagement, let's say, which I think is our approach, which is we invest in what we believe to be the very best companies in the world, and we try and make them even better. So, and we will essentially push them really, really hard on their sustainability objectives, and we'll try and help them achieve that. So, and we're just a relatively small asset manager in the grand scheme of things. We're a $40 billion manager. We're not a BlackRock, right? So, they have very different challenges when it comes to engagement and different opportunity for influence than Generation does. But so our approach would be focus on the best and then work with different asset managers. So things like the Asset Managers Net Zero Asset Owners Alliance or Asset Managers Alliance, these are very important collaborations to basically get scale behind a message. So, we collectively, with many other asset managers in the world, have basically said to what we sort of agree are some of the best companies in the world, you need to be on a 1.5 degree pathway. There's a lot of talk about 1.5 being out the window. You need to stick with that because we can't suddenly just flip to 2 as the target because there's a lot in between 1.5 and 2, and sticking to 1.5 is really critical. So that's Generation's position on climate and engagement. So we will then help the companies think about how to do that, how to interpret science-based targets, how to make plans for that, how to report, how to make sense of the alphabet soup of all of the reporting standards that are coming. And so that's sort of a sustainability partner of choice kind of focus with companies, right? And so we're constructively working with them. Now there's other types of activism, which is much more aggressive, and the types of stuff that you see in the press. Right? So it's XYZ hedge fund, finds a company, buys some shares, beats the hell out of the management, tries to change the situation through just aggressive behavior. And that is, the public markets keep companies honest, right? Ultimately, it's really it's a very good way to keep management honest. Now the problem is with the public markets is that it's often dominated by short-term investors because of this dominance of traders. So, people are just making money in the short term. It's like, oil's at 100, I'm going to go and suddenly invest in oil stocks, and then I'm going to sell them, so I've got more money to put in the climate transition. Justifications like that, which is just silly in my opinion. But you get this kind of activism, which can also be related to, for example, shorting stocks, right? Where you're buying stuff you think is going to go down. Great, right? We have never done that. We don't think that actually fits with a long-term trust-based relationship with the management team. If they constantly think you're going to short them, they're not going to talk to you, and they may not listen to you. So I haven't seen many great shorting strategies in the public markets related to sustainability, because sustainability is a long-term secular trend. It's not a short-term event-driven trigger, right? So shorting strategies work with events. They don't, but unfortunately, this is a slow-motion car crash, right? So that's very hard to time as a trader. So that's why you don't see many helpful, shorting strategies in sustainable investing. So I think, collaboration's key on engagement. Ambition is key. I think that to the anti-greenwashing stuff, high ambition, high integrity, net zero is where this is all going. And I think putting impact truly alongside risk and return optimization in an investment process is where this whole sustainable investing movement, we think, is moving to, where people are going to be scrutinized on not just the risk and return that you're delivering, but on the true impact you're delivering. Every single company in the world has impact, positive or negative. Every single company has impact. And not just the stuff that's sitting in some little impact investing bucket, right? Saudi Aramco has impact, right? I mean, just to characterize, like, impact investing is not a little niche over here. It's every single asset in the world, right, is impacting the world. So I think that there's a movement which will be led basically by the public markets to have to articulate your true, net impact to the health of the system widely. I think the other thing to say about climate risk is that I think there's a really big skill gap in the investment industry in understanding climate risk. So we are collectively wildly overexposed and massively undereducated on climate. And that is because it's a moving feast. You can't just put in place a climate policy and say, tick, okay, move on to the next risk. I'll go and think about AI now, It's like climate's moving all the time. And so where are the risk models that are keeping up with this stuff? Let alone the integration with high integrity into investment processes. It's not happening because you go to most asset managers in the world, they have a surface understanding of climate. And there are not enough service providers out there who are providing enough risk tools. So what happens, for example, with systemic investors, the people who own the market and who care about the state of the entire market, like insurance companies, they won't insure stuff anymore because they're like, sorry, we just don't understand the risk. So too bad. And that's, I think, what just because you don't understand a risk, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist, right? This is like part of the problem with climate. People are willfully ignoring really understanding it because it's an inconvenient truth, to use Al Gore's phrase, because it really messes up your business. It really does. And that's very, very true in the public markets where fundamental transition is really needed. But what you have right now is basically incrementalism and delay tactics that are happening from the incumbents. And some of you may have seen CERA Week, which is the big sort of Davos of energy that happens in Houston every year, which is an incredible event. There were 8,000 people there this year, so it was the biggest event ever. And everyone was talking about climate transition and energy transition. And we're at record levels of new oil and gas capex, okay? But I don't know, but that doesn't really fit. So, I think there's an opportunity just to come back to engagement is to really just, as an asset manager, you've got to decide what you stand for and what your standards are and what you're going to engage with. And we need everything everywhere all at once. I'm not saying we don't, generation is just one little speck on the elephant. We need all public investors, all private investors, all asset owners of all shapes and sizes to look in the mirror and say, what do you believe on climate? And what are you willing to say? And what choices are you willing to make? Because what I've seen in the last 12 to 18 months has basically been a massive backtracking on COP26 commitments from loads of players in the financial system, where people were out there going, net zero, we love it. CEOs are out there saying that, and then the minions are going, oh my God, how are we going to achieve that? And now people are realizing how hard it is to achieve true net zero. Anyone can invest in easy stuff. You only get so far with easy stuff. You've got to go all the way, right? You can't be half pregnant with net zero. And so you have to go all the way. And so now there's this green hushing movement, which is basically where people are no longer talking about their green goals because they're worried about getting attacked, right? So that's not good. So I think the public market engagement opportunity is to call people out on the inconsistency between their stated PR goals around climate and what they're actually doing. And so we are, BlackRock's in the crosshairs here because they own, whatever percent of every single company in the world. And so, Larry Fink's most recent letter that some of you would have seen did not use the ESG language at all. Didn't mention it once. Now that's success for the opponents of ESG because they're basically shutting BlackRock up, right? Which is not great. And so, yeah, I mean, I think those are the opportunities around engagement, but it is I think there's also this other just sliver of this world, which is a lot of people are saying, okay, if you're a climate investor, what is the best thing you can do? Basically shut down the coal industry. So can we go and buy some coal assets and shut them down, right? So there's the founder of Atlassian, this guy in Australia, an amazing guy. He basically has gone to buy AGL, which is one of the coal generating companies, utilities in Australia, to shut it down. And that is the best climate thing you can do if you're really motivated by decarbonization. And so that is a form of activism where you're buying bad companies and shutting them down. So that's just a little bit of a spectrum of thoughts.
Yeah.
I was going to say, as I think about this, right, I definitely wouldn't include it in the activism question, but I think about engagement, right? And we've talked a lot about engagement as an owner, right, as an investor in the markets. If I think about it a little bit more broadly, I think about a firm like Morgan Stanley that's an intermediary, right? Where I think about engagement kind of coming from two ways, and in many ways we're sort of like maybe the string between the two cans at ends, right? One is talking to investors across all markets and assets around the world, understanding what investors are saying, engaging, talking about decarbonization, talking about the challenges they face from an investment perspective or an execution perspective. We also engage on the corporate side, right, where we spend a lot of time as an advisor, whether it's on the financing, whether it's on the M&A, whether it's on in the boardroom, right, and how do we engage and to be able to translate what we're hearing from investors in the market around the opportunity to our corporate clients who are looking to evolve their strategy, grow their companies, build their business model. And so where we spend a lot of time engaging as that intermediary is really trying to provide the best advice, the translation of what's going on in the markets to our clients and what our clients are doing to the markets in order to thoughtfully engage on this topic as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, what's tricky here, I think, is everyone really. There's a lot of poor execution that should absolutely be called out and criticized. At the same time, I think we all need to keep an open mind because. Not necessarily in the case of AGL, because I think you can easily make the case there. But there are instances where, let's say, shutting the coal plant actually makes energy prices go up, right? And then you have that problem, right? And so, there's a difficulty, or in the case of, as Colin mentioned, we want companies to be leading and to be making these net zero commitments and sticking to them. But you also want there to be a there, right? Like not just greenwashing and marketing and just throwing out net zero. And that's easy for today's CEO to say that because they're not going to be around when they actually have to meet these commitments, right? So there's this balancing act. And I think the problem is, I don't want to be making kind of a political comment, but what I fear it keeps happening is that everyone kind of retreats to their corners, right? And there's not enough kind of conversation in the middle that allows for debate and understanding of, it's not black and white, it's not green and brown. So this is kind of the difficult part, and I think this is where it's unfortunate that the sort of the typical activism, as Colin described, is this very inflammatory way. Whereas, I mean, the way that we do it, for instance, we like to say we walk through the front door. I think often you hear the term constructivism. We're almost never in the public domain, because if you actually work with companies, and I mean, we always start kind of the same way that we would approach any investment where we impact investors or not. Have a call with the IR team. Then you have a call with the CFO. You call the CEO. You call the CSO, the Chief Sustainability Officer, whomever, right? You have an open dialogue. You talk to customers. You talk to experts. You really learn what it is that is challenging this company, and not go in assuming that we have all the answers. Because, as I can also say as a board member, we don't. You know, if you're an investor and you're not sitting in the boardroom, there's just automatically going to be some information barrier. Now, you will have other information that maybe the board doesn't have, right? So you can bring that to the table. But sometimes we say we're learn-it-alls, not know-it-alls, right? We kind of need to like walk into the room assuming that there's something to learn together with the company and with the management team. And I think that kind of approach goes a long way, because you know, it's not meant to be an opposition. And I think, unfortunately, what we see in the public domain in terms of engagement, like when you see a shareholder proposal in a proxy statement, to me, that's already gone too far. And I think the people that engage with companies also think that, right? Even though that's the greatest, the most public, kind of visible measure for engagement, you actually never really want it to get there. So it's kind of this difficult challenge. What you want to do is be able to engage with the company enough that it doesn't get to proxy. So I guess there is, you know, even though we talk about public markets being so, you know, visible and transparent, there is a lot that we don't see that is happening. And I know there's a number of investors in the room that are probably doing a lot of the engagement as well. We have 5 minutes and a million other things to talk about. But I kind of wanted to touch on one more topic that we haven't really explored, which is I largely operate in equity markets, mostly public, a little bit private, but there's not just equity markets, right? There's also bond markets, which are even bigger than the equity markets, and of course we've managed to not really talk about them. But maybe, Matt, do you want to start talking about kind of like what else really fits within, and it's not just stocks, right?
With 5 minutes left, I'll be super short, which is, I mean, the fixed income markets are essential here in driving decarbonization. As I said, $600 billion last year, clearly a down year across the markets in ESG labeled debt. Most of that is use of proceeds specific in many cases, right? So helping incumbents actually invest in projects or strategies to decarbonize. I think it's essential. I think as companies grow, being able to access the debt markets is clearly a tried and true way of financing expansion. And then I would just say that this is a market that's expanded as well over the years, right? It started with supra sovereigns and development banks. It then moved to corporates from an investment grade perspective. Then more recently, high yield issuance, convertible issuance, starting to bridge the gap towards those equity markets. So I think, you know, as we think about decarbonization, it can't just be an equity play. It can't just be a fixed income play. Let's recognize that we're going to have to find creative finance solutions or creative finance to finance the solutions that are going to be across the industry here.
But the good kind of creative finance.
Yes. Yes, the good kind of creative finance. Creative solutions in finance?
Yeah,
maybe.
That sounds better, yeah. And Colin, are you mostly equities or?
We do equities, yeah. So, but I think what's interesting is that a lot of the equity investing is necessary to unlock the debt, right?
Yes.
So you often have situations where you know one enables the other.
Yep.
So these things are often linked, and
yep.
then you get often the same investors who are invested in different types of securities, right, at different levels of risk. So you know the debt markets dominate the equity markets massively, and
it's primary capital, right? To your point earlier, that we're trading equities, but
I think there's some aspects of the public market. So if you just look at the SPAC fiasco, right? I mean that is the public markets doing a bad job, right? And that's basically SPACs have been around, special purpose acquisition companies, right? Have been around for a very long time as a way to finance companies through the public markets. The problem is the bankers, love them or loathe them, are incentivized to get transactions done. They don't actually care about the long-term value for companies. they kind of do, but they don't really. You know, they do because they want more business from those companies over time. But in reality, what they were trying to do through the SPAC boom over the last couple of years was basically just get as many companies out into the public markets so that they could just get paid X% of every single transaction. And so as a consequence, you now have a whole bunch of climate tech companies that are listed that should not be listed.
Yeah, that are failing.
Right? Should absolutely not be listed. And so what's happened is they've fallen into small cap purgatory, as I would call it, where they're sitting there as what they should be private companies, and they're sitting there with absolutely no liquidity in the public equity markets. So the stock has gone below the $10 listing price of a SPAC, and there's basically no trading in the shares. So the company's stuck, and its reputation's damaged. It can't access more capital. The employee base is completely demotivated, right? But the bankers are happy, right? So you can't, you know, the public markets are very good at certain things, but there also needs to be caution around, you know, the incentives that are in the system, around, you know, sort of, because a lot of private companies think that getting to an IPO is like nirvana, you know. It's absolutely not. You're walking into a world of pain because you're going to be scrutinized in a way that you have never been scrutinized before. Or you're going to end up in small cap purgatory, both of which are really hard. And so, you know, we often counsel our companies, do not go public until you're very, very, very ready to be scrutinized by the public equity markets. Because if you're anywhere decent, you're going to be scrutinized by a lot of people globally all the time. And that's going to make you a much better business. And ultimately, it's going to enable you to do, you know, what Tesla's done or whatever in terms of accessing enormous amounts of capital. But it's a very different world to being a private company. Very different world. So.
Oh, Matt, I have to let you respond to that.
Sorry, I didn't mean you.
I knew I was up here for a reason.
I didn't mean you. I could have bashed John Goldstein more on that one.
Yeah, exactly. Why don't you? We'll talk about John because he's not here.
Yeah, let's Goldman Sachs were the worst. Weren't they?
The two things I can't comment on. This is my closing remarks. All right, so
I want to let you end on a high note.
all right, I'll just wrap it up with two comments. One is that I guess I would challenge those in the room, and I think really came through from the conversation, right? That this is not, decarbonization is not a black or white thing. So whether, you know, our firm's done a lot of work around what we call rate of change, recognizing where companies are going, not just where they are today, thinking about engagement, right? There's a journey for these organizations. It's not all black or white. The other thing I would say, because we're at Haas, which I hope also came through here, which is for people in the room or on watching, right? If you're thinking about, gosh, I'm in business school, I like climate, and I want to go into finance, and you're thinking the only place I can go is early stage climate tech venture capital. I think one of the things that my two panelists really illustrate, and I think I would just comment on from a firm as broad as ours, is that there is lots of opportunity to bridge impact, sustainability, decarbonization, climate, finance, climate and finance together across asset classes, across stages, and across strategies. So I guess I would encourage you all as well just to think broadly about your opportunities in front of you.
That's a great
Yeah,
point.
that's great. No, thanks a lot.
Great point.
And we have a bit of a break. So, but don't go far. We have a bit of a break, but please don't go far. It's a very short break. But you don't have to go very far. You can just get up. See you in a minute. So Daniel.
You. I'm sorry.
everybody could please start getting their coffee and coming back to their seats. We're going to be restarting in about 4 minutes, please. All right. We're going to try.
So, Megan.
Hey, how are you?
Hello? Does this work? Excuse me, everyone. It's time to bring your coffee and your eatery back to your chairs. We're going to start in 1 minute. 1 minute, please. I tried that, but go ahead.
Just watch me, Laura. I'll do it. All right, everyone. We are getting started again. Please make your way back. I am going to come to the back of the room, and I'm going to shame you if you're not taking your seats. So we start with a wave back here. All right, everyone, please, come on, back to your seats. We are getting started. Please, everyone, we are getting started. We're getting started right over here. Yes, hello, good to see you. This is in my job description. Everyone, please, we are getting started. Please take your seats again.
Okay.
I'm very proud that Laura Tyson was my longtime boss, and I still feel as if she's doing my performance reviews, so I feel the need to do this. Please, take your seats, everyone.
Very good, very good. All right, I think thank you so much. You'll get a great performance review. Here you go.
Thank you, everybody, for that great first panel. And we're going to move on to our second panel, where we're going to talk about mobilizing finance in private capital markets and focus on venture capital and private equity. For this panel, we will have Molly Wood as our moderator. She is an investor and podcaster. Then we'll have Joshua Pozamentier, who's a co-founder of Congruent Ventures. We'll also have Daniel Weiss, a co-founder of AG Venture Capital. Jonathan Garfinkel, a partner at TPG, and Nancy Fund, a founder at DBL Partners. Thank you guys for joining us for this panel.
Follow me, everyone. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning. We're all matching our seats to our faces right now. Thank you, everyone. As you can see from the picture above my head, I'm Molly, and I'm delighted to be here. I'm an early stage climate tech investor, currently doing angel investing and storytelling in this arena, which is some of what we're going to talk about today. I'm delighted to be here with this panel, and I'm going to let them introduce themselves for 2 to 5 minutes each. And what I'm hoping that you can do, actually, and I'll start right here, Joshua, what I'm hoping you can do is introduce yourselves, tell us what you're doing, your various efforts in this arena, and give, if you wouldn't mind, as sort of a substitute for my first question, a little state of the union, an overview in terms of where you think we are with respect to mobilizing capital in private markets. We'll just go right down the line.
Oh, that's an easy way to start. Thanks so much for having me. Josh Posmentier, co-founder and managing partner at Congruent Ventures. We're an early stage venture shop based in San Francisco. I live literally 10 minutes away. We spend all of our time focusing on that earliest stage of venture capital in climate tech exclusively. So we're first money in through Series A as an entry point. We do everything from software to hardware, deep tech, fintech, you name it. As long as it's got a measurable climate-focused impact, we'll take a swing at it. We're generally North America focused. Founded the firm back in 2016, investing out of our second fund and first growth fund, and really are pretty happy with the kind of state of early stage venture capital as it's evolved over the last decade. I've been here investing in climate actively for 11, 12 years. I was an operator before that in the energy space, in the semiconductor world, and communications before that. And just incidentally, I'm a multiple Berkeley alum and was here undergrad, grad, and business school. So just a few. So yeah, in terms of call it state of the union on capital formation, mobilizing capital into the sector, I got started in climate venture when it was pretty much as low as it was going to go. So back in sort of late 2010, early 2011. Very, very, very little active in that space at that point. So I've spent a lot of time trying to convince people that there's good opportunities here, and it's taken a decade plus to show again that there are in fact great opportunities. It's not the tool for everything. I'm walking around with an early stage venture capital hammer, and a lot of things look like nails, but if you've been around a long time, long enough at least, you definitely recognize that there's some screws out there too. So it is a great tool for what it is. So we've seen a ton of new capital mobilizing to the sector. I would say one of the most interesting things is the amount of institutional LP dollars that are mobilizing now. I would say when we started the firm back in 7 years ago almost, there were a lot of we lost a lot of money on that last time around. We're not doing that again. And then over the years, there was a lot of landscaping that went on. People started hiring new partners and principals in that space to really do some landscaping, do some analysis. And recently, over the last couple of years, it's been just like, so when are you raising another fund? How can we get more involved? We'd love to get more active here. And actually watching them make commitments has been really heartening. I mean, my focus is obviously on that early stage of venture capital. I don't know how it is for growth and that sort of thing, but there's still not, in my opinion, there's not nearly enough capital at that early stage. We see way more interesting companies that we'd love to invest in, that we have capacity or dollars to do so. So every year there's more interesting funds. I was just mentioning to Molly that it's a really different, call it different ambiance. It's a very collaborative space. It's, rising tide floats all boats a little bit, but we're also all rooting for each other here. So we love syndicating deals. We love bringing others into the fold. We love helping groups that are coming up from scratch or GPs that are trying to get smart on venture and climate. So yeah, it's a really different environment, I think, than a lot of other sectors within venture. So maybe I'll pass it over to Nancy.
Amazing.
Thank you, Josh. The collaboration in our field is really palpable, and it's how we're kind of the David and Goliath. That's how we win, really, is to come together. And thank you, Laura, for organizing this, and to your team, because it takes so much energy from the insights and enthusiasm in the room. And having started my finance career as a securities analyst at a place called Hamilton Quist, which was eventually merged into JP Morgan, really enjoyed the first panel because to the question of private and versus public markets, I'm just yes and yes. I mean, we obviously need them all. But sitting as a venture capitalist now for over 20 years. DBL stands for double bottom line. We're kind of one of the pioneering climate investors. We started when I was at JP Morgan back in 2004, and then we spun out in 2008. Really good timing. That was we ate a lot of peanut butter sandwiches that year. But what really has struck me is not just the growth of the field and the amount of capital going into it and the amount of funds that are being raised, which is welcome. We didn't have any of that when we started, but the scope of our activity. And we are also an impact investor. And what I've been heartened to see is the role of impact in climate is very strong, and it has to do with the size of the market. When the government gets involved and there's like trillions of dollars, that can be a very fertile ground for an investor if you know how to navigate it. Or it can be a deterrent in terms of regulatory pushback. But what we have seen is that working with policymakers, and I'm sure we'll get to that, and driving intersectionality into a portfolio is how we were the first investors in Tesla. It's the most valuable car company in the world today. It almost went bankrupt. I can't count how many times when we were investors in it. But it has to do with intersectionality. It has to do with reaching out to the governor's office or to community colleges to start teaching about batteries in the East Bay when we thought we'd have a Fremont facility and didn't have it yet. I mean, this is what builds industries that matter and how you are able to drive whole sectors away from heavy carbon. And so as fast forward to today, we're just doing the same thing. We're just expanding into other sectors. We have a company called Farmers Business Network that is driving decarbonization in agriculture, even though it really is a platform for selling products to farmers. Basically, what you're able to do now is pay farmers, let farmers get paid for carbon smart practices that reduce their carbon score. And ADM, the largest grain buyer in the world, needs to show that it's doing something for climate. And so you get a win-win. Farmers are obviously struggling. It's a thin margin business. And yet helping them get from where they are today to a lower carbon future is completely in our grasp. We're just 10 or 15 years behind the EV transition that we're all familiar with. So moving into other sectors that have huge carbon loads and social inequity. The comment about the SEC being something that public market investors are going to be dealing with in that first panel. I was never happier. I mean, the sad part is that FBN was going to go public. The market tanked. We're kind of on hold. Morgan Stanley is our banker. We have over $500 million in revenues, but we're not able to go public in this market, which I'm sure we'll get to, which is a big drag. But one of my happiest days in helping with that prospectus was putting the word BIPOC farmer into a prospectus. The SEC was like, what's BIPOC? and this is these are the linguistic, the cultural shifts that we need to affect at the regulatory level and to make it more inclusive and to really drive change in a way that is not for the elites, but is for all of us. And so that takes us to, in addition to reducing carbon through EVs and sustainable ag, we need to remove carbon, the role of forests. The ability to reforest after wildfires is a big focus of ours. That you can imagine that forest technology was developed for the timber industry. Well, guess what? That's not adequate for 21st century needs for forests. And to repopulate, you need to drive different growing habits, growing methodologies for trees. You need to cultivate and collect seeds, which are a huge shortage because we can't regenerate our forests on our own. own. And you need to pay attention to the First Nation in Canada or tribes here in the US that are experts really on our western forests, and work with them and drive rural prosperity in the process. And that's how you win every single time. You can't isolate climate without looking at the socioeconomic impacts. And then in addition to reducing the carbon and to removing it from the atmosphere, this is something I never believed when we started, but unfortunately I was wrong on this one. We have to react. We didn't solve the problem in that first decade, unfortunately. So we do need to adapt. We do need to derive better strategies for the consequences of climate change, which are disproportionately affected or disproportionately directed to low income and people of color. And so those communities we work with, for example, at the same time that we work with the government to say, why is it that we get to wildfires hours after they start, when the curve of a wildfire, if you get there in the first half hour, it doesn't spread. It's why? Because many states are using helicopters left over from the Vietnam War, and that is a quote. Not California. California is doing a much better job, but various states have the Blackhawks from. And they have 7 of them in one of our Northwest states. So no wonder we have this problem. We haven't invested in technology to not just prevent forest fires. Of course, we all want to do that. We want to have controlled burns. We want to have a different relationship with fire and our forests. But we certainly don't want the devastation of land and the loss of life that we've witnessed every season. Plus, if wildfires were a country that would rank behind China in terms of carbon emissions, all of the work we do with solar and EVs is canceled out every time we have an extreme wildfire season. So it's a carbon issue in addition to a social and a health obviously related issue. So that's where we're heading. Huge markets, really being able to work with different constituencies to drive social change and environmental progress is why we get up in the morning, and we do believe that that's the way you do build the most valuable companies on earth, and the ones that the folks at Haas here will work at and run someday and create next versions of their own. I'm very hopeful that will happen.
Amazing. Thanks, Sandy. How about you, Daniel? I'm sorry you have to go after that. It's remarkable.
Thanks. It was great. I mean, one of the wonderful things about
Nancy's going to
here.
fix everything. Your turn.
It's good to know, and learning tons. It's a real pleasure to be on this panel with a terrific group of investors, many of whom are co-investors. The first 2 speakers were actually co-invested with, or have invested with both Josh and Nancy over the years. First, Molly, I just want to say thank you to you for moderating, and a real huge expression of gratitude to Laura. Professor Tyson, along with Chancellor Christ and a number of other of the extraordinarily talented scholars and faculty at this institution are, I think, what makes, along with our students, Berkeley, I think it's for the 9th year plus running, the #1 public university in the world, according to U.S. News and World Report, and increasingly one of the most important voices for scholarship, science, and producers of talent and human capital in tackling some of the major challenges of the world, including, and importantly for this conference today, the climate challenge. So huge debt of gratitude to you, Laura, and your colleagues and the students here for the work that you're doing. So Angelino Group is a Los Angeles-based private investment firm that invests late-stage venture and growth equity in clean energy and climate solutions companies. Like a number of our colleagues here on the panel, we've been doing it for a while. We founded the firm in 2001, and so have been at it for about 22 years. We've led or co-led a little over $2.7 billion of investments in the space, inception to date, through our primary funds, and our co-investment vehicles at Angelino Group. In terms of your question, Molly, happy to get into more detail if it's interesting, especially to the students that are here, in our investment criteria and approaches and strategy as the panel discussion continues. But to your specific question about what's the state of play in capital markets, particularly private capital markets in the climate space, although there are some zigs and some zags, and we've heard from the previous panel about ESG backlash, it's not all forward movement all the time, but there is no question that the state of the union around private market investing in climate is a heck of a lot better today, for example, than it was when we founded Angelino Group 20 plus years ago. I think one statistic that's illustrative, at the end of 2021, private markets, again, there are various different estimates of this, but one estimate indicated that $105 billion had gone into private market investing around climate and climate-related businesses. That was up over 70% from what it had been 5 years prior. Last year, in what many of you know was a down market in the venture world, where venture investing in the aggregate was down 30%, climate-related investing was actually up approximately 4%. And last year, I think according to Bloomberg, there were 1,182 climate-related deals that got done. That's up from 600 deals the year prior. And just sort of on an anecdotal basis, and we don't have precise data on this, because it wasn't tracked as such. A lot of the language and vocabulary around investing in the low carbon economy that we use today didn't exist 20 years ago in the institutional marketplace. But just from our perspective, I think that number in when we started the firm was south of 100 companies. So last year, 1,182. So there is a lot more capital flowing into the space, but as we've heard from, I think as Colin referred to his co-founder from AG earlier today, a lot more needs to go into the space to get to the 4.5 trillion. And so we've got a lot more work to do and a lot more capital to mobilize.
Great.
I clearly lost the negotiation. Have to go last.
Sorry. You've been very patient, Jonathan.
Oh, no, please. I'm delighted to be here, and I would echo the thanks of the panelists, to Laura and Molly and others. So it's really nice to be here. A quick introduction. I'm Jonathan Garfinkel. I'm a longtime member of the team at TPG. TPG is one of the larger global alternative asset firms. We manage about $135 billion. And I am in my 25th year at the firm. Among the platforms at TPG is our impact platform, which we started in 2016 with the thesis that impact could be done at larger scale than it had been done up until that point. We created what we call the RISE Fund, which was a diversified $2 billion impact fund investing across financial inclusion, education, healthcare, and energy. What we discovered over the course of the first few years of the RISE franchise building is that the climate-related opportunity was considerably bigger than what could fit in a diversified $2 or $3 billion impact fund. And on the back of that realization, we went into the market in early 2021 to raise an adjunct fund which would be dedicated to climate so that we could give our investor base the opportunity to be in a diversified fund and or in a climate-specific fund. The opportunity set that we were seeing was not just in number of deals, but the size of the capital requirements that we're all echoing here is just extraordinary. So we were a bit lucky with timing and a good story, and so we got into the market in early 21. We raised a $7.3 billion private equity fund dedicated to climate, which we call TPG Rise Climate, which is constituted by among the largest institutional investors around the world, along with about 28 corporations, big blue chip companies that came into the fund as LPs, which was a reasonably unnatural act, but they did it to have the opportunity to take advantage of the window into the market, which is moving so quickly, that we can provide. So it's now about 18 months into that journey. We've invested approximately half the fund, so a little over $3 billion, coming up on $3.5 billion of capital deployed across 15 investments. And we have a pipeline which would suggest that there's a lot more to come. As far as where we focus our effort, it's great to be with my fellow panelists here who, on balance, focus a little earlier stage. We looked at the market and said there's a strong venture ecosystem, there's a strong infrastructure ecosystem, but what was missing from our perspective as a private equity firm was the private equity piece of that, which is really to help scale these companies, which as they come through those binary risks and retire those binary risks, they move into that engineering and scaling phase. And I kid that in this world, everything comes in $300 million increments. Everything costs $300 million. And that's a lot of capital. So our fund is designed to address what I think was some of the problems with Cleantech 1.0, this so-called valley of death, right, where the capital wasn't available. And I think early days, and don't want to put the victory flag up at all because it's way too early, but our thesis that this capital requirement is a thing in the market seems to be sort of playing out. Now, Molly, to your question about what's happening in the market more broadly, and I would echo some of your comments, the momentum is very obvious between the private investing world. Obviously, the IRA and government support really globally is extraordinary, and I hope we get to talk about that. We would argue it's not nearly enough. So if you just look at, it sounds like a $4.5 trillion number was put out. Let's just use 5 trillion as I've seen the numbers much bigger than that, but let's just say 5 trillion a year for decades to come is going to be required. A reasonable estimate of how much of that would be invested from the private markets would be a third-ish. So that's $1.5 trillion a year. The entire private equity and debt markets, private equity and private debt markets in 2021 was 1.1 trillion. This sector arguably needs 1.5 to 2 trillion in and of itself. So we are at the early incarnations of the capital formation that's going to need to be required here. And all due respect to all of us, but we can only do about this much. We've got a long way to go. So lots of green shoots, but early innings.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I appreciate the level set because it's true. You hear $105 billion going in and up 70%, and you're like, that's fantastic. And yet it's an order of magnitude less than what we need right now. I want to pick up on what you said. 100% I'm going to get to the IRA and the importance of that enabling early stage investment. But let's talk about LPs, because I think anybody in some version of venture knows that ultimately, if you want things to happen, it's the LPs, it's the investors who give us their money to invest on their behalf, who actually drive the majority of this change. So I would love to get a sense from you about what LPs are thinking, who is coming in, who has not before, and what you're seeing kind of at that stage. Jonathan, I'm going to let you go first, but I want, from here out, we can be a little bit of a scrum. We don't have to go in order every time.
So, complicated question. So I get to go first on this one.
Yep. you seem cool. I think you can handle it.
We'll see.
She likes you, Molly. She does.
Great. So the LP market, I think, is going on the journey along with all of us. And this journey is happening, just as a quick aside, it is everywhere, okay? We'll all relate to this. Search firms, investment banks, consulting firms, higher education, everybody is figuring out how to slot this in. How many times have you gotten on a call with a search firm to look for a CEO of a climate company and they show up with their industrials person and their technology person, right? Because they don't have a climate person, not yet. It's like technology in 1997 when I came out of college. You could go talk to people like Kodak, but they were not going to be the Elon Musks, right? Mm-hmm. So in the LP community, what we've observed is that they have their private equity bucket, they have their venture bucket, they have their infrastructure bucket, and there may still be an energy bucket, maybe. So what we're trying to do is with them sort of figure out where this sits. And then once you get the industry orientation, you then have to move into the risk-reward orientation and figure out where the assets sit within that, recognizing that the type of companies that we're all investing in will graduate down the risk-reward spectrum from venture, private equity to infrastructure. But even when they get to infrastructure, they're not traditional infrastructure. They're not going to be ports and toll roads. They're going to have lots of different elements that make them unique. So you have all those dynamics. And then if you push a little further into it, the LP community, like all of us, is also trying to figure out how green is green and what they're willing to do on transition. Because it's very easy to just say we're green. But I think we can all tell you, we could do 22 panels on this over a long period of time, that it doesn't work without transition. And this is something that we're trying to figure out in real time, is what is the right way to play that? And how do you define transition? Because people have very different definitions of what is blue LNG, what is carbon capture on a coal plant, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that's a little window into the journey that we're on with our investors as we all are forming up this market together.
I would love, Nancy, please jump in from the impact side too. How are investors thinking about what you've been doing for so long, and then also the impact part of that?
Well, I think it's a rising tide lifts all boats. I mean, when we started, people hated the concept. We struggled. It took us like 2.5 years to raise a $75 million fund. And the Ford Foundation was our first investor for a whopping $2 million. And banks, funnily enough, became our underpinning because we're place-based investors. We care what happens to Fremont when Toyota closes the plant. I mean, we're very oriented towards economic development goals intersecting with climate goals. And so that happened to fit into the mandate of banks, the Community Reinvestment Act obligations they had. Otherwise, we wouldn't have raised that first fund, and we clawed our way to that 75. Fast forward to today, our fourth fund, which was a $600 million fund raised during COVID from my breakfast table and my partner's living room by Zoom, which we never thought would happen. That was oversubscribed, as was our previous fund in 2015. So clearly something happened from that first effort till today. And I would say that LPs recognize that this is not a fad. This is that people want to do what we all want to vote, and we need to be civically engaged. It's not enough. We have to engage our investments into this environmental improvement and social change. And so that started to become very popular. But of course, it didn't happen until Tesla went public, or Solar City went public, or you began to see real money being made on the part of LPs. And so I think all of us here who are, we're on Fund 4, I mean, we're all on multiple generations of funds. People have now been able to make attractive returns in this field. There's absolutely no sacrifice. I'm sure this is a room of the converted, but to just 10 years ago, you still had to defend yourself that you were actually going to make them money if you invested in the energy transition. So I think it's all mainstream now. It's being attacked, certainly, but we see our LPs are just like traditional venture funds. We might have a little more faith-based. We might have more foundations, family offices. But we certainly drive pensions and endowments, and the regular mix. And I would say that in that 2008 period, when we raised our second fund, got to hand it to the public pension funds, who many years ago invested in emerging managers that did not look like Sand Hill Road, and the fact that they wanted to support women in venture capital in that 2010 timeframe is one of the reasons that I'm here.
Amazing.
Yeah, if I could just jump in some more. So one of the other things to elaborate on something said earlier, I would say the specialty of climate isn't so much a specialty. I mean, one of the things that we see and we think of is climate is really every sector of venture. It just happens to be what you're doing with it. So we invest in software companies, hardware companies, fintech companies. There's amazing tools you can bring to bear. It's all climate. And so, well, when it is climate. And but it's hard to call that a specialty. So when you're dealing with LPs, one of the things we found, especially significantly early on, it's becoming a sort of more mainstream, as Nancy was saying, to have climate as a regular, venture grade asset class. But in the earlier days, when we were raising our first funds, it was almost always there was someone pulled in from the real assets group because, you need an energy person? But VCPE groups have no idea how that works. So go grab someone from real assets. Meanwhile, they take one look at what you're doing and they're like, that looks risky. I think I could just put money in wind and solar and call it a day. Like if they're not, conventional energy real asset people. So that's been transitioning, and so we're oddly enough still sort of bucketed, sometimes jointly underwritten between those two kinds of teams, especially at the big institutional LPs. But the other thing I would observe, especially starkly last year as the infrastructure bill got passed and the IRA got passed, is I think the LP community follows literally everyone else. So the way observing over the last decade how kind of climate sentiment has evolved, it's really the public first. People individually care about climate. And it's sort of slowly percolated into corporates taking social action, doing the right thing, making climate pledges, that sort of thing. And then eventually the government got into it, legislated some policies, got some big bills passed. And then eventually the LPs were like, oh, okay, so like everyone's in, and there's government subsidies, or there's incentives, there's infrastructure. We can be assured there's something, there's a path, there's something at the end of the bridge. So eventually they finally got in. So I would say late last year, it felt like something really broke loose in terms of that community. The dive in the public equities market has not been particularly helpful, denominator effect and whatnot. But it hasn't, in my direct view, has not really slowed people down from getting more and more active on the private side of venture and private equity. I mean, they see that the time constant, we're a 10-year fund. We invest in companies where the average time to exit is probably like 8 or 9 years. So people realize that now is probably one of the very best times to get into private equity and venture because the time constant's so long. You're going to jump right past, the public markets dip right now. It'll spring back in 2, 3, 4 years, whatever. I'm not a public equities person. But it's sort of different, especially at the earliest stage. Our companies in general are pre-revenue and almost, more often than not pre-product when we invest. And so it's going to take them a couple of years to get to a product and a few more years to scale some revenue. 5 years out, what's the world going to look like then? It's probably going to need a lot of the solutions that we're investing in today. So that's, good news for us, I suppose. And the most progressive LPs are beginning to develop very distinct climate practices internally. And, it's actually totally fine by me that they're cross-functional with both real assets know-how and VCPE. So,
broadly speaking, Molly, to sort of answer your question, at least from one investor's perspective, over the last 20 years, in terms of the LP community, I suppose one could say we've seen sort of three chapters in the story. The first chapter in the story was institutional investors viewing investing in this space, frankly, as antithetical to returns, that you would have to sacrifice returns as an impact investor, or it wasn't even referred to back then as a clean tech investor. The second phase, probably, which entered the institutional mainstream, in the last 10 years, is that maybe it's possible for institutional investors to make investments in this space without being concessionary, that they can get market-based returns. The third chapter, which is really just beginning in the context of, sort of 21st century institutional investing, is that not only do you not have to be concessionary, but it turns out that by investing in companies like our colleagues here on this panel are doing, that are tackling the world's largest challenges, you can actually generate superior risk-adjusted financial returns. And we're entering that third chapter in sort of the arc of institutional, at least from our perspective. I was having a little, intercession conversation with the sitting chairman of the investment committee of CalSTRS, one of the largest public pension funds in the world, who was sharing with me, I hope I'm not outing you here, but that, Bill, but that he actually has a slide that I was going to look at later that shows research that CalSTRS has looked at, that in their public market investing, they've been able to minimize risk and drive alpha by looking at factors that consider, for example, climate. And so that is a paradigm shift in the way in which institutional investors and LPs potentially will view investing in the space. And again, there will be zigs and zags and bumps along the road, and we've heard about the ESG backlash and the fact that certain large firms have excised the word, the acronym ESG from letters to their investors this year. But generally speaking, there appears to be a greater recognition in the institutional investment world that we can generate superior risk-adjusted returns as we make this transition from a low-efficiency, high-carbon world to a high-efficiency, low-carbon world.
I'm somewhat fond of saying that anytime you're investing in a market with a total addressable market of an entire planet, it seems like you should be able to make some money. I am not trying to be callous here, but just the law of large numbers being what it is.
Just one thing that happened yesterday, which I think is hopeful when we talk about the ESG, is that President Biden did veto a bill that would have not allowed you from public investments to consider social, economic, and environmental consequences. So
I want to, there are multiple, I want to move to the section of the panel where we talk about traps. And certainly ESG becoming a central tenet of the culture war is unquestionably a trap. But there are a couple I want to get to before that. One is that we are seeing, we've talked about public, private, there's going to be a conversation about federal and government dollars as well. And so the infrastructure bill and the IRA are huge tailwinds for this industry. And also for those of us who were around for Clean Tech 1.0, potentially a trap. Because we could see a situation where businesses form on the backs of subsidies and cannot survive without those subsidies. And so I wonder how this panel is thinking about these investments that are enabling. I talked to a crypto guy the other day who said, I'm thinking about coming into clean energy because of the IRA. And on the one hand, yay. And on the other hand, mayday. So I wonder how you're thinking about this sort of the good and the potential mayday here.
Well, I think that, again, it's such a big field, and one of the first thought papers we ever wrote at DBL, it's on our website, is the What Would Jefferson Do? Looked at the history of energy subsidies in our country, and we've always subsidized energy transitions, and the fossil fuel industry enjoys subsidies through the tax code at a rate that the IRA will sadly never reach. So just to set the facts straight there. So these, you have to engage. You're not going to win all the time, but certainly when Tesla in 2008, which was one of the times we almost went bankrupt, was struggling, and then the downturn happened, and the government was starting to bail out Ford and GM. We all remember that. I called up Nancy Pelosi and said, you've got to support the next generation of car companies, not just the incumbents. And that helped us on a loan that we were working on with the DOE. And obviously, Tesla was the first to pay back that loan. But that was a critical moment. And so to say that, and then the loan program, we were actually weren't part of that. We were part of the bailout, the auto loan pot of funds. And I see you do a much better job explaining this. But anyway, we have. You have to engage. I mean, policy is. I mean, look at agriculture. I mean, it's the Farm Bill is festooned with all kinds of subsidies for farmers, and so for us the trick is is to not depend on them entirely and to quickly develop a model that does not rely on them, but to be canny. I mean, and it's, I will say that some of the state subsidies are a lot easier to work with than the federal dollars for our asset class, because these are very tiny companies, and sometimes the expectations on the part of the DOE are for larger companies. And so the California Energy Commission, the California Public Utilities Commission, the California Air Resources Board, there are programs there that we have used to unlock grants and low interest loans, that go on to be company, that allow private capital to come in. And so that to us, like one of the first solar companies in the country, right here in Berkeley, Powerlight, was one of the first recipients of the California Energy Commission's solar grants, and went on to be acquired by SunPower, and is now a leading player in large solar industry. And Dan Sugar, who's now the CEO of Nextracker, which we invested in 2015, a solar tracking company, and then was spun. We had a really quick return when it was sold, and TPG Rise invested in it last year, and now it went public in this very difficult market, which is, my hat's off to them. Those are the kinds of, he still talks about that little tiny CEC grant as putting him on the road to being the solar champion and solar warrior that he is, and the jobs that he's created along the way are just innumerable. So,
and it's important framing to note that non-dilutive funding can be a huge part of building businesses, particularly when we're looking at early stage hardware, thinking I'm going to be diluted out 6 rounds from now, unless Jigger Shaw or the infrastructure bill or the IRA come in with a lot of non-dilutive funding. So how do you think about it from that perspective? Let's start, actually. Jonathan, I haven't heard from you in a minute. What are you doing down there? Get in here, buddy.
Struggling. No, look, I think just taking a half a step back, if you were a fly on the wall in our investment committee, looking at these companies that have, if we're talking about them, we have the view that they've retired these binary risks and they now need to scale. And it's always some version of, we make it for X today, we will make it for a lot less than X tomorrow, and the dirty version of whatever they make costs whatever, and what kind of green premium will the world bear for that ultimately. And trying to marry those two dynamics up is where all the action is. The government support as a bridge through that is enormously powerful. But if we don't see a path to it being sustainable without that, you just can't do it. And we see a whole lot of stuff. I've instituted a 24-hour sort of moratorium on making judgments on companies that we go to visit, because you always walk out of the room saying, this is amazing, these guys are going to save the world. And then you go home and you do the math, you say, okay, but this fuel that they're creating is going to cost the equivalent of $350 a barrel of oil. Yeah. And you go, who's going to pay for that? And the answer is no one. So in that vein, we look at the government support, because, by the way, it's like investment 101. Anything that requires government subsidies is a big no-no. So we have to be cautious, really cautious about this, and rely on it to the extent it's there, and to the extent, but see through it to a day where these companies can stand on their own 2 feet. Now, on the flip side of that, if you look at the map, you've probably all seen the map of where the dollars are going. It's predominantly red states, right? I am on my way to the board tomorrow of a company that's based in Lincoln, Nebraska. My other one is in Ames, Iowa. That's where the action is. It also means on any given day, you can see me scrambling through Denver International Airport to make a connecting flight, because it turns out there's no direct flights to Lincoln. So
Omaha has one.
One. Notice has,
I know
has
that one.
One, yeah. So look, we spend a lot of time with Jigger and the DOE, and all these programs are fabulous. Now everyone we meet with is in, the first thing out of their mouth is we are on application with the LPO. Like, it's like everybody's first 2 pages of their pitch book now. Those dollars are hard to come by, and they are complicated when you get them. Mm-hmm. So all this stuff, it's all moving in the right direction, but it is hard. It is complicated and it is hard. And the government, thank goodness they did what they did. It is terrific. But, and by the way, one last comment and then I'll zip it. The other thing I worry about is that the headline value on the IRA, the $380 billion or whatever number, is ridiculously low. It is ridiculously low, okay? They did the math. For example, we're invested in a big carbon capture and sequestration project. That's 45Q tax credits. They did the math based on the current amount of CO2 that's being sequestered. The whole point of the bill is to inspire massive volumes. The dollars that are going to need to be deployed, which thankfully the way they structured it will be deployed, are going to be well in excess of that. And hooray. But from a political standpoint, the cost of this thing is well in excess of what's advertised. So we just have to keep an eye on it as given the ugly political environment that unfortunately surrounds all this.
How are you thinking? I'm going to do early stage and then come to you later. How are you thinking about this at the early stage, especially this idea of a bridge that in some cases can keep a company alive or keep it alive when it shouldn't stay alive?
So the way I think of subsidies is kind of a multifold. So the kind of subsidies that we're talking about with like LPO money, that's deployment capital. So there's another kind of subsidy, which is sort of innovation subsidy. That's RPE grants, NSF, SBIR grants, even some from DoD. They have actually a surprising amount of money for things in the climate space. Those are catalytic in a really different kind of way. I mean, it's sort of call it a more high loss environment. They're not expecting everything to succeed, so they're willing to throw a bunch into very highly risky startups, and which is honestly where we play. And those are responsible in large part for getting companies off the ground and pointed in the right direction. And well, from an investor, putting my investor hat on, we're still going to put exactly the same filter on as Jonathan's putting on there, where there's no chance we're going to invest in something that it doesn't even have, a prayer of getting to cost parity with the fossil alternative, for example. On subsidies, like we're just not going to do that, and we have to guess, guess where things are going to be by the time they get to market and by the time it scales. But the other sort of rule of thumb we do is we do a 20-year look back in commodity markets. If you're making something and selling it into a commodity market, we're going to do a 20-year look back and make sure you're at least at cost parity with the low water mark, because that's in terms of pricing, because that's these are highly fluctuating markets. Something like carbon. Little more difficult. That isn't a good historical market. So we have our guess as to where things could go. But we also have a sense of where a ceiling is probably going to be long term. So 45Q is fantastic. That'll get things to scale. LPO money again will help companies get to scale. But in my mind, all of the deployment subsidies, not the innovation subsidies, but deployment subsidies are really meant to bridge a gap in the private markets of getting something to scale where it is economic ultimately. If that money is incapable of getting a company to scale where it's economic ultimately, those aren't funds well used, in my opinion. And that's not the most effective use. So again, as we're looking, we don't ever build those dollars into our investment calculus. Just like before they renewed, surprise, surprise, renewed the ITC and PTC back in the day. We just assumed those were going to go away on schedule. They were going to sunset on schedule. We assume everything in the IRA is going to sunset on schedule and not exist, past that date. And everything's got to stand on its own 2 feet by then. And so that's, I think, one of the things that was maybe a little bit challenged back in the prior clean tech rise and fall is there were a lot of very rosy assumptions on how those subsidies were going to be extended ad infinitum. And some were, some weren't. And that money did not keep flowing necessarily. So companies do need to stand on their own 2 feet. But I'd also mention, surprisingly, that looking across our portfolio, I think it's roughly half our portfolio has some grant money of some sort. No one's gotten an LPO loan guarantee yet, but lots have gotten either SBIRs or full RPE grants or plus ups or DoD DIU grants in the climate space, and those are incredibly helpful. But half haven't, and so the ones that haven't. This is actually the most exciting thing in my mind about a lot of the climate space. It's not just deploying wind and solar. People think of climate, it's like, I'm going to put up wind turbines, solar panels. We have companies in the portfolio that make things easier to deploy. We have boring software that controls power grids, and it will enable grids to absorb more energy from renewables without additional cost. It's cost reduction. I mean, it's amazing. Almost everything in our portfolio that, say, doesn't have a direct subsidy, somehow saves somebody money. It also happens to make the operations more efficient. Use less energy, drive fewer miles, pay less for fuel, get more miles per tank, whatever. That's just a win-win. It's a no-brainer. It's like back to classic venture capital. You're doing something, investing something that's going to save a big company money. Why wouldn't they adopt it?
Mm-hmm. I think that's right, but I think there's also a real benefit if you can marry your investment goals, and here in California, it's quite explicit, to policy goals, say electrification. I mean, Tesla, the very first revenues it ever had were from offsets for the zero emission vehicle credit from the California Air Resources Board. And they continue to drive those. So that was a critical goal of California, was to reduce emissions from transportation, obviously, and there was a policy fit there. And so we didn't know all the ins and outs of that, but we believed that that was a government priority that would help us. And today, I mean, Josh and I are in a company that is saying that trend toward electrification. All the coffee that you guys are drinking, because I see all these coffee cups, is basically a cup of carbon. I mean, not to be a Debbie Downer here.
Don't take this away from us.
Well, it's there's innovation, and the California Energy Commission are solving this problem. The roasting, I mean, there are a lot of, we can talk about it at the coffee break, but the roasting of coffee is natural gas driven and very centralized, and so unfortunately a huge carbon creator. So the electrification of coffee roasting can do a lot of great things to the carbon footprint of coffee. And so we went to the CEC, the California Energy Commission, that has a food production program towards electrification. Well, wow, is this a grant program we could apply for? And yet they did it one better. And this is the intersectionality I was talking about. They said, yeah, we want that, but we want to pay attention to low-income communities and people that are disproportionately affected by exposure to the particulates around a roaster, a coffee roaster. Well, they happen to be in West Oakland. And so what we did is we applied for a grant with the coffee roasters in West Oakland, who supply much of the coffee that roast much of the coffee you drink. And lo and behold, we got a $2 million grant. It's a tiny company. $2 million doesn't sound like a lot, but that's what launched the solar rooftop revolution 20 years ago with another CEC grant. So when you marry policy goals with your investment and find markets, there are 400 million cups of coffee a day consumed in the US. These are large markets, and people are passionate, obviously, about things like coffee and cars. That can be a very lucrative place to be, as well as drive social goals and environmental improvement.
Daniel, I'm going to have you jump in on this, but also sort of pick up on the next version of this, which is I do think that there's this is a great thing that you're pointing out, because there is a question in private markets about what is investable. Any given day on Twitter, you can actually see climate tech VCs just yelling at each other about how if you're just doing software, you are lazy, a coward, and you're not going to have any returns. And if you're just doing hardware, you're never going to make any money because it's going to take 15 years to deploy. It seems that this is a bit of unnecessary cannibalism, which maybe is also a hallmark of VC. But I wonder how you do think about investable categories for private markets. Daniel, I'm going to let you jump in first, since you didn't get to answer the last one.
Well, do you want me to tackle the last one, or just go straight into?
You can do both if you want.
Investable markets, okay.
You got time.
So in terms of the IRA, I mean, it's hard to argue that it's a insignificant piece of legislation. Many people have written about the fact it may be the most important piece of climate legislation in the history of the Republic. And $369 billion, or a number of investment banks have put a multiple on that number, is a significant number. Maybe, though, just one comment on that, maybe one of the least covered stories, and in part because it's hard to quantify, has less to do with the 369 and more to do with the signal that was sent to markets. When the federal government of the largest economy on the planet sends a very big signal that the train has left the station on a global secular shift to a low carbon economy, it is likely to ramify and have ripple effects among corporations, among capital markets, among entrepreneurs, among centers of innovation. And probably some brilliant Haas student could be writing a white paper about this right now on how to quantify those ripple effects. But those ripple effects go beyond the identifiable tax credit for a used EV, or the component of the legislation that will allow certain owners of certain homes to put solar on their roofs or other energy efficiency devices on a subsidized basis. So,
and can I piggyback on that and add that, does it also send the signal that the government, because governments are buyers, does it also send a procurement message, an offtake message, if you will?
Yes, and there's, at a subnational level, and we've seen it, through our leadership in the state of California, there are mandates that are going to trigger procurement. If we're not going to buy anything but electric vehicles in the state of California by 2030, imagine how that affects supply chains for governments that are buying mobility devices. So yes, there are a lot of implications, Molly, for that. Having said that, I would echo the sentiments that I think Jonathan and Josh made, that it just as one small investment firm, we do identify regulatory risk as one of a dozen or so factors when we're underwriting an investment. And we will generally not invest in a company if that company is dependent on its long-term viability on some form of government support. But the good news is that there are a lot of companies, and the investable universe is bigger than it's ever been, who have an economic value proposition for their customers that stands apart from any tax incentives. And some of the numbers that I think were mentioned in the keynote remarks when we started by Al, that we've gone from renewables, as an example, being not cost competitive, or being cost competitive for 5% of the planet, to now nearly 70% of the planet, and on its way to being cost competitive for 100% of the planet. That's economics and markets, and that's powerful.
Absolutely. And then how do you think about investability? And I'm not trying to drag us into this Twitter fight about hardware versus software, but I do wonder, assuming we have a big ecosystem of capital, are there places where where private dollars will feel more comfortable getting returns that they know they can count on, and are we fine with that?
There is no such thing as a return we know we can count on.
Excellent.
That's not our world.
And yet you'd be amazed at how many VCs I hear say that.
I think there's a deliberate ignoring of history when it comes to that.
Yep.
I mean, if you think about where early venture capital made a ton of money, I come from the semiconductor industry. That's where people made a ton of money, making semiconductors and chips and computers. That was the original venture capital world. It evolved into software over time, and obviously it's a lot easier to make money when your company makes 95% gross margins. Never mind the sales and marketing, but the margins are good. So
you don't count that.
No.
I mean, it's a portfolio construction issue.
Yes.
You don't want a whole portfolio full of Teslas in the early days, but you don't want just software either. I mean, the world's biggest, to Josh's point, these massive companies have a hardware element to them. So if you can get a win in hardware, you're going to have a really nice foundation to your portfolio, and then software can drive other kinds of returns. So we've always felt that you don't say yes or no just because it's software or hardware. You construct a portfolio where you think the hardware advantage is irreplaceable, that you can't really get to a climate goal without innovation, for example, in putting batteries in a car versus gasoline. So, I mean, but you certainly need to balance that exposure.
How are you thinking about that compared? And because we are seeing a lot of thesis-driven firms, without a doubt, come into the ecosystem. You know, we have a very a diverse ecosystem of climate tech investors, I think. Some are constructing well-balanced portfolios that include hardware and software. Others are saying we only do software. They really are. Some are saying we only do hard tech with a military focus specifically. And so I just wonder what the thoughts are generally about this sort of thesis approach to climate tech versus a sort of broader acceptance that maybe like every company does have a sustainability lens.
Well, I don't know about, for example, the investors that you talked about, the Yay/Mayday crypto investors that, but
I know a lot of bros. I'm just here to be their unfortunate mouthpiece a little bit, like.
We would tend to agree with what Nancy said. If you're looking at, and I think Josh would feel the same way. I'm curious, Jonathan, your take on it. Just energy, right? Which is only one part of the climate solutions landscape, but it's it's a $6 trillion vertical of the global economy, one of the largest verticals of the global economy. To address issues of energy transition, you need to invest in hardware and software. It's not just a software solution.
Yeah.
You need to, and so in our experience, some of our best returning investments have actually been investing in companies that make mission critical components that are part of subsectors that are experiencing very large scale secular growth, like wind, like solar. And so we look at both hardware and software.
I think Nancy said it well. This is an and, not an or. And we have gone to great lengths to characterize climate as a sector, the same way healthcare and technology are a sector. And we do that both because it helps the storytelling, but in practice, it's funny, when folks join our team, they all want to say, what is my lane? I want to be able to invest in X. And I say, the lane's okay, but it's mostly free swim because there's so much interrelationship. So you can decide that you're a hydrogen expert, fantastic. But if you don't understand green electrons, you can't possibly understand green hydrogen. You have to mush that all together. So we have deliberately built a team and an IP base that covers the sector broadly and to create a balance. And there's natural tension in this, but we're sort of managing that tension between generalist climate and then specific within climate, whether it's fuels, materials, energy, carbon markets, et cetera. And the other thing, Molly, that may be interesting for the audience is we at TPG, we created an independent enterprise that we call Y Analytics, which is our impact assessment team. And so every investment that we undertake goes through two underwritings. It goes through financial underwriting and it goes through an impact underwriting. And that's a deliberately independent group because we can't have it where they're influenced by the deal teams whose job it is in some respects to be persuasive. What comes out of those joint underwriting exercises is really, really interesting. Sometimes it's very obvious, sometimes it's less than obvious. So for example, we got approached by a lot of the autonomous vehicle companies. Who doesn't want to talk about that, right? It's so interesting. I've got a fabulous video of my wife in the back of a Cruise driving like 2 in the morning in San Francisco, screaming her head off because there's no one driving the car. But when you put that through our impact test, which is done on what we call a carbon yield, so think about it as carbon abatement per dollar invested. The answer is that autonomous vehicles there's not much additionality relative to electric vehicles themselves. And in fact, arguably, cars can drive a little closer together when they're autonomous. That means more cars on the road. That means more carbon emissions by virtue of building more cars. That means fewer people on public transportation. So not investable. For us in our fund, they may be terrific investments, but for our fund, we walk away from it. And we go through some version of that assessment every time, and it's really illuminating. It's one of the things that makes my job a lot of fun, including, by the way, when we come to a conclusion that the entrepreneur that we're talking to inevitably disagrees with, putting the entrepreneur on the phone with our impact team, fascinating. Because it's all, it's a lot of judgments, but our work is generally grounded in a lot of hard research, and we watch them go at it. And they walk away, even if they disagree with our conclusions for why their company is uninvestable for our pocket of capital, they got something from the experience. And that, as we can all tell you, this is a repeat game, right? As a mentor of mine likes to say, you meet everyone twice in life. So keeping that interaction healthy and rigorous and intellectually grounded has been an important tool for us.
Let's talk a little more about the ecosystem. In fact, on our prep call, we talked a lot about how this panel really represents some of the life cycles of investment. I know many of you have already co-invested. How important is it, I think, especially now since we are, even though it's starting to branch out, we are still talking about climate-specific funds or climate-specific theses. How important is it, and where do you see the gaps in the sort of startup life cycle? Like, is the valley of death early? Is it later? Is there enough growth? Is there enough adaptation and resilience? Like, what do we need in this ecosystem to make sure that these founders have a place to land kind of all along the journey? I'm gonna this is perfect, actually. Let's start with you, Joshua.
Sure. And
you think there's not, and just to reiterate, you think there's not enough capital at early stage right now?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I mean, I think there could be more. I think the one thing that we could use significantly more of is more sort of seasoned specialists, though, especially at the earlier stage. So the way I see sort of the venture world, and I think you were going to probably get to this later anyway, but in terms of generalists versus specialists, at the earliest stage, especially when companies are just developing their products, they haven't launched yet, there's no proxy for customer market fit. It's, I'm building this product, I'm going to sell it to them. What do you think? Like, well, maybe I think something, maybe I've seen this show a few times, but it's really, I'm a specialist at this point within the general climate space. I'm not an ultra narrow specialist, but within the space I operate, I have a pretty good idea of where things are going to sell. So I think it gives a particular edge, and it's something that we could definitely use more of, and would probably encourage more capital to come into the earlier stage, is to have more people who are sort of specialists. You look at people who are like enterprise SaaS, seed stage investors, they've seen that show 1,000 times also. They really understand. We have a handful of enterprise SaaS companies, but they're all like hardcore energy. They sell to utilities or companies in very specific ways that we've seen before. So we can sort of say, look, we understand probably better than you what your go-to-market is. We have a pretty good idea. We can underwrite this. The later stage you go, the more, traction you've got with whatever product you've got customers, you've got revenue, you've got a business model, you've got profits. You can actually look at it like a holistic business, and then the need for being an ultra specialist, declines a little bit. So you can, I think that's why we're seeing a lot of later stage capital available out there, and not as much early stage capital. Or actually, one of the most, I'd say, in my world right now, the biggest valley of death is I've got a product, it just launched, it's in the very early days of scaling, they need money to scale it. Mm-hmm. And there's not enough traction to say it's scaling exponentially, but it's definitely past the seed stage. So now you're running into this sort of little bit of a valley of death. So I think it's slowly getting plugged, but that's the current one I see.
Interesting.
I would say that we're in so much better shape, and I'll just use the example I gave earlier. When we invested in the solar tracking company Nextracker, there was no TPG Rise at that point, and we needed, because it was a hardware, although software was both. We had to manufacture these big tracking systems for solar farms, and we couldn't find anyone to invest, and so we sold the company. We sold it to Flextronics, and it was a wonderful payday for the investors, but it wasn't really what the entrepreneur wanted long term. And so now today there's late stage capital that takes the talent and the business that entrepreneur built and gets it into the public market, which is really where he wanted to be, and now he's able to inspire a whole new generation. So I think that's a great example of something that was weak 8 years ago is now much better in terms of where we can take our companies when it's time, when we don't have the capital to continue supporting them. What's a mess, and Colin said it in the first panel, and it just is a real source of worry for me, is the lack of knowledge and ability to jump into emerging markets. Because again, I'm proud of the little role I've played in helping move the world to electric vehicles, but it doesn't matter if we don't fix the developing world and we don't allow the developing world to develop its economy, a clean economy, on its own terms and with its own technologies. And I find that's the hardest sell, is to get people to invest in those kinds of companies. We do it for a mission reason, but we end up having to go to ultra high net worth individuals to fund the company when they should be really bread and butter for any climate fund, because it's your children, your grandchildren that will pay the price if we don't nurture the developing world in a way that honors its history and builds a future for their kids and grandkids.
I want to be mindful of our time. We're about a minute over, but I do want to give you a chance, each of you, in about 30 seconds to answer this kind of, where do you see the valleys of death and the opportunities for more capital to come in quickly? Daniel, I'll start with you. Lightning round.
And then we're done. Okay.
You'll be free.
Okay, but I just want to end on sort of one positive note. So I'll try and squeeze both into this 30 seconds. It's going to be ambitious.
It's up to Laura, really, at this point. Okay.
So where is capital needed? I mean, this is actually, there's been some research done on this. There is a more knowable answer to that question based on rigorous analytics. But where capital is flowing by stage, by dollar amount, by company. Again, there's some research and work on this from various third-party institutions that many people in this room may subscribe to, but more work probably needs to be done on that. Anecdotally, we have a highly imperfect and highly flawed database that we use internally for illustrative purposes that shows where capital is flowing across the clean energy and climate tech landscape. When we founded the firm, I think there were probably a handful of purpose-built, it wasn't even called climate-focused investing, it was largely called energy tech-focused investors. And then, today we have a database globally. That number is up to about, I think, 185. If you look at the 185, it tends to fall on a barbell. A lot on the early stage side, seed and early stage side, and then increasingly, and this is a new and very interesting and potentially exciting phenomena, a lot more on the late stage buyout side. When we founded the firm, there were few large asset management firms that were focused on this space. Now, over the last 36 months, it's hard to pick up a financial periodical and not read about a large asset management firm that hasn't launched a multi-billion-dollar fund somehow connected to decarbonization, ESG, sustainability. And that has created exit opportunities and growth capital opportunities for companies that didn't exist. A third door to walk through in addition to IPOs and trade sales that didn't exist, and that's an exciting development. I guess I would just, punctuate the remarks with one observation and then a hope, frankly, to express particularly to the students that are here today for this conference. The observation really is that the conditions precedent to mobilize finance into this space have arguably never been better, at least in the history since we've been around doing this, than they are today. And three numbers are illustrative. One of them we mentioned today. One is 1,182, another one is 90%, and the third one is 10x. 1,182 we talked about already. The universe of investable companies, entrepreneurs that are seeking to build businesses, has never been bigger, at least again in the last 20 years that we've been doing this, than it is today. 90%. The global consensus around the importance of investing in the space has also arguably never been greater than it is today. I think 3 years ago, something like 14% of global GDP was committed to net zero. That number, as of the end of last year, is 90%. 90% of global GDP is signed up to net zero commitments. And then the third number is 10x. And this is based on some research, based on some curiosity of some of our analysts at our firm. In the history of the energy sector, since the Industrial Revolution, I think the steam engine was created in 1712 or something like that, and which is often or commonly referred to as sort of the early days of the Industrial Revolution. We as a planet have consumed something like 500 quads, this is through the end of Q4 of 2022, 500 quadrillion BTUs of energy. Pick your analysis, McKinsey, IEA, BCG. If we're going to get to net zero by 2050, this gets back to the sort of speed and scale conversation that was, that our former vice president introduced at the beginning of the day. If we're going to get to net zero by 2050, we're going to need, just in renewables as an example, to produce the same number of quads, roughly, that were produced in 300 years in the next 30 years. So the same amount of primary energy will need to be produced at 10x the rate it was since the Industrial Revolution, just to solve for the energy piece of decarbonization. So the conditions are precedent to mobilize capital and finance in this space in a way, arguably, that it's a case of first impression and better than it's ever been before. The hope message was just to say, especially to all the students in the room, because we're talking about a lot of wonky and very interesting and important climate finance and investing statistics and data and observations. But one hope for all of you is that you invest in the relationships with each other, in your classes, across the university, with your faculty. Just on a personal note, my co-founder of Angelino Group, I met when we were roommates hundreds of yards from where I'm sitting today. And Laura Tyson was my Econ 101 professor as an undergraduate at UC Berkeley. And today, we're blessed to have her as a member of our board of advisors at Angelino Group and work with our portfolio companies. But the relationships that each of you can build with each other, smart, talented, wonderful minds to address this issue over the decades to come, our hope for you is that you will build and invest in those relationships because amazing things can come from them. Thanks,
That's
Molly.
remarkable. I think we got to end it there, Jonathan. I'm sorry.
Just give me 30 seconds.
He wants 30 seconds. Yes, Jonathan. Rising to the challenge.
I'll skip the capital flowing thing. We can answer that offline. But I just want to build on these really important and powerful points that you made. The call to action for this room is that this is a generational opportunity for you from a career standpoint.
Yes.
Okay, this is like graduating from whatever in the late 90s and having the opportunity to join Google, Meta, blah, 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 blah.
Mm-hmm.
So, and we can tell you there is a dearth of talent in the market today. So this is an extraordinary career opportunity. That's why I was very quick to want to join this group, because this is the call to action.
Remarkable. Everybody in the pool. Thank you to this incredible panel.
Really enjoyed being on this panel with you. Good job. Well done, yeah.
and they talk about how they measure it. So just there's a list of references. It's not, there are lots of other things one could have put on it. These were things that really compelled me when I was putting together this meeting. So everyone, enjoy lunch, and we'll be promptly back at 1.
Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2, 3, 4.
You'll have to bring up the
For music?
This is Zoom.
Oh, that's Zoom.
Anything related to the computer. So you'll have to bring that up to hear me.
Check 1, 2.
I can hear you.
Great.
check one, check two.
I hear you.
Check one, check two. Did you hear me respond? Okay.
Check one, two.
Is that? Check one, two.
Check 1, 2. 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 Check 1, 2.
I needed. Oh, thank you. I'm
2 minutes.
2 minutes? Okay, then where are the mic folks? The AD people.
Is right there.
Oh, you're good. Thank you. We've got 1 minute, everybody. 1 minute before we're coming back to our seats, please. 1 minute, please, everybody, before we come back to our seats, please. I have to earn my lunch.
Yes. Okay. Get going for my meeting.
Yeah, well, so good to meet you in person, and we're building something here.
Yes,
so I'm thrilled, and we'll be in touch then. Celia, thanks so much for making the effort to get over here. Pardon me? I got the mic. Would you like folks back now?
Yes.
Okay. All right, everyone, we are getting started, please. We are getting started. We start back here and we say, we're getting started. Please find your way. Find your way, please, everyone. Thank you. I get to tell Colin to get back to his seat. When are we going to talk about Nordic companies at any time, Colin? I'll talk happily until the day's end here. Okay, we're getting started again, please, everyone. Kindly take your seats. Kindly take your seats, please. Kindly take your seats. I don't care if you're a former Haas student who's doing so much in the world, Adrian. You have to take your seat, too. We're all equal here. Everyone, please kindly take your seats if you would. Hi, Will.
All right.
See, look at how Will Rosenzweig here, one of our star faculty, has taken his seat. He's ready to go. Everybody, let's model Will here, please. Kindly take your seats, please, everyone.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for getting to your seats. Thank you for Robert, one of the key assets of our Institute for Business and Social Impact, head of the Center for Responsible Business, and the Nordic Initiative on the UC campus. If anyone, yes, the Nordic Initiative.
The Nordics, Colin, we'll talk about the Nordics.
The Nordics lead the way on climate, as I think many of us know. So, and Robert is making sure we follow their progress. Okay, we are on time. We are now turning to mobilizing finance for sector solutions in real assets. We will look at some food, some forests, some infrastructure, and it's a sector focus this time around. And it's going to be, the moderator is Matthew Potts. He's the Chief Science Officer of Carbon Direct. He also is a faculty member on the campus and a colleague of mine at the Blum Center. David Chen, the CEO of Equilibrium Capital, who's taught for us at Haas. Jeff Briggs, Managing Director of New Forests. I know of New Forests through Daniel Weiss and Angelino Grove and its importance in the world of forestry. And Maria Woodman, Principal of Rock Creek. Rock Creek Group is a company that I've been involved in for many years in Washington, D.C., making decisions on climate, decisions on gender, and headed by a former World Bank treasurer. So it's a great panel, and I'm going to turn it over to them.
We don't get the special. Oh, it's hot up here.
It is warm up here, huh?
Oh, man. Well, I can be quite confident that nobody's going to fall asleep after we're all brought in here. But really great to be here. Sort of great to be back at Berkeley. Talking about what makes Berkeley great. Talking to the students. Just the opportunities here. Being a professor and then being able to take a couple years to sort of start a company or work with a group of great, amazing people to sort of think about how to tackle climate change has been an amazing opportunity for me to put climate into action, meet a whole new universe of people, interact with them. So really excited to be here.
to sort of set the stage, we've already sort of alluded to it in many sections. I think the IPCC report that came out on Monday, sets the stage well and really speaks to the role that food and forests, or more broadly land, something I've thought about for most of my 2-decade career. How we manage it, how we use it, who gets the benefits from it are going to be essential to solving the climate crisis. Things we've been hearing, but they become more certain. We're experiencing them in terms of the impacts of climate change on food and water scarcity. How do we think about making food available across the global south as it continues to grow? How do we think about that resource use? One thing I want to pull out from the report, it really underscores the need for active and rapid engagement in the land sector, noting that most global pathways, model pathways, land use change and forestry reach net zero early in emissions earlier than buildings, industry, and transport sector. And that's sort of a realism, whether we think about in terms of emissions reductions or the budding industry and carbon removal. We'll hopefully get to talk about some of the ways that forests and land can be used for reducing or avoiding emissions. But they're also enablers for many emerging technologies. We were just having a very spirited discussion about SAF, sustainable aviation fuel, over lunch, and sort of thinking through where you have to marry the traditional expertise that maybe Jeff and I bring with the infrastructure, the technology, the emerging stuff that's out there. And the other point before I really want to let our panel get into this and jump into it is that the biggest opportunities, at least in the short term, in terms of economic mitigation potential, are in sort of conservation, improved management and restoration of forests and other ecosystems, and what has been already brought up today, just stopping or reducing deforestation very, very rapidly, something that we've really failed as a global community over the past decades. I mean, I can think about this back from working in a sustainable forestry project in Malaysia. This wasn't a RED project or a deforestation project, just the challenges that remain, which will be something we really bring up in terms of the infrastructure problem. This is really about capacity. This is about doing the simple things better, or injecting new processes into things we've been doing for decades. So really, really excited to get to start this conversation with the panel. First, I'm gonna let David introduce himself, share some opening remarks, maybe talk a little bit about what he does at Equilibrium Capital.
Well, thank you. And first and foremost, I did go to this campus as an undergrad, and pandering to the audience, these are Berkeley socks. Got the bear? All right. Now that we got started on the right foot.
No pun.
Tin for winners and winners. We founded Equilibrium in 2008, and we founded it primarily to be an investor in sustainable infrastructure. And we also did a couple of other things early on that I think set the tone for how we think about ourselves. We defined sustainability not with the word responsibility, but we defined the word sustainability with the fact that it is an inefficient capital market. It's mispriced information, and therefore, if we see something that others don't, we should presumably be able to get alpha out of that. And then the third thing that we did was to recognize that if we could be successful in packaging that and executing on that story, that this was an institutional conversation, and that we would position and present sustainability as long-tail risk. And therefore, for an institution, especially pensions that had horizons of 20, 30 years in terms of their fiduciary obligation, that what you were worried about and should be worried about are the management of risk and opportunity within long-tail risk. So we operate at this point 2 primary portfolios in that sustainable infrastructure rubric. One is in the area of food and ag, and the second one is in the area of what we call carbon transition infrastructure. Specifically, how do you create fuel molecules from non-fossil sources, specifically, generally, food waste and farm waste conversions to molecules. Within ag and food, our first portfolio, someone said it earlier in the panel that we kind of screwed up, so we're in many ways past the mark the demarcation point for just merely using reduction and rechanneling of our carbon emissions. We're now in the world where we have to do all the above, of which one of them is climate adaptation. All right, and I like to say that ag and food is ground zero for climate change, climate risk. Said another way, it's really hard to move a hunk of land. All right, and if you think about land-based agriculture, there are two factors from climate that we have to be worried about. Neither of them very good. One is that climate, we tend to think of it as a monotonic curve up to the right, all right? You know, it's getting hotter, it's getting more humid, it's getting more of whatever. But for ag, the real issue is weather also becoming a highly and increasingly volatile interday, interseasonal phenomenon. And so not only are you angling the wrong direction, are you in fact managing crops and growing of things within a highly volatile, you know. If you think about it, during the 80s, the one big invention in finance was measuring the volatility of markets and then assessing risk to that and pricing. I'm going to say that over the course of the next few years, we're going to realize that weather volatility is going to be the thing that will actually most impact us, more so in some ways than the monotonic curve. And you know the old joke, you get three farmers together over a cup of coffee in the morning and within 10 seconds they're going to talk about the weather. And that's because the weather determines the quality and the quantity of what you produce. And it is a systematic risk and you don't get to control it. And so our portfolio that we build in this area is in the area of controlled environment agriculture, which presumes that weather is in fact becoming more volatile, that the input costs are something that we have to make more productive, specifically energy, water, nutrients, and that the land or the specific geographic climate that we're operating in is becoming increasingly volatile and in some cases hostile. And so how do we care and create a food system in that kind of environment? The other portfolio that I mentioned, the food and farm waste to energy, that one's in some ways so much more easy to understand. But both of them, that's where we live. And so our portfolios are built, approximately 20% of our capital goes into growth equity, and about 80% of our capital actually goes into the actual building of the facilities and infrastructure. And so in that way, we are very much predominantly a real assets investor.
Turn it over to Jeff. Great, thanks, Dave. So as I walked up here from downtown along the path, past Douglas fir, live oak, coastal redwoods, so I did some quick research on the Google machine. Cal actually has 279 species on campus here, 22 oaks, 22 pines, Australian species, Tasmanian species. Why am I telling you this? Just look around. Look out the windows. Got to see the forest through the trees. Proverbially. Trees are the OG of direct air capture. Let that sink in, it's true. You don't get to net zero without not only maintaining where we are today, globally with our forestry acreage, but actually converting acreage back to forests. So it's an important aspect of how we solve this problem for decarbonization. But only $100 billion of the roughly $4 trillion in private equity is actually allocated to forestry as an asset class. As Dave mentioned, pension funds are very similar to our main investors as well, very long-lived, non-correlated, low vol, inflation hedged, long-lived, duration matching as well for their liabilities. And so when they think about investing, they want those long-term solutions, which is really what forestry is. We're very focused worldwide, $7 billion of AUM, really focused around the world, Southeast Asia, Africa, very strong in Australia, New Zealand, and then in the US as well. We happen to be the second largest private forestry landowner in California, behind Sierra Pacific, a lot of property up around the Shasta area. One of the things that Laura has mentioned in her guidance in this discussion has been speed, scope, and scale. And the ability to deploy large pools of capital is what's necessary to solve these problems. And what that requires is returns for investors. Because investors are not NGOs, they're not in the nonprofit world. They have to make real returns for real money investments to actually meet their liabilities that they have to pay out their pension solutions or their investor solutions over time. And so when you think about deploying capital, the forestry market and what we do is very critical to that, because we can deploy large pools of capital in large tracts of land, in large transactions, and they are real returns. And so we really try and focus on blending traditional forestry returns with carbon. We are the largest carbon offset seller in the California market. We've done a variety of projects, not only as a merchant, but also as an advisor as well. The compliance offset market is a huge and vitally important market. And yes, you know, it's the elephant in the room sometimes. Oil companies do buy carbon offsets, but what I had a discussion with some folks earlier this morning is the problem that got us into this is the people that are going to get us out of this. They have the capital, they have the balance sheets, they have the cash flow, and whether it's access to technology, whether it's access to, you name it, they've got the capital, and so they're going to help solve this problem. And so with that, I'll turn it over there.
Great, thanks, Jeff. And thank you, Laura and Megan and the rest of the team here. This has been a really great day so far. The energy has been phenomenal. This is a great group that is organized, and I'm very grateful to be here. A special shout out to the Wrangler, who's been getting us all back to our seats on time. I feel like, yes. I feel like I'm so rarely at a conference where that happens, and so props to you. This is great. So first, I'll start with a little bit about Rock Creek. So we are a global investment manager. We have about $15 billion in money that we manage on behalf of institutional clients, think endowments, pension funds, foundations. You can largely think of Rock Creek, and historically Rock Creek as an asset manager, right? Allocating money on behalf of our clients into mandates that matter to them. Sustainability has always been core to that mandate, I think, and that a lot of that has to do with the DNA of our founder, Alsane Beschloss, who was the treasurer and CIO at the World Bank and saw how important it was to sort of mobilize global capital, especially in spaces that traditional finance might not necessarily be yet equipped to do. And so that has transcended the 20 years that our firm has been in place. I'm actually part of a slightly different part of the Rock Creek team, though. We have recently stood up a direct investing platform. So alongside our asset management capabilities, a lot of that DNA and that knowledge and expertise around some of these niche mandates like sustainability, we've realized that there's actually a huge opportunity for direct investing. So investing in companies, technology solutions that we think are material to the transition that we all need in order to reach the climate goals that we have. And so that's part of the team that I'm with. I'm actually a sort of energy transition person by background, so you might be thinking, why am I on stage with these folks who invest in real assets? Because I neither invest in real assets. We are mostly focused on investing in companies, both sort of venture to growth equity through a number of vehicles, but also kind of have been focused on the energy transition historically in my career. And so I would offer a few thoughts on that I think we'll get into a little bit further as we get on into the panel. And so the first is, I think, a theme that we've touched on a number of times in the prior panels, but I think we'll dive deeply into on this panel, which is that the climate problem is an infrastructure problem. Right? We are not going to software our way out of the climate crisis. We are not just talking about bits and bytes. We are talking about atoms and molecules. And so it is important, even if I am investing in companies and technologies, to understand that at the end of the day, we need to deploy steel in the ground. We need to be thinking about regenerative agriculture. We need to be thinking about reforestation and the problems with deforestation and all of those things. Which leads me to my second point, which is that while historically I have thought about energy, I think the reality is that as these spaces mature, we need to be looking at them at a systems level, right? So we sort of brought up SAF, right, as one of the potential energy transition fuels, and hopefully we won't spend too much time on SAF. But I think it actually is illustrative of this idea of systems level thinking and the relationship between energy and other natural resource sectors. So I have an aviation company that I work alongside, an airline that we are investing a venture fund on behalf of. we talk to them a lot about how they are going to decarbonize their sector, right? It is probably one of the sectors that is hardest to directly abate, right? We were talking about this a little bit at lunch. So we talk about hydrogen fuel cells, and we talk about electric aviation, and we talk about SAF, right? And they say, we want to invest in SAF. And I say, well, that's great. We could invest in the technologies that are going to enable us to transform feedstocks and molecules into fuel that can be blended into your petroleum fuels and used in a commercial airline. But if you care about SAF airline, you also care about renewables, because energy and energy costs are a huge component of that. And if you care about renewables, you care about land use. Because where are we going to put all of the solar? How are we going to ensure that as we think about the increasing need for food security alongside the increasing need to use other natural resources to meet our energy goals, there are trade-offs therein. And we need to be using systems-level thinking to solve some of these problems and work alongside the owners and operators and investors in real assets to understand the downstream implications of these technologies. So I think that's a lot of what we're going to talk about today, and how we mobilize different parts of the sort of climate capital stack to do that. But I would sort of just end with that, right? The relationship between all of these natural resource sectors: energy, water, land, forests, food systems more broadly. They're all interrelated, and we have to think about them that way.
No, excellent points. I mean, just thinking about it, we touched a little bit on, the need for capital. I love that land doesn't move. And so, but what I want to do in really this infrastructure theme, and we're not, to some extent, we're investing in companies and ideas here, but we're actually investing in projects. So maybe to begin with, let's discuss a little bit how you think about it through the lens of rather, it may be a mix of both. I'm investing in a company, but it's the projects, it's actually getting something on the land and doing something on the land is sort of that beginning of how to do that, and how we think about mobilizing capital in that space to get these projects off the ground. I think that'll unpack a lot of things around risk and sort of what is the right capital stacks, what are the right check sizes that people need, where we are in this industry, depending on where we're at. David, maybe?
Sure. I think the easiest example to start with is either wind or solar. So in this room, a lot of the students and the conversation centers around venture capital. So that means the wind mill company, or the wind turbine company, or the solar cell company. Why don't we invest in that? But then you need to think about the fact that what actually creates electricity, the application of the wind turbine and the application of the solar cell. And what does that look like? It looks like a $200 million solar farm, all right, of which part of the bill of materials for that project is to order solar cells from that company that you invested in. So on one hand, you might have put several hundreds of millions of dollars into that solar company or into that wind turbine company, but each wind farm in today's world is $500 million or $1 billion. All right? And so how do you think about that dichotomy? One is a technology, and the other one is an application of that technology to actually create the infrastructure that's necessary to get what we really wanted, which was the renewable energy. And what's the bill for that? So if you take a look at the sum total of the last, call it 20 years in this country of renewable energy build out, and just use rough swag numbers, all right? So we've put in somewhere around about 150 gigawatts or more in the last 20 years, and just use a weighted average of $4 a gigawatt, $4 a watt. All right, and you get pretty close to $1 trillion pretty quickly that has been put into the capital markets to finance wind farms and solar arrays. All right, and now look at the capital there in terms of the deployment of that capital versus the deployment of the capital that was incredibly necessary to get to the two, three, four, a dozen companies that provided the technology upon which that $1 trillion of generation capacity was created. And now take that apart and think about that as it applies to carbon sequestration. So I like to tell my students, well, you were going to put $200 million into the carbon sequestration company. Well, conceptually, how many of those carbon sequestration, carbon sucking things do we have to have in order to move the needle on our carbon footprint? One? All right, it sits in Iceland and it just sucks. All right, or are we going to need 10,000 of them? Or are we going to need 1 million of them? And does each one of them cost $20 million? And if that's the case, and let's do the math. And so what kind of capital do you need to build the widget farm versus the widget creation? And I think therein is the whole illustration of the infrastructure component of climate.
Definitely.
Yeah, and I would add to that. I mean, look, as an investor in company equity, I frankly don't want my dollars to be going to the projects, right? That is a mismatch of my capital into projects, right? But the challenge becomes for a lot of these emerging technologies, DAC, point source carbon capture, fuels, whatever it is. The reality is that the project finance dollars, especially for first-of-a-kind projects, are very hard to come by. And there's good reason for that, right? These are risky projects, probably with technologies that are unproven, right? There's execution risk because we haven't done this before. And there's scale problems, right? A traditional project financier, they need to be putting billions of dollars to work, right? They're not going to be investing in one small project unless they know that there's a scale opportunity. And so there is this challenge around how do we finance the actual deployment of the technologies, right? And I think some of the other panels have sort of touched on it before, but I want to offer maybe a couple of other ideas about places where I think we could go as an industry to look for those pools of especially for these risky, call it first-of-a-kind projects. So one is, something I'm seeing there's been sort of an uptick in is corporates who have net zero goals, they have sustainability goals, they know that there are solutions out there, some of which are nature-based, that they are going to have to use in order to meet those goals. And so they are investing into the corporate equity of a company alongside a project where they get guaranteed offtake, right? So what they're basically offering is sort of a blended capital product where they can recognize some of the company's upside, right, if it grows. But what they really care about is making sure those projects are financeable, right? So it brings down, or it sort of better balances some of the risk of a project with the potential upside of the corporate, right? So those blended capital structures, you're seeing corporates do it. You're seeing some funds out there, Springland Capital. There's some of these entities out there that are trying to find ways to blend capital across projects and across sort of corporate equity to make these things, at least the first of a kind of things, make sense. Another thing I've been hearing a lot about is this idea of using catalytic capital basically as leverage on projects, right? So this idea that you could take philanthropic dollars that might not be yield seeking, but that really just want to recycle principal and use those as leverage on project finance dollars from the private market, right? So because the duration to realize the value of a project, right, if you're talking about forestation or things like that, reforestation is too long to sort of match the IRR needs of an institutional investor, or because the risk is too high, if you can put philanthropic leverage on it, maybe that makes the IRR for the project pencil. And so you're not going to do this forever, right? Because over time, these things become bankable and traditional, infrastructure money comes into the space. But we need to be thinking about where are these other pockets that we can pull from? Philanthropic dollars, corporate dollars. How can we bridge that gap so that we can get some of these things into the market so that they can get to the scale that we need by 2030, 2050, whatever the time frame is?
Yeah, you want to jump in?
Yeah, I will, because I think one of the important things to think about in the financeability is access to feedstock. If you're a project finance investor and you're doing some of these next generation fuels technologies, one of the most important things on your due diligence checklist is going to be access to feedstock and security of supply. Because if you don't have feedstock, then you don't have a project at the end of the day. And if you run out of feedstock, then you have a paperweight sitting on your balance sheet somewhere. And so that access to feedstock in many cases is organic. And that's been the challenge with the next generation technologies, is what does that look like in terms of feedstock? Yes, there's direct air capture technologies that are just energy production, energy input, energy output, separating it into hydrogen and oxygen, whatever. But when you actually talk about making new liquid fuels with organic feedstock, that's an incredibly challenging problem to solve. And it brings a lot of things into play along food versus fuel. Big dialogue right now in the renewable diesel market in terms of food versus fuel, because you've got these oil companies that are basically buying up soybean oil, canola oil, a variety of other human food inputs and animal food inputs to essentially convert into renewable diesel, because that's what the economics tell them to do with the D3 RIN that's in the market today. And so when you look at that and when you look at the sustainability, then you go into issues of land use, you go into all these issues about how do we get the volumes. And that's the other thing that's very challenging, this equation, is because the volumes that are necessary to produce these are really very different in terms of the capital models that are out there today. Traditional Gen 1 ethanol was roughly $2 a gallon for capacitive, or $2 per gallon to build actually a new plant. So for a couple $100 million, you could build a $100 million gallon plant today. If you want to talk about SAF, as Maria was indicating, you might be talking about $15 a gallon. And what that leads to is a fuel price of roughly $12 to $15 a gallon. And today, investors are not willing to underwrite that. Airlines are not willing to purchase that, and consumers are not willing to pay that on their airline ticket. And so there's a real challenge of getting the technology to meet the financeability, to meet the feedstock, and to meet the land availability. Because the volumes and the energy density of some of these next generation technologies are much different than petroleum. That is the most energy dense molecule out there when you take oil out of the ground. And then when you compare that to ethanol, which is much more energy dense from a corn kernel, and then you compare that to cellulosic ethanol, which is very low energy density, that's what leads to these high capital costs. Anybody in this room that was around for Gen 1 of biotech and knows Vin Khosla and what happened to him with his Gore project. That's the world I'm in, forestry. And it was essentially trying to create southern pine forests and turn it into cellulosic ethanol. Lots of money, billions of dollars was burned in that project. And that's the reason, is because you've got this high capital cost versus the energy density. And so it's a real challenge. And the science is yet to be really broken in a meaningful way. And I think that's where a lot of these dollars are going to have to play in the future.
Yeah, so I was going to go to, I mean, hearing that, what did we learn from going back in history, either the good, the bad, or the ugly, as one of my colleagues used to say when he talked about energy. But more, what are the levers we need from, we've talked a little bit about catalytic capital. We've already have the IRA going. What are these other things that we need to enable some of these breakthroughs that sort of solve these difficult problems? Oh,
I mean, I guess I can sort of add a little bit more to what we were talking about before. I mean, I think the reality is that we need to be thinking about, how do we do the temporal match, right? So some of the things that we've talked about, we talked about this at lunch, right? It's like, how do you align the timelines for some of these projects with the need for yield from investors, things like that? I think that's going to be really important for us to sort of think about. I think the feedstock piece, guaranteed feedstock, guaranteed offtake, right? That's another piece of this. A lot of the current markets, biofuels, there's a lot of merchant capacity out there for these things. And that's something that, like the solar industry, right, was able to figure out. Sort of thinking about how do we move to things like a virtual PPA, things like that, where you do have a lot of guaranteed offtake, less of the product is going into the merchant market. Things like that, I think, are going to matter. And then I think finding ways to scale, right? So we talked a little bit about this too. It's great if you can do one project, but the reality is if you want to attract traditional financiers, you need to be doing things at a scale of maybe hundreds of projects. And so how do you bridge that gap? And I do think there is some sort of specialty financiers that kind of fill that gap. One is actually a company that Rock Creek has an equity investment in. It's called Generate Capital. A bunch of you probably know that in this room. Jigar Shah, who now runs the LPO. And he realized that this was a challenge in the distributed energy space scale, right? If you are underwriting distributed energy projects that are maybe a little esoteric, there's a fair amount of, it's not very homogeneous, right? Project structures, things like that. There's a lot of domain expertise you have to have. There's a fair amount of sort of technological understanding you have to have. You need to be doing that on a programmatic basis. And that's really what Generate does, right? They are thinking about how do we have all of the right partners along the value chain, from the technologies to the developers to the customers and the offtake, so that we can do these things at scale. We wrap them into portfolios, and then we can think about refinancing those portfolios, right? Securitizing these things like that. And so they started in distributed energy because that's where the sort of market was at the time. But you're seeing them move into other places in the sort of other kind of real assets, right? They're doing a lot in sort of landfill waste and other organics. They're doing a lot in water, all of those things, right? If you can take this sort of methodology for having kind of proprietary access across that value chain, again, technology, developers, offtake and customers, and then you can figure out how to package these things into portfolios that are more attractive to the capital markets. That is going to be an important mechanism here too, and generates one, but there's so much space, right, for that type of intermediary in solving some of these financing challenges.
You know, I think another way of thinking about that is, how do you properly think about the construction of the first pilot projects? Because when you're a widget manufacturer, you have a tendency to think that your widget or your technology is the center of this pilot. But what you find is that in most of these complex applications, that the technology is one piece of the system, and the quote-unquote rest of system can actually be 80–90% of the cost, or worse yet, they can be 80–90% of the hassle that's necessary to actually execute. You know, the real world is not a lab, it's a very messy place. And you know, we at Equilibrium know this all too well, because we live in the world of farm waste and animal waste conversions into renewable natural gas. And by the way, it's a field that is ripe with bad puns, okay? But you literally are managing a biological, you know, urine and excrement, all right? And it's not easy to handle. And if you can't handle it, you can't get the methane. And most of the systems themselves are biologic systems that are actually processing that. So they don't respond well to compensation schemes and bonuses or yelling at. All right, and so again, the complication of the rest of the system, and so I think actually the ability to actually structure the first pilots, to finance them properly, but structure them in a way that you actually maximize the learning. Yeah. All right, because the big transition that we see that's taking place in the market today is that we are, in fact, in many sectors, moving from the notion of piloting to scaling. All right, and as we scale, you have to be able to make it repeatable and boring and doable, and it comes out of a manual. All right, and when you're doing really messy things that don't lend themselves to that, it's really hard to scale, and it's hard to scale at cost, and it's hard to decline that cost curve.
Yeah. I want to build on that, because I think it reminds me of something that we actually talked about in our prep call. And this is a little bit more where Rock Creek is playing on the growth equity side of the market, which is to say, we need to be investing in the technologies, sure, but we equally need to be investing in the sort of picks and shovels enablers for the ecosystems, right? Because the reality is, like, one of the things that was able to make solar pencil was EPC costs went down, right? And we were able to pull those soft costs out of the capital cost. And so I think, you know, there's a big opportunity, and I think this is a place where not enough of us in the sort of growth equity space are focusing right now, but it's looking across that value chain. What are all of the things, what are all of the jobs to be done to get steel in the ground, or to get forests, you know, to be planted, those kind of things. There's huge amounts of growth potential there, and so huge amounts of opportunity to make money. And so I would say, you know, we've talked a couple of times today about where are places where we think there's opportunity for the folks that are in the room from Haas, who are kind of looking for places where they can have an impact. The reality is, those picks and shovels businesses that are enablers of these projects and their ability to get built is both financially attractive, because these are growth industries, but also, frankly, is critical for impact, right? You cannot have impact, you cannot have the carbon sequestration unless you can build the things. Who's going to build the things?
And not all of those picks and shovels are venture financeable.
Totally.
All right?
Totally.
No,
go.
I was just going to kind of build on that, because that's, you know, that's what we focus on. We focus on cash flows. We focus on real returns. Our pension fund investors require that. And similar, when you think of the venture space, the private equity space, it's really hard to just press that I believe button. And so from what we do, we have the cash flows not only for the traditional forestry and sustainable forestry. It's a baseline, and we have carbon credits that are certified credits on the top side of that. And so that lends an additional cash flow stream that we can then take to the bank, so to speak, bring in capital, say, okay, this forest is worth $100 million as a traditional sawmill forest, but then as sawmill plus carbon, it's maybe worth 150. And so there's that arbitrage opportunity. And it's trying to explain that arbitrage opportunity to the investors, bring the capital in, deploy the capital, because that is real capital that gets deployed and provides real returns. As I said, look around. I mean, these are the direct air capture systems that are around us every single day that we just take for granted. But that's happening, and it's real, and you can't deny that. And so as you think about the projects that you're financing, the dollars that you're investing, yes, you want to have that I believe button. Yes, you want that next new technology, but it's got to be firmly grounded in cash flows at the end of the day to be repeatable and financeable. And so I think that's one of the really important aspects, from my approach that I think about.
Yeah, I actually think that your comment about the I believe moment is actually something really important, because here in the gestalt of the Silicon Valley, I believe is to create things and immediately have them happen. I'm going to give you something to think about. Embedded within the Inflation Reduction Act, the Infrastructure Act, and no doubt will be buried in the Farm Act, is an assumption of electrification. Mm-hmm. We don't have enough electricians in this country, and it takes 5 years to go through an electrical apprenticeship to a full journeyman electrician. I think we're short 500,000 electricians. All right, and so your entire build out makes the assumption that we will have electricians to electrify the United States, because it's not going to happen by the push of a button on your smartphone. Someone's going to run wires. And so these are the kinds of infrastructure things on top of the infrastructure things that, as you begin to think about systems change, are going to be required. Now, is it impossible? No, we trained an entire army of wind farm maintenance people over the course of those 20 years. But that also took the community colleges to play their role, all right? And so again, these are the kinds of things that you don't think about when you think about instant gratification, instant technologies. You turn them on, we will solve the world's problem.
Right.
Right. Yeah, no, I was just thinking I was going to drill a little bit down there. I mean, one, this theme of complexity, that land-based projects, whether they're with or without, are complex or they're touching humans. We've sort of touched we need human infrastructure to do things, but many of these things involve, especially in farming, you're engaging with farmers that are very used to certain sets of what is in the farm bill. They talk about the weather every day. They're resistant to change. So how do we engage those communities both in sort of getting them to change and get the opportunities out of that? Maybe we just sort of click down even in North America, but then there's this bigger set of questions. Maybe Jeff wants to talk a little bit more across the global South of how do we think about this, because it's really land. It's a humans changing how they're working the land or using the land.
I think it's a great question, and it's something that I had a challenge with it. My former role at a company called Green Plains was a Gen 1 ethanol producer, bought 500 million bushels of corn a year. And we try to talk to farmers who want to change what they're doing from day to day and how to do it differently. And we want you to use this seed because it has this genetically modified enzyme, which makes the ethanol process better. They say, whoa, wait a minute, how much are you going to pay me for that? And then they say, well, we want to have all the information, and then you can't have my information. You can't know what tractor I buy or what fertilizer use I use. And so there's this access to information that's always a challenge as well. And so getting people to change their habits, whether it's farmers, whether it's indigenous tribes in the global South, it's a very, very difficult thing to change human behavior. And that's what is involved with a lot of these land use changes in terms of how they do, or in terms of how they deploy their capital, how they deploy what they do on that land, and what they want to do or be told to do from others. And that's really one of the biggest challenges. I think parochially in the Northern Hemisphere, we can sit here and say, this is what you should do, but they can also say, well, you got the opportunity to grow your economy, raise your standard of living, produce more protein, and do everything that you needed to do. Why should we not necessarily get that same opportunity? So there's a real element of equity in a sense in terms of how we get to do that, sitting in this room, how we get to judge other people for doing it or not doing it. And that makes that investment challenges very difficult as well, because when you're trying to change that human behavior for that land use and for that practice that they've done for the last many thousands of years, it's a difficult challenge.
I think that's also, it's interesting that you talk about the human behavior component of that. I think that is also something that is sometimes lost for, I forced to admit, the venture and growth equity space, right, where we see this beautiful, shiny technology, right? I invested in a company that was focused on sort of drone-based analytics for inspection of transmission and distribution lines at utilities, right? And we're like, oh, this is great. It's going to pull all of this cost out of the business, replace labor, all of these things. That's great. The reality is that what that necessitated, instituting that technology, necessitated a wholesale overview of all of the processes that the line workers were using to evaluate and inspect lines, right? And these are folks, they have been working at the utility for 30 years. They've been doing things the same way for 30 years. And I'm coming in and telling them that I have this miracle thing that's going to solve all their problems. The reality is that technology alone is not a panacea, right? It has to be matched with human behavior, with the deployment of infrastructure, all of those things. And that is, I think, especially important in these sectors that we're talking about, because regardless of where you are investing in the climate capital stack, the reality is, at the end of the day, the climate challenge is an infrastructure challenge, and therefore it is a people and labor challenge too.
Yeah, that introduces, as an investor in food and ag, one of the things that, and I think you probably have the same issue in forestry, one of the things you have to be aware of is that you're working in rural America or rural economies. And rural economies around the world, they're used to being the bottom of the barrel, being taken advantage of, all right? They're used to being price takers and taken advantage of, all right? And so I think that we have a very complicated job as investors, because whether you want to use the word ESG, we have to be mindful of what we're doing within a community. We have to be mindful of where it should go, regardless of whether we have the right solution or not. And even, and I think about the kinds of work that we're doing right now, especially in the high-tech production, controlled environment, greenhouse sector, where we're going into rural counties that were basically field farming, and we're putting up, at times, these large $150, $200 million, what are effectively glass and steel construction that are plant factories, all right? An average facility that is now 100 acres in size might turn out upwards of 100 million pounds of tomatoes and cucumbers and lettuces and leafy greens, and that is, we get to sort of coldly call it climate adaptation infrastructure and a part of the new food system. But the thing that we wrestle with is, what does that mean for the rest of the community? What does that mean for the kind of jobs that we're bringing into that community? How are we, in fact, disrupting the farm labor jobs? Because our jobs are now 365 days a year. And they're now they're very technical blue-collar jobs. And then the positive end of what we're doing is that we're bringing in what I would call, community college kinds of degrees, as well as college degrees, into farm communities. But that's disruptive in and of itself, all right? And we may be taking labor away from the field farming. Why? Because we can offer a full-time job. All right. So we have to be aware of these kinds of disruptions, and are there any wins, collaborations that we can create for the community, or do we become a pariah? And so these are the things that you have to consider as you bring the new in, is what does that do to the community?
Well, Dave, I think it's a great point, because I think it's important. What you're talking about, in a sense, is how you price those ancillary benefits or detriments in terms of your capital deployment. Certainly when you think about the loss of jobs, biodiversity is a big issue with what we do. And so returning biodiversity in the future is going to be more and more important. And so we've certainly figured out a way to price carbon in our market in terms of the compliance market. There's also the voluntary market, which has quite a bit of controversy today, so we could spend all afternoon talking about that, and we decided we didn't want to. But nonetheless, when you start to price these ancillary benefits or detriments, you think of things like health, mental health for forests. It's proven time and again that just going out and hanging out in a forest improves your state of mind, improves your mental health, improves your productivity. And so being able to price implicitly in kind of this circular economy really becomes important to valuing your investment And you may be an investor who's willing to take a substandard return, or not substandard, but a lower return, if you know that you're providing some of these other benefits. That's important to some of our clients. We do quite a bit of work with Canadian pension funds. And so when we talk about returning lands to First Nations, working with NGOs, working with folks that actually will buy the land, return them to the tribes in the US, up around Shasta, as well as First Nations in Canada, Australia as well, the Aboriginal tribes. That's important to some of those investors, and it's one of the things that differentiates us, and it allows them to actually price and say, okay, what am I willing to pay for these benefits? And so they're pricing that in their mind, some of these ancillary things that you can't put, it's not a cash flow, it's not a return, but they're saying that we believe, and our investors and our future beneficiaries do believe that this is an important pricing. And so when they make their capital allocation decisions, those become really top of mind, not top of mind, but additional elements of mind to them in terms of how they deploy their capital.
I want to take that maybe a step further and say, I argue some of those are actually can become tangible benefits. We may not measure them or talk about, well, carbon's a tangible benefit, but I guess what I'm saying, I am not going to, me as an individual is not going to experience, or I can't say to my investors, go out, look at this. I mean, you say, go look at this forest, the trees are there, but I'm not going to really be able to detect the impact it's having on climate. I can detect the impact it's having on water. I can feel it, I can see it, I can touch it. Likewise, maybe biodiversity, if it recovers. So I think it's some of those ancillary, tangible, whether we call them tangible or ancillary benefits, are really important to think about, and that's where land and food and forests have an important role to play. And we didn't spend a lot of time on this panel really talking about. We talked about sort of maybe infrastructure or food and forest from a mitigation potential, but also there's a big component of adaptation and how we think about structuring these projects with rapidly accelerating climate change isn't important.
But that gets to the skill sets that you're developing. So what you're really talking about is, it used to be land with trees, and it's now a multi-line of business. All right, and so the skill sets that the individuals that work there, that you look at our fuel, our waste of fuel. One output of that is the fuel itself, the methane. But we actually have 3 more commodities that result from that. One is the low carbon fuel standard. The other one is a set of EPA RINs. All right, and then the third is the voluntary value of that fuel. And so we're now no longer managing one simple commodity, we're managing multiple commodities. And so the monetization of those alternative revenue streams is a source of innovation.
Yeah,
go, Jeff.
No, Matt, I was going to, to your point in your question, I'll give a great example of that. And so working with a project in South America, converting savanna grassland at the edge of the rainforest into eucalyptus trees. What we've seen is that we've seen biodiversity return. Puma, deer, pig have come back. These are traditional lands that are very poor for agriculture, high aluminum content, really very little ability to grow crops, but they support trees really well. And so when you look at the biomass, the jobs that it creates, you've taken a subsistence farming and fishing population, and now they've been able to actually create jobs, and then creating lumber for the domestic market. Because yes, forestry, there is an element that we do cut down trees and we do turn them into sawmills, or we do convert them to sawmills and we do turn them into boards. Some of this building was probably built, I don't know with sustainability or not, but some of it was probably built with wood. And so you can't deny that is used, and that is a sustainable resource. And you got to challenge yourself to handle that in a sustainable way that it gets to be repeatable. And so that's part of the challenge, part of the solution. You are providing those jobs in the circular economy. You are pricing those, and you are getting tangible benefits that can then, go into your investment.
Yeah, I think that also, it sort of brings us full circle back to this idea of sort of systems thinking, right? If we're only thinking about one specific use for one specific input, right, we're kind of missing the forest through the trees a little bit, right? So, we're going to bring up SAF again, just suspend disbelief on the SAF thing. But assume SAF was economically viable, right? You could plant, rapeseed or certain crops alongside foodstuff crops as soil erosion opportunities and things like that. But and I'm not an expert in that. I'm sure, David, you could speak more to how we think about sort of planting acreage in order to get multiple benefits out of it, including some of these what you could think of as ancillary but are actually core benefits, like preventing soil erosion and things like that. But again, it takes a systems view, it takes a systems understanding from a financing perspective to think about what are all of the potential offtakes for these products that we're going to underwrite and who's willing to sort of think about it at that level. it's just complex, right? It's hard. And so that brings us back to these questions of like, well, how do you do that at scale and all of these things? But systems. We got to do it at systems level.
Systems. I'm going to say faster. I was just going to, before we wrap up, bring us back to sort of the IPCC report and sort of say, if anything, you're not supposed to have a 2050 plan. You need a 2040 plan. You need a 2030 plan. If you had your magic wand, what are the things that really need? And if we're going to look at it, either reductions, it's oil and gas. We've talked about that, but it's also food and forest and land. There's a lot that is happening there, and where sort of the greatest potential with speed can happen. If I'm just thinking of your pure ways of removing CO2 from the atmosphere, we can talk about direct air capture. We can talk about mineralization. We can talk about soils. There's an opportunity there, but it's really tried and true technologies, the trees, as you began with, that are out there. So what really needs to be done, you think? That what are the little things you would change or the big things you would change? An easy question. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I can chip in here. I think one thing that's really important is to make sure we're allocating our resources, our talent, and our time on meaningful projects that have big impacts. Because, again, back to what Laura talked about, speed, scope, and scale, we need to be able to have big impacts in a short period of time. And so that's very important. And so we get a lot of projects that are very boutique projects in different economies, different geographies, but they're really more geared towards an NGO. And we're not going to solve this problem with NGOs and small little projects. They've got to be big projects that are global in nature, that can contribute a lot and make a meaningful impact. So I think that's one of the first ways that we can do that. And what are those? I'm not sure. There's a lot of people that are really smart in this room that are going to help us solve that problem. But I do know that one of the first things that we think about is we have to preserve what we have today. And certainly that's one of the key elements. I mean, Colin talked about that on the first panel. There's no doubt that, you have these huge global carbon sinks in terms of the forest, whether it's the Amazon, Northern California, the Pacific Northwest, the Global South, and even though, yes, not the Global South, in the southeast region of the United States, they're plantation forests. They get grown, they get cut, but they do absorb carbon every single year, and they grow, and they get bigger. And so you have to preserve what you have to start with, and then layer onto that some new technologies.
So I think for me, I really care about 2030, right? If we don't hit 2030, it doesn't really matter what happens in 2050. We need to get 2030 right. And if I think about 2030, I go back to a lot of this picks and shovels type stuff, right? The IEA put out a report recently that was looking at, okay, what are the things that are going to get us to our 2030 goal? And granted, this is a little bit energy specific. It is not sort of macroclimate. But I think these things are, they're sort of related. And they said that, to get to the 2030 carbon reduction goals that we have, 82% of those reductions are going to come from technologies that are commercially viable today. So what I really care about, where I want to be investing, where I think we need more people investing, is what I sort of call like the climate middle market for growth equity, which is all of these picks and shovels businesses who are the service providers who are enabling us to get these projects deployed. And I think that is a place where there is not a lot of focus, but I think we need it if we're going to hit those goals. We need to scale those companies that are supporting and enabling the deployment of the technologies that are commercially viable today.
Can I address that?
Yeah, please do.
I don't know I can answer the generalized question.
That wasn't the goal, yeah.
But I can answer what we tend to think of. And that is, we're real assets investors, but we're always trying to find the real assets or the infrastructure at the point where it's repeatable. And so I think that what we're always trying to do is observe where it could be an NGO-driven project, it could be early adopter projects, it could have been handled with duct tape, but to monitor very carefully when these pilots that are ugly but are ready to actually now have proven enough things that with the proper active infrastructure investment, we can now start to do 5s and 10s. And that's not an easy task, because how ugly is ugly that you're willing to do it. And but we've done that a number of times to be able to carefully spot when something is just on the crest of being repeatable, when the technology is stable, when there's enough talent in the ecosystem, when there's enough feedstock in the ecosystem, and then to go in and be the first active infrastructure to write the $50 and $100 million checks. And I think that kind of skill set and playing that part of the infrastructure. I mean, it's not hard to put a wind farm up these days, all right? But it is hard to spot those inflection points. I think we did that with the high-tech greenhouse here in North America. And so you know, I think that defines a place in the value chain.
So we're getting close to the end. I wanted to pivot back. We've talked a lot about people. We've talked about a lot of electricians. I don't think a lot of students in the room are good at, you could go out and run it. You know, it's an excellent job and become electricians, but you know, start with David with his Cal socks on, you know, sort of advice, you know, the opportunities out there, these 7 years are critical.
Okay, first and foremost, the world does not revolve around venture capital, although it is an incredibly important aspect of our capital and innovation economy. Number two, when we talk about climate change, we're talking about building whatever it is that we're going to help solve our piece of climate change, we're going to have to build a lot of it, all right? It's not one big sucking thing in Iceland, okay? So whatever it is, we're going to build a lot of it. So that means different forms of capital. And then the third thing is, we've talked about this throughout, there is a whole set of skill sets that are going to be necessary to assemble these answers. All right? One of those is the ability to build collaborative working systems, not inside your company, but outside your company. The skill set of being able to do that. All right? The other skill set, and it's been woven throughout a lot of the comments, is be a student of human behavior. It generally does take unfortunately, one or two generations to adopt something. Think about the cell phone. Think about an ATM card. As simple and as mind-blindingly, you know, attractive as it is, all right? It still took a generation.
Don't be afraid to reinvent yourself. I started out in the nuclear power world. I was an officer on a Navy submarine, keeping the free world safe for democracy in the 80s. Today, I'm talking about trees. Nuclear fuel to trees. So don't be afraid to reinvent yourself. And also, it's really what we think about as investors in this world. Skate to where the puck is going, not where it's been. And so when I think about these decarbonization strategies, everything that we're talking about, for me personally, I'm skating to where the puck is going. And whatever you believe, whatever your politics are, it doesn't matter. There's capital flowing into this marketplace, huge, whether you're right, whether you're left. I know most people here are on one side of that equation. But there's a lot of capital flowing into that. And you can believe what you want, but there's no doubt that there's investment opportunities, there are job opportunities, there are ways to be creative and add value and have a very rewarding life as you go forward.
Any parting thoughts, Maria?
One other thing I might add on the theme of skate to where the puck is going. So we've talked about this a little bit, this idea of project finance as a potentially limiting factor for us to get to scale for some of these things. And it's funny because I think even just a few years ago, if you had mentioned project finance to a bunch of MBAs who were thinking about what they want to do after business school, they would have said, what? Yuck. Solar, wind? That's boring. Why do I want to do project finance? I want to be a VC or in, you know, whatever. The reality is, over the next 7 years, the next decade, the next decades, there's going to be so many interesting things that are happening on the project finance side. And so I encourage you to think about that maybe through a new lens. Don't just think about boring solar and wind, although to be fair, we need that too. We're still not there yet on the solar and wind deployment. And if you're interested in that, highly recommend you look at some of the work that the DOE is starting to put out. Vanessa Chan's Office of Technology Transition, she's putting out these sort of liftoff to commercialization pathway reports around things like CCUS, around next-gen nuclear, all of those things, trying to figure out, like, how do we solve this project issue? Because there is a lot of money right now in the sort of corporate equity space. So definitely check out a bunch of that work. I think it's very illuminating around some of the challenges and the opportunities, right? Because those are sort of the two sides of the same coin.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're
This is excuse me, get up, stretch your legs, but not a formal break, okay? Just get up, stretch your legs. We're gonna come back in a few minutes.
Hello. Can you hear me well?
Recording in progress.
ask you something really quick. Can I talk to you for 15, 30 minutes or so related to today?
Okay, everyone, please return to your seats. We're about to start our next panel. Please return to your seats.
Hi there, we're about to start the next panel.
Everyone, we're starting. Please return to your seats. Please return to your seats. Thank you, everyone. We're starting right now. Please return to your seats or stop talking. Please return to your seats or stop talking. Yes. Okay.
Vera's apparently there.
Yep.
I'll turn your mics on now. I'll turn your mics on. Okay. Is that good? Are you gonna?
Yeah, if you put her on screen, I think people will start clicking. Yes.
There we go.
And then when she comes
There we
back,
go.
it'll be split screen.
I'm gonna turn your mics on.
Thank you, everyone. We have our speakers starting. Please be quiet and return to your seats.
You gotta wrangle. I said you gotta wrangle.
If you are not in your seat, please be quiet because we have our speakers starting. Thank you.
Your mic's not on.
Oh.
There you go. Hello.
Please, can you?
I know, it's, give them.
You know, as we start talking about climate justice and the room empties out.
Yeah, hopefully they're all exciting coming in.
Let's hope so.
They were all here to hear about VCs.
Well, of course they were.
I'm so glad.
Excuse me, everyone. Can you hear me? Could you please have your seats? Robert?
Can she see us? No, she still can't see us. She said she's right now.
I'm very pleased that we are running the day and we're only a few minutes behind. So this is fantastic. And we have two more amazing conversations and discussions. This is going to be focusing on justice, a just transition for climate. The focus is going to be on climate and economic development, justice in climate and economic development, justice in food, justice in what happens to disadvantaged populations as we address the climate challenge and do it in a way which is just. Our moderator is Michel de Nevers. He's the executive director of sustainability at Haas. Dean Harrison is really committed to building out sustainability activities throughout Haas. And as I said this morning, the sustainable and impact finance is a pillar of that, but they go much beyond SAFE, and Michelle is leading that effort. Vera Songway is a senior fellow at Brookings Institution. She is the co-author of a very influential, widely cited, widely discussed report at the last COP meeting with Nick Stern and others on climate justice and on the challenges of moving capital from the developed north to the developing south. And Irtharin Cousin, she's the CEO of Food Systems for the Future. She has been an ambassador to the United Nations on food, talks about the link between food and climate justice. So, terrific panel.
Thank you. Thank you, Laura.
I'm going to move this just so we're not blocking Vera.
Okay.
Okay? All right.
So we want to sit on each side of Vera.
Can she see us? Okay. Hi, Vera. Okay.
Hi, Vera.
Nice to see you. Hi. Good afternoon. I know that this is the siesta session, so we'll try to keep it lively to keep you awake. As Laura said, my name's Michel de Nevers. I'm the Executive Director of Sustainability Programs here at Berkeley Haas.
I worked for 30 years at the World Bank, partly with Vera. And then after that, I led the climate program at a think tank, the Center for Global Development in Washington. And after that, I taught a course on international climate change policy in Barcelona for a couple of years before I came here. And I am a Berkeley undergraduate, go Bears. Before we get started, I'll just follow up on what Laura said. We're going to talk here about climate justice, and that actually means, in large part, talking about developing countries. As Al Gore said, the largest growth in future emissions will be from developing countries, but it's also the case that the biggest impacts of climate change will be in developing countries. Most of the conversation until now has been about advanced economies, the US, Europe, et cetera. But really where the action needs to happen, the heart of the solution is in emerging markets and developing countries. Europe and the US could go not just to net zero, but to absolute zero tomorrow, and we would not solve the problem. We have to focus on the economic growth and making that low carbon growth in developing countries. So I'm going to ask Vera and Erthrin to introduce themselves briefly, and then Vera will talk to us a little bit about the report that Laura mentioned called Finance for Climate Action, Scaling Up Investment for Climate and Development, a report of the independent high-level expert group on climate finance. So Erthrin, why don't you introduce yourself, and then Vera can introduce herself and talk about the report.
Well, thank you very much, Michelle, and thank you, Laura, for including me in today's conversation. I called Laura when I saw the agenda and said, I want to attend. She said, if you're attending, you're speaking. So here I am. I am not a finance person. When I went to work for Albertsons, I'm a food person, and when I went to work for Albertsons, they dropped me into a course at the University of Chicago on finance for non-financial executives, because I didn't. So Laura said I served as U.S. Ambassador for Food and Agriculture, which means I was a permanent representative for the United States to FAO, to EFAD, to the World Food Program. And then I became the executive director of the World Food Program. So I went from being the steward of U.S. taxpayer dollars for how we support food and agricultural assistance around the globe to actually spending the money as the executive director, where we fed about 85 million people a year in 83 countries around the world, with a budget at that point of about $6.5 billion a year. And so when I left the World Food Program in 2017, the then president decided he didn't want to support me for another term, but I went to Stanford. Yes. Okay, don't hate. I went to Stanford.
Skeletons in the closet.
No, Berkeley didn't offer me a chair. Stanford did. Stanford offered me an opportunity to come as a distinguished fellow for 2 years to reflect on what I'd learned and what we needed to do. So I served for 2 years in the Freeman Spogli Institute on Foreign Policy, and really took a deep dive with support from Rockefeller and BCG on what were the challenges to creating a sustainable food system. Because what I learned during my time at the WFP and FAO was that while our food system is efficient and is effective, it's not resilient. And particularly in developing countries, we were feeding the same people every time the rains didn't come. And as you heard from earlier speakers, what climate is doing to agriculture with acute rains and acute climate change is changing is increasing the risk factors in agricultural development, particularly in developing countries in sub-Saharan Africa, Southeast Asia, et cetera. But I'm going to disagree with Michelle before we even get started.
Okay.
When we're talking about climate justice, yeah, we need to talk about how we invest and bring capital and we'll have a great conversation. But we also need to talk about here in the United States. because we have challenges with the sustainability of our food system in the United States that will require investments, which the IRA is now going to provide. But we're also seeing the same types of lack of access to capital by Black farmers, entrepreneurs, Latinx entrepreneurs, and indigenous Native American farmers in the United States that we are seeing in sub-Saharan Africa. And so when we talk about new tools for investment, new tools for creating and reducing the risk of those geographies and entrepreneurs that have historically been determined as too risky to get through that valley of death to support the access to capital. We're talking about here at home, just like we're talking about abroad.
Vera, I don't even, where is she? Where do we, is that the camera over there?
There's a camera right there.
Okay. Hi, Vera.
Real
good, so. I wanted to look at her. So, Vera, please introduce yourself and then talk to us about the report that you did with Nick Stern and Amar Bhattacharya.
Uh-oh. We don't have sound.
Can you?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
There we go.
Okay, fantastic. Maybe there's a little bit of a lag. So my name is Vera Songwe. I co-chaired the high-level panel on finance for climate. I also am the co-chair of a facility called the Liquidity and Sustainability Facility, which is a facility I launched to make sure that emerging market economies have access to cheaper capital, and that when they have liquidity events, we don't turn them solvency events and make them wait too long.
Oh, we lost you.
I'm not sure. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So we did this report. I think that, again, climate justice. Three things that I want to talk about around climate justice. The first one is just the sheer magnitude of the resources that we're spending and we will need to spend for to make sure that we get to 2030 and that we begin to get to net zero. The first thing that we talked about was, why are we doing this? And yes, the developing economies have a big role to play. And so we talk about Vietnam, of course, Indonesia, Nigeria, South Africa, as some of the large coal emitters, China, of course. But I think one of the conversations that we have in the report is to say, we also do need the developing economies, the developed economies, to be able to put the right amount of resources behind changing the energy mix of these countries. Many countries put their national determined contributions, NDCs, in Paris. They came up with what they wanted to do to make sure that they went towards net zero, but we never found the resources that were needed. And so I think that there is a fundamental issue around where do we get the resources, how do we get the resources, and what do we do with those resources? And that's where the climate justice conversation begins to come in. In the report, we talk about three different sort of funnels where we need resources and why we need the resources. One is energy and the energy transformation. As we speak, and between 2020 and 2023, we've actually added more people in the developing world that do not have access to energy because of high cost and because of lack of investment. And so essentially, we need to make sure that as we talk about climate justice, as we talk about investments in climate, that we're able to help these communities make sure that they can continue to invest in renewable energy. Africa has 70% of the world's renewable resources. We only get 1.1% of the investments that are needed to convert power plants, hydropower plants into energy. And I think this is part of the conversation around climate justice is, can we put the resources where we can get scale? And on the last panel, we were talking about scale. There is scale. We know how to do hydro projects. We know that if we do tons of hydro projects, we will be able to get scale. I think the question then becomes, can we also make sure that these countries have the right policy environment to make sure, because we know that policy is actually resources, right? But we don't have to sort of, I think part of the climate justice conversation is at what point do we stop pushing policy and just go in and invest, right? Between 2020 and 2023, we haven't seen that many defaults, actually no default on the African continent for any energy investment. So we know, and people are making 12x the return on these projects. So we need to bring people in. The second big part of the report that we talk about is, of course, loss and damage, adaptation and resilience. And I think this is really where the climate justice conversation becomes even more important. Because, I mean, we see just recently, Madagascar got hit again by a cyclone. Barbados gets hit. We're talking about the Bridgetown Initiative. Some of these countries, when they get hit, 40% of their GDP is wiped out. And then it takes us a year, 2 years to get an IMF loan to put them back on track, and it just does not work. So we need to be able to put together some resources that allow us immediately, and that's what the Prime Minister of Barbados, Mia Mottley, is talking about, that we have a catastrophic insurance policy where we say immediately you get hit by a cyclone or something like that, you stop all your debt payments and make sure that you can take care of your people. And if we were able to do that, then these countries will be able to come back much faster and much sooner. The third element of the climate justice conversation is around carbon pricing, right? We need $1 trillion every year between now and 2030. Some of that is going to come from carbon pricing. However, again, there is an unjust process around carbon pricing. There's a lack of transparency in sort of how we measure it. The Europeans have the voluntary carbon markets that is now up and running, but we haven't been able to develop a continental, global carbon pricing methodology. So what happens is a lot of the private sector is afraid of sort of greenwashing and sort of the ESG criteria, so they don't come in. And when they come in, then because the prices are not transparent, you have the same, what I call DNA of carbon in Kenya that costs $5 and in Norway is $75. If we had some transparency in those processes, then again, I think we will have a little bit more justice in terms of pricing and in terms of making sure that we can service the least endowed, because they are protecting. I always say, people say, oh, Africa didn't create or cause climate change, but it's suffering. And I say, no, the peatlands of the Congo are sequestering 3 years of carbon every year. So this is the emissions of the United States and France and Germany. So essentially, we are contributing to making sure that we have a cleaner and more safer environment. So we do need to be compensated adequately for that. But for us to do that, we have to put in place the institutional settings and make up for it to happen effectively. I'll stop there.
Okay. If I can just add on to that last piece about carbon pricing, I think that's so critical to creating carbon markets that are dependable. The reality is we don't have enough data yet, and when I've heard other speakers today encourage students to go into one area or another, if there's an area that there is significant opportunity, it is developing the data behind what should drive our carbon markets and how should those carbon markets operate in a manner that would provide the transparency that would give private sector the catalyst to come in, as Vera was just saying, whether that carbon market is for sequestration of carbon in Kenya or in Mississippi. So that's a big piece of business that is missing in the climate conversation today.
Yeah, thank you. So Vera, I want to come back to you. Several people have mentioned today the capital allocation mismatch problem. Your report estimates that the amount of investment in low carbon, new infrastructure, cities, transport, energy, everything in developing countries is between 3 and 6 trillion a year by 2050. I've seen higher numbers, pick your number, it all starts with a T. And where is the money? Where are the biggest sources of money in the world? In 2021, McKinsey estimated that in the asset management industry, there was $112 trillion in assets under management. So you have this need, you have all these sources, but in my lifetime working in the World Bank, that it has always been a problem figuring out how do we get private institutional investor assets in predominantly rich countries into projects with foreign exchange risk, country risk, pipeline risk, scale risk in developing countries. So I know that your report took a close look at that. I wonder if you could tell us what new ideas you might have for catalyzing private investment in emerging markets.
So thank you. We do say in the report that we will need $1 trillion annually between now and 2030 to be able to address the problem. And this is $1 trillion of external financing, because countries are going to raise their own resources. There's a lot of domestic resource mobilization, which is also going to come into the mix. But what do we say? We say the first thing is good policies. The second one is we're saying particularly either countries should not borrow and create debt to fight the climate challenge. So what we need is that official development assistance, grant funding, the cheapest capital that we have, which goes to what we call the International Development Association, which is the World Bank's fund for the poorest countries. And there you have very cheap, affordable resources. This is essentially equity. And so what we're saying is for these countries, we need to put up some equity to be able to then leverage the private sector to come in and do the things that need to be done. In this segment as well, we need philanthropy. We need philanthropy that can come in early, so we kind of have a supply chain, right? We have philanthropy, the IDA resources, and then maybe crowding in the private sector. There we say that we have to go from 30 billion to 60 billion of either resources to make sure that the International Development Association, the Fund for the Poorest, to make sure that we can actually tackle the climate concern. Then we have what we call the IBRD, the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, which is essentially for middle-income countries. It's slightly cheaper capital, but there's a lot more capital, but it's not enough. And so we say we need to go from 60 billion to 180 billion to be able to address the climate challenge. But in that 60 to 180 billion, we're also calling for substantial leverage. So essentially, we want to raise multilateral development bank funding threefold. But to say that today, as you know, Michelle, the leverage ratio of the bank in particular is not as good as we would want it to. We want to be able to sort of say, you know, that for every dollar that we spend, we're able to leverage 5, 6, 7. Today we're leveraging 2, 3. And so that's not nearly enough. We have the MEGA, the Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency, that has not had any payouts. Clearly, they're not taking enough risk. And so we're also saying, you know, can they take more risk? Can they do more so that, you know, we can respond to the climate challenge? So those are some areas where we think, of course, then, you know, in this environment of inflation, of lack of capital, there are other things that we can do. One of them is the special drawing rights. That's initial, you know, upfront equity that can be given to every country and that they can use to raise capital. But then there is also, you know, debt swaps, climate debt for nature swaps. Seychelles has done one. I think Ecuador is doing one. Of course, for that, you need a country that is willing to write, you know, down the debt. We are not seeing that many because, you know, we're in a slightly difficult macroeconomic environment across the globe. But if we were to do that, I think we will be able to do more. The most important thing is the role of the MDBs, not just in financing, we say in the report, but in making sure that, you know, a lot of the times, and Michelle, you know this, and Etherin, you would have seen it sometimes, is that we all go to the same thing. You know, until we spend our capital in the same place, we don't diversify. So we're not innovating. We wait for somebody to discover a project and then we all go there. And we're trying to say, can the MDBs be more risk-taking? Can they, you know, scale up? We're just doing a housing project that we closed in the West African region. Now we're taking it, in the last panel, he was talking about scale. We're taking it to Nigeria, we're taking it to South Africa. This is what we need. When I was at the IFC, I used to be a regional director for the International Finance Corporation. We also had something called scaling solar. But the danger, we say, is that we don't want concessional resources to drive up private resources. And there is always that risk, right? That, you know, you want to throw a lot of concessional resources at some projects just to demonstrate and prove that it's workable. But once you do that, the private sector leaves. We know from Makani that it's about $130 trillion under the GFANZ, the Global Financial Alliance for Net Zero, that is looking to invest capital. We need to be able to find, you know, the right investment framework that allows that capital to come to the developing and emerging market economies in a way that, you know, protects their capital, that the laws are clean and clear, and there's predictability and credibility in the legal system. So there's a lot of different moving parts. But the good thing, and I stop there, is that many emerging market economies are actually putting in place the reforms that are needed, are working with their own private sector from, of course, Indonesia to India to Malaysia, and even to South Africa, to Nigeria, are beginning to sort of say, you know, what can we do ourselves? How can we do this, and how can we make this work? So I think we now need to see how we do more to crowd in a lot more private sector financing. In the report, we say that we need 3x more private sector financing to be able to get to where we need to get to.
Right.
And just to add on to the comments that Vera just made, when we talk about debt swaps, we often think about the only place that you can do debt swaps is with one country or the multilateral development banks. Unfortunately, Credit Suisse has their own challenges, but Credit Suisse actually leaned in to debt swaps for nature with a project with the Nature Conservancy where they did significant debt swaps with Belize and Barbados, and there were about 5 or 6 other countries in the pipeline for debt swaps. Recognizing that we do need new tools. It's been they've made very clear though that with their own potential, their own financial issues today, that those that were in the pipeline may not ever happen. But the one thing that the UBS and other analysts have said about the debt swaps that Credit Suisse entered into was that these were money makers for them. They lost no money here. They were completely underwritten by the DFC, the US DFC, for any loss. And so it was them stepping into a space that didn't exist before. The challenge that we have is we don't have enough institutions that are willing to lean into new areas of business. And the opportunity that we have, as Vera was just saying, is how do we de-risk investments in a way, using either concessionary capital like the DFC, the multilateral banks, to support capital stacks that will bring in private sector capital. We know that when the challenge with, as we heard others say from the stage today, is the issue of risk. And as I was doing my landscape for what are the challenges for us creating a food system, a transformation of the food system that will ensure universal access, I had the opportunity to talk to asset managers and owners from across the country. And I had a significant institutional investor say to me, he said, Ursula, well, we don't invest in Africa because it's too risky. I said, well, you know Africa's 52 countries, right? And they're all quite different. And so the challenge of building a narrative that demonstrates that difference and truly evaluates the risk based upon the policies, the governance of the particular country is a hurdle that we must overcome in not just bringing the type of capital that Vera was just describing that will catalyze the capital stack in a way that will support private sector, but it is that changing that narrative to get the type of lean-in that Credit Suisse was willing to do by others who can see the opportunities there and are willing to develop tools and develop relationships that didn't exist, or develop investments that didn't exist in the past.
Yeah, thank you. You know, speaking of risk, one of the issues in 2009 at the climate COP in Copenhagen, in the aggregate, the rich countries made a commitment to mobilize $100 billion a year for investment in climate action in developing countries. The word mobilize was significant, even though the press often reports it as bilateral transfers. It was not. It was, we will mobilize private investment with a combination of public and private. And so far, they have not reached that 100 billion. That was 2009. It was supposed to be reached by 2020. It hasn't been. When we were at the World Bank, Vera, there was a lot of attention given to how to use public finance to de-risk and catalyze, mobilize, et cetera, private finance in developing countries. So we spent a lot of time looking at guarantees, partial risk guarantees, partial credit guarantees, all sorts of things. It never really took off. We looked at IFC funding, we're taking first loss. Is there any new thinking on how the public institutions like the MDBs can play a role that would finally crack this nut of scaling up access to private finance?
And thank you, Michelle. I think that's a little bit what I alluded to in the beginning. It's that the multilateral development banks are very, very risk averse. And so essentially, when you look at, the Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency, I think they've had one payout, in the 40 years of their history. Clearly, to some, for some that may be good management, but for many others, clearly that's not, right? But it's also, I think, a sense of our shareholders allowing maybe and encouraging the MDBs to take a little bit more risk, because if you don't want to be the head of MEGA who has 2 payouts in 1 year, it may eventually hurt your career. So there has to be, I think, a very clear message. So right now we have in the sort of MDB reform conversation, a lot of conversation about stretch your balance sheet, you must do this, but there is never that last bit which says take more risk, right? And so, right now with the World Bank, there's been this long conversation around saying, can the P&L ratios go down to 19 so that we can release another $10 billion worth of capital that we can put into the system. I think these kinds of things, we need to be able to push our donors to make sure that they protect the bank and tell the bank, we want you to take the risk, we want you to do this. I was talking with the head of Bank of America, and he was saying to me, he said, listen, Vera, it takes me 3 months to do a 2,000 megawatt project in the United States. It takes me 3 years to try to do a 500 megawatt project in an emerging market economy because of policy, because of the different impediments to reform. I think that's also part of what we need to do, is we need to get countries to change the governance systems and ensure that, we can, when we get the private sector to come in, it is predictable, it's stable, the environment is stable. Because when they do, and when they find a stable, predictable environment, they actually have very high returns. And many private sector investors are going to Uganda, to Kenya, to make sure that they can actually make a good return on some of those investments there. The other thing that we have to be careful about is that when these countries, South Africa, I take the case of South Africa, when South Africa opened its markets to solar energy, we came in and priced so high, right, that South Africa was destined to get into trouble. And I think that's where we also have a role as MDBs, to make sure that the pricing is not so prohibitive that even when you have a country that is doing the right things, they run into trouble because of pricing. And so again, 2 things that I'm working on is this risk perceptions. When you look at, the cost of capital, and that's why we say we don't have bankable projects. It's not that the projects don't exist. It's that the cost of capital is so high and so onerous that it's difficult to sort of have a bankable project. If you're, borrowing at 900 basis points, these people are paying for the energy in local currency. There's no way that a project like that can have a high rate of return that is viable.
Earthren, I wanted to turn to you for a minute. When people talk about the economic transition needed to solve the climate crisis, it's usually about energy, maybe transport. But in fact, land use, agriculture, and forestry account for 1/4 of global emissions. And deforestation alone would be the 3rd largest emitter after China and the US. So I'm wondering, how do you, in your work at the Food Systems for the Future, look at these challenges and solutions in these other sectors, particularly in developing countries?
You know, when I participated in COP26 in the UK, there was you will recall, there was a significant announcement by the private sector and the private sector financial community of investment in energy at COP26. That was one of the big headlines that came out of COP26. Food and agriculture weren't even on the agenda at COP26. And at COP27, we were able to get a food and agriculture day, but in the 5,000 words of the declaration, agriculture was mentioned once and food security was mentioned once. We still could not get food systems into the declaration. And so the challenge is that as the climate community has evolved in its advocacies over the past several decades, when we talk about the land use is the area that is most often focused on, and they put agriculture and food under land use. It is often the reforestation that is discussed, as you just mentioned, and the investments in reforestation, but without consideration of why the deforestation occurred in the first place. It was because of expansion of land under cultivation for food security. And so when there is little, I don't want to be so provocative, but just for description, little interest in the historical interest in the environmental community in addressing the social and externalities of the impact of our climate challenge. Then we have the types of food systems challenges that we're facing today, where our food system, as you noted, is and I'm not just talking about what happens on the farm, but the logistics system, the food waste, how we process and store food as well, all account for that 24%. But it is also the system that is most vulnerable to the climate crisis. As you've also heard today, one of the effects of the changes in our climate is the acute weather patterns. And in vulnerable places, what we often say is the long rains are short and the short rains don't come. Somalia, for example, is experiencing its 5th year of drought, which is the longest period of drought on record. You just heard talk about Madagascar and Malawi and the effect of the cyclone there, which has come back. This is a month-long cyclone that has gone off and come back again. And those types of effects are not just on infrastructure, as we heard before, but on agricultural production and ultimately on food security. And so when we talk about the investments in the seeds and tools, we need to ensure that our agricultural production is the new tools that are coming online, new biological tools that are coming online with new seeds that are drought resistant and new corn stalks that are wind resistant, that are or drought tolerant or requiring less water. All of those tools are coming online, but they're coming online for our row crop farmers here in the United States. They're not coming online, for the most part, for either poor farmers here in the United States or for those farmers that we're talking about. And so when we talk about investment, we're looking at the investment not in projects to do what we've always done, but to leapfrog the challenges that these communities are facing.
Yeah. I wanted to ask maybe both of you about what you see as the role of carbon markets in this, for developing countries and particularly in the food and land use sector. There is only, if we look at financing for or providing support for reducing deforestation, which should be really huge. The only compliance market in the world that has that in its enabling legislation is California, and they still haven't pulled the trigger on using that for international reduction of deforestation. There's some in California. A lot of that work is done in the voluntary carbon markets. I wonder, Ertharin and Vera both, do you have any sense of what the potential is for the role of either compliance or voluntary carbon markets in this space and trying to unlock some capital to go there?
Vera, you want to start?
Yeah, no, happy to do that. I think, again, as Ertharin said in the beginning, the carbon market space is probably one of the most positive, one of the most exciting, both from a sort of financial engineering point of view, but also I call it sort of the new commodity that many emerging markets could benefit from if we were able to build the kinds of markets that were needed. And we're working with Egypt, for example. We have at the last COP, we launched the African Carbon Markets Initiative, and Egypt is launching an exchange that where we can buy and sell carbon. But again, the problem is we need clarity on the standardization, on the measurement, on the sequencing, because again, the bank doesn't want to come and figure out how much mangroves in Mauritania am I going to be able to produce. They want an intermediary that does all of that for them. They want an intermediary that can verify that the carbon was actually sequestered or offset, and that they can then move forward. So I think what we are still struggling with is how we develop a market that allows for the large. So people always talk about the big oil companies and the huge profits that they've made. The good thing is that many of these oil companies want to go to net zero and are looking for carbon offsets. So there's 160 billion out there, for example, in the top 3, that we can actually use to make sure that we do better and more. Again, remember that the whole carbon markets conversation is really around rural communities and making sure that the resources, and this is part of the governance conversation, the resources that are raised go to the local communities. And there we have the governance issue about how we make sure that local communities are benefiting, we're protecting the carbon. But there is technology, on the continent now, we're using blockchain to be able to, follow the carbon, to make sure that the carbon actually exists, that it's actually being protected. So I think if we did a little bit more work and maybe didn't wait, I always say, let's not make perfection the enemy of the good. We will never get, the Europeans didn't sort of wait for the most perfect carbon markets to sort of launch it, right? I think we already have a model with Europe. Why don't we start with that? And then over time, we can refine it and make sure that we can do better. And back to the climate justice conversation, we are subsidizing the oil companies to the tune of $5 trillion. And so if you think about that subsidy being translated or transferred to sort of carbon purchasing, then we begin to have maybe slightly a more level playing field. Because today the IMF has done all the studies about the cost of subsidies to the oil companies, and it's tremendous. If these oil companies now decide, we want to offset, can we purchase carbon? Then we must, it's incumbent on us, it's an imperative that we develop a carbon market that works and works effectively and efficiently.
When we're talking about carbon markets and back to, as Vera said, this issue of justice, we're not talking about charity here. We're talking about building financial instruments that deliver return, financial return. And that's the opportunity that we have by creating carbon markets that are viable when we know that the increase, and particularly when we know that the increase in agricultural production, much of it is going to happen in developing countries in the future. And so having the ability to create the tools that, and so to support the transparency that is necessary to set the standards that will provide for
rigorous, robust carbon markets that are valuable will deliver the capital that is necessary for the types of investment that we are talking about here today and the types of return that private sector investors are going to want to support that investment to get us to the place where there is value. And so this is, I am not naive to suggest this is going to happen tomorrow, but these are the issues that we must prioritize as we think about the opportunity. We've spent a lot of time talking about the $100 billion that the donor governments committed to mitigate, for adaptation, for climate to the developing world. But as opposed to looking at where can we drive return, if you're concerned about the words justice and terms like woke, move past them. What we're talking about here is, yes, delivering impact, changing our food systems, providing access to energy, changing social, but also, just as importantly, is financial return. And so, providing the capital that is necessary from whether it's the MDBs or the institutions like the USIFC or others that support the movement of capital in places and to assets where they have not historically been invested. That's what justice means, is making that difference.
If we can, I want to come just back for 1 second to carbon markets and ask whether or not either of you would like to say anything about offsets. You don't have to. Offsets like greenwash are getting a lot of heat these days. And yet, if you look at offsets from voluntary carbon markets, that's some of the biggest amount of financing that's going to developing countries. And there are offset possibilities from compliance markets as well. If UC Merced campus has declared itself net zero, and 40% of their net zero is coming from offsets. Here at Berkeley, we have a plan to reach not net zero, but absolute zero by I think they've moved it from 2030 to around 2030. But they recently changed the policy and eliminated it being net zero to be absolute zero because of this concern about offsets. And I'm just wondering if you have thoughts about, are we throwing out the baby with the bathwater in terms of potential funding in developing countries because of this whole offset discussion? I saw a big sigh there, Vera.
No, I am not, again, like I said, we can't make perfection the enemy of the good. And right now we have a lot of, communities in the Amazon, in Estonia, in the pitlands of Africa, where the girls don't have, running water, they don't have electricity, they don't have in Afghanistan. And so if, Chevron or Total decides that they want to offset and they can improve the standard of living and the quality of life of this populations, then I'm all for it. I think we need to take everything we can get. I mean, we are at the precipice, right? This is real stuff. And so I don't think that we have the luxury of trying to decide which one we take and which one we don't. My sense is, everything is on the table. Anything that is taking us towards net zero, I think should be included in the basket.
Yeah, and I would just add to that. I agree with you, but I think we also need to see this as steps towards the goals that we want to achieve. We know that we need more science, more technology, more tools to completely eliminate the production of greenhouse gases and the emission of greenhouse gases, and that we will need offsets to support our ability to measure progress in the interim. But that should not serve as an excuse for getting to zero.
Right.
And that's the challenge I think you hear from many who are opposed to offsets, is that we will use it as, not as a stopgap, but as
a substitute.
A substitute.
Yeah, for reducing to net zero. Yeah. Before, I don't know how much more time we have, but we did get a couple of questions from students relating to the climate justice that I just wanted to put out. One question was, how can the transition to a low carbon economy ensure that workers, including those in the fossil fuel industry, and communities are protected and benefit from the transition? Do either of you have any thoughts or experience
when
around
we
that?
talk about the food systems transition, we talk about a food systems transition that will support our environmental health, our human health, and support the economic return to all stakeholders across the food system, from the farmer to the investor. And that is the only transition that is going to provide us with the type of both environmental as well as social return that we need in order to achieve both the Paris Accord and our agreement, as well as the SDGs.
Yeah. Farah, did you have?
Oh, sorry. No, I'm fine.
Okay. Another question maybe for you, Earthrin. A question from a student was, how can we ensure that low-income and marginalized communities and countries have a voice in the transition and are able to shape the policies and the investments that affect them? I know you have experience on that in the food sector.
I've been at this work for a long time. And for much of our history of investment and development has been very much donor-driven. And with those with the capital defining for communities what they need, as opposed to working with communities to develop the solutions of what they want and need. And what must change and what is beginning to change. You've recently seen USAID come out with a new localization policy where it all looks good on paper, to bring the local government, the national government, as well as local communities into the program development, into supporting the implementation plans. The NDCs, I think, are a great indicator of governments determining what are their priorities of where they will invest and what changes they will make to meet both their mitigation and adaptation requirements and responsibilities. And the challenge is, how do we ensure that when governments lead at the local level, that capital remains? Because so much of the capital is driven by politics that it is difficult to suggest that a government standing up for itself and saying this is what we need will result in the delivery of capital that is required for them to support the plans that that they'd like to move forward.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you're off there.
Yes. No, building on what Etherin said, and I don't want us to close this conversation without talking about electric vehicles and batteries and regulation also that is sort of put in the United States and a lot of developing countries, which then makes it difficult, for that kind of development to happen. I think part of the conversation, again, as Etherin said, is a lot of these mines are in local communities. We know what is needed, if you take DRC, you take Zambia, you take Botswana, they have 70% of the cobalt, lithium, tantalite, and all that is needed. I think part of the climate justice conversation is I actually support the IRA because I think it's a huge booster for innovation. But I would like us to go one step further and say that maybe there is some subsidy or some sweetener for U.S. firms that go to invest in DRC, that go to invest in Zambia, that go to invest in Botswana, because we transfer technology, we transfer knowledge, and we make sure then that we're sort of accelerating our rush to net zero. And my sense is that today we're not looking at it that way. The IRA says, let's go and explore in the United States. And the cost of exploration in the United States, of course, is very onerous. whereas we know where we can find some of these minerals in the DRC and Zambia. So that's part, again, of this justice conversation is, can we make sure that as we push innovation, as we push finance in the tunes at which we're pushing them in $365 billion, that the developing and emerging market economies can also benefit from this process.
Then on the same note of moving on or ending on a positive note, we too often think about those in, whether it is in underserved communities in the United States, communities of color in the United States, or developing countries. We think of those who are impacted by climate, impacted by food insecurity, by the health disparities, as victims, as beneficiaries. We don't see them as entrepreneurs, as markets, as we think about creating capital stacks that will support the development of new businesses, that will leapfrog technology, that will not only provide the adaptation that we often talk about when we talk about these communities, but support the mitigation efforts as well, as Vera was speaking of earlier. We must change our lens, our personal lens of how we see these communities, as well as our business lens of how we define risk. And there are people out there like me who are willing to work with any of you in this room to help identify what are those narratives and those actual tools that we can use to reduce, if not eliminate, risk, to make the investments in the places where capital has historically not flowed available. Because if we truly want to achieve not just climate justice, but our climate goals, we can't afford to leave anyone behind.
Mm-hmm. Nice way to finish.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're
Thank you, Vera.
Thank you, Vera.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you, Vera.
Now I think we have a bona fide break for 20 minutes, so you can wander around. Let me just give a couple plugs for Berkeley here. You know, we actually have in the development engineering program, which is a new program, we have a number of faculty and students who work on these kinds of issues, new innovations in agriculture, innovations in energy, very focused on local community needs. So I just want to give out a little shout out for the development engineering. I also
Recordings.
Pardon? Oh, okay. I don't know if Will Rosenzweig has left the room yet, but okay, Will. So we have a really interesting set of courses on the whole food system, and Will is going to introduce a whole new one on the transformation of the whole food system. So I'm just doing plugs here for other things going on at Berkeley, very much related to what the conversation we just had. Those were terrific conversations. Enjoy your break, and there's some food back there. And I should note that the foodware was also developed by a young entrepreneur from Berkeley. I don't know if she's still here, but we have a company that supplied the climate-friendly foodware, and it's a Berkeley entrepreneur. So once again, go Bears, and everybody enjoy the break.
Recording in progress.
Check 1, 2.
One, two. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2.
Check.
Greetings, John. I just want to make sure you can hear us in Zoom. Great. We're just standing by on a quick break. Yeah, I just have two sources open. Sorry.
Challenge 1.
Hi, everyone. Please return to your seats. Can you guys return to your seats, please? Thank you. Hi, can you return to your seats? Or go in the hallway, thank you. Hi, everyone. Please return to your seats. Hi, everyone. We're getting started. Can you please return to your seats? Everyone, please return to your seats. Sorry.
Okay, I'm getting. I want to have everybody here. Okay. Excuse me, everyone. Could you please return to your seats? Bring your coffee. Bring your minds. Bring your attention. I don't see much movement from the back there. All right, Megan. John, hi. Gotta go get the back. What?
Can you do it?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Hi, folks. Hi, everyone. We're starting our last. Hi, we're starting our last session. Starting our last session.
Okay, everyone. Thank you. Yes. I don't know. I think. Okay, everyone. So we have the great pleasure. I have the great pleasure of introducing to you an old friend, an old colleague from government of mine, John Podesta. John Podesta has served as senior advisor, chief of staff, counselor, many titles to 3 presidents, and those 3 presidents chose him very wisely because he gives outstanding advice and counsel, and he knows how to get things done. He also helped develop the Center for American Progress in Washington, D.C. Some of you may know about that. It became a major think tank under John's leadership. And finally, John has been a long-time advocate of policy to address climate change, and he understands how the policy apparatus of Washington works. So when he was appointed as senior advisor to President Biden for clean energy innovation and implementation, I breathed a huge sigh of relief, because we're going to hear the last panel today is about government policy. And we have now, as a result of very courageous action by our leadership in Washington, we are now devoting significant increase in resources to handle climate change. Those resources have to be allocated and implemented wisely, and that is a challenge for the government itself, because that requires people. It requires people and practices. And so John is leading that coordination effort, and I think we can all rest assured that that means that that substantial amount of funding will be used wisely. John has agreed to speak with us today via Zoom. He was originally going to cross the country to be with us, Probably wise that he didn't do that yesterday, since it was a very complicated crossing of the country time. And he's also agreed to take a couple of questions from our students. So first I'm going to turn over to John, and then we'll get our students to ask him some questions. Thank you, John.
Great, thank you so much, Laura, and thanks for inviting me. I wish I could have made that trip across the country to be with you in person in Berkeley. I think the program has been great, and I know a lot of you are there because you understand that it is, in fact, simply good business to tackle the climate crisis. Think about what the IPCC just told us earlier this week. We're looking at a very narrow path to limiting warming to 1.5 degrees centigrade. Even at that threshold, the lives of tens of millions of people will be upended by extreme weather and sea level rise, with massive implications for our economy. We still have the ability to avoid even more catastrophic impacts, but only if we act now. That means it's go time. No more delay, no more kicking the can down the road. It's time to jump in with both feet, because the climate crisis is already costing us. Last year alone, climate-fueled extreme weather events in the US caused $165 billion in damages. The risk of inaction, of going too slow, will be simply catastrophic. But there's an enormous opportunity here too. The global market for clean energy technologies will surpass $23 trillion by the end of this decade. President Biden wants America and American companies and American workers to lead that market. And to make that happen, we need investment. According to the International Energy Agency, we need to invest literally trillions in this transition every single year for decades. No government on earth can fully finance that, but banks have trillions of dollars on their balance sheets, and the top 10 global companies alone are worth more than $10 trillion. So like every great economic transition in history, the clean energy transition will be government enabled, but private sector led. To get this done, there are a few challenges and a few opportunities where we need your help and engagement. Let me start with the opportunities. President Biden entered office with a vision to create jobs and economic opportunity by tackling the climate crisis and building a clean energy economy. And his three-part legislative agenda is doing just that. Through the bipartisan infrastructure law, the Department of Energy is upgrading and modernizing our electric grid, bolstering the domestic supply chain for batteries, and investing in next-generation energy technologies like green hydrogen. Through the CHIPS and Science Act, the Commerce Department is overseeing $50 billion for the domestic semiconductor industry, a crucial ingredient for EVs, solar, and more. And the Inflation Reduction Act makes the biggest investment in climate action in history, nearly $370 billion. It targets every sector: power, transportation, buildings, industry, agriculture. And its objective is to build a clean energy economy that strengthens economic growth and innovation, boosts our nation's competitiveness, and benefits every American in every community. All told, these laws put us on a path to achieve President Biden's goals of cutting emissions in half by 2030, powering our nation with 100% clean electricity by 2035, and driving towards a net zero economy by 2050. But as I say often, it's one thing to pass a bill and it's a completely different thing to implement it. And in order to do that, we need companies, local governments, NGOs, and individuals to take full advantage of these new programs to grow their climate leadership and to make sure every community feels the benefits of clean energy. The Inflation Reduction Act incentivizes this by enhancing available tax credits for siting clean energy projects in low-income, disadvantaged, and traditional energy communities. You get a boost if you site projects in those communities that have often been left out and left behind. All told, these laws are complete game changers for climate, jobs, and justice. And we want to maximize their impact. But to do that, there are a few challenges we need to address together. The first is permitting, which right now is plagued by delays and bottlenecks. To meet our clean energy goals, we need to increase electric transmission 60% by 2030, which means building transmission lines at twice our current pace. That's why President Biden has made it a top priority of senior administration officials for the first time in history to invest additional resources for permitting agencies and to take new steps to fast-track transmission projects, to demand accountability, which Laura understands, from the most senior agency officials for permitting timelines, all while respecting basic safeguards for environmental review. We also want to see pragmatic bipartisan permitting reform from Congress that maintains our bedrock environmental protections. We need private sector leaders to voice their support so we can get clean energy projects built at the pace and the scale that science demands. The second challenge is building our supply chains for clean energy. Right now, China dominates the supply chain for important clean energy technologies like batteries and solar. For our national security and for our economic security, we've got to reduce our reliance on China for these critical minerals and components. We need your help with this. We need investment, not just in end products like EVs, but up and down the full supply chain. We need you to think about how to support small businesses and how to forge creative partnerships that boost manufacturing at the local level. And we need partnership as we work with our allies around the world to build sustainable, secure supply chains for clean energy. And as we work to make more of these technologies here in America with American workers. That brings me to a third challenge, training our clean energy workforce. President Biden's agenda will create literally millions of jobs over the next decade. The University of Massachusetts estimated 9 million jobs just from the IRA alone. From electricians to steel workers to construction managers to engineers, 2/3 of those jobs will not require a 4-year college degree. We need to train those workers for a lifelong career in clean energy, and we need to build a workforce that looks like America. Our view is that offering apprenticeships is the best way to make that happen. So we need all of you to step up on workforce development and commit to offering high quality jobs with great pay and benefits. We've encouraged this by offering 5 times the financial incentives under the Inflation Reduction Act if companies pay their workers prevailing wages and meet our apprenticeship requirements. And we need you to do more to open doors to industry by working with community colleges, partnering with local service organizations, and letting us know how the federal government can help you do this. All told, there's plenty of work to be done, but there's never been a better time to invest in clean energy in America. We're already seeing mounting evidence that President Biden's agenda has sparked a clean energy revolution in states across the country. Just look at the US battery industry, for example. In the time since President Biden has taken office, we've seen nearly $90 billion in new investments up and down the battery supply chain. Enough to power 10 million electric vehicles and create thousands of good-paying jobs. That's the future the Biden-Harris administration envisions when they think of climate action. And as long as we make this transition, as I noted, government-enabled, but private sector-led, as long as we seize the opportunity of clean energy, and as long as we work together to maximize the president's agenda for climate, jobs, and justice, it's the future that will become our reality. So let me close by saying, let's make this happen together. Thank you for letting me have a few minutes of your time, and I'm happy to answer a couple of questions from students.
Thank you so much for being with us today. My name is Arno. I'm a first-year MBA student here at Haas. So my question is, the IRA is a game changer, but has certainly been more inward-facing than other stakeholders, such as the EU or Africa, would have hoped. And the question is, how can we design future climate policies in a more global approach to ensure that investments go where it's most needed for the transition to be successful?
That's a great question. And by the way, I should have said it's at the beginning. I have 2 children who are graduates, one a graduate of Haas, my daughter, and a graduate of the Berkeley Law School. So thanks for being there, and thanks for taking such a strong interest in this. Look, I think that this bill was structured and designed so it could pass the Congress and make the right investments. It's not all that we need to do to make sure that this transformation of the global economy happens for everyone. But one of the things I think that is true about this bill, and we have written about this, cite a number of analysis to make the case that by driving investment in the United States, we're also creating a cycle, a virtuous cycle of innovation that will drive down the cost of clean energy, and that'll be available to people all across the world. And the Boston Consulting Group estimated that overall it will drive down the price of clean energy technologies by as much as 25% across most of these technologies, by more in some like direct air capture. They estimate that as much as 50% drop in the cost of those technologies will occur as a result of the investments in the Inflation Reduction Act. What does that mean for people around the globe? It means cheaper prices, a savings of over $120 billion at the global scale. That money can be reinvested in sustainable technologies, in building for the future, in building out clean energy systems across the globe. So that's one aspect of why this bill is not just good for the US, but good for the world. But we need to do more as well. I'm happy that the president has nominated Ajay Banga to lead the World Bank. We need tremendous reform of the international financial institutions to really make them fit for purpose in this century. We need to do our part in terms of bilateral assistance, and the president has pledged to try to reach that goal of providing $11 billion of direct support in the clean energy and resilience space. We've had trouble with our Congress in getting all that money appropriated, but we're working diligently to try to get that money both appropriated by Congress or reprogrammed in accounts that we can control. But it's going to take really unlocking private sector investment, and I think returning to the World Bank and the international financial institutions, that's where they play an enormous role. And quite frankly, I think they need a new reform agenda, and they need a new reformer and a leader to get that job done. And I think Mr. Banga, who's already been out and traveling the world, listening to people, listening to their concerns about how the bank can play its traditional role in creating the tools and the necessary interventions to have strong, sustainable development to lead people out of poverty, but do it in a way that's climate smart and dealing with the world that's coming, not just the world we have right now. So I think all those things are a responsibility of the U.S. government. But I think the IRA itself will help power change across the globe, including, as I noted, by making it essentially cheaper to invest in these clean energy technologies.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much for being here with us. I'm Elias. I'm a second-year MBA student. I think building on what you've already said and the fact that the IRA is such a game changer, you're talking today with a university that's so focused on innovation and entrepreneurship. And so as a final question, wanted to ask, what would be your greatest goal for action? Where should disruption and innovation come in now that the policy environment is so conducive to climate innovation?
Well, look, I think we're seeing a tremendous impact of this law already. I mentioned the investment in batteries, but really, I think what we really need is a revolution in innovation, and that's where I think the skills you're learning at the business school, the fact that Haas has been able to really create a generation of entrepreneurs to work with the resources that you have in the community across such a rich area of innovation is going to be critical to provide the kinds of new technology, driving down those cost curves, making those early investments. But now there's support for that that's coming in the form of both investment tax credits and in the form of production tax credits in the clean power sector. But as I noted, I think innovation has to happen really across virtually the entire economy. And in some places that were once thought to be, they were, quote, hard to decarbonize, particularly in the industrial sector, in the industrial section, the innovation, the possibility of truly green hydrogen, other kind of innovations in the production process mean that we could not just decarbonize the power sector, but really work across virtually every segment of our society, including in information technology, which will be the backbone of what it's going to take to use energy more efficiently, to distribute it more effectively and efficiently, and to make those investments happen, again, in places that often have been left out of transitions in our economy that we've seen in the past. I think one of the things that's most exciting about this bill is that emphasis on place-based investment that can bring those new industries, new jobs, new innovation to what have been traditional energy communities that are in transition, but also to places that have borne the brunt of climate pollution, of traditional power plant and industrial pollution. There's a future there now as long as we seize it, make those investments, train that workforce, and get people, essentially accelerating this change that is so necessary. So thank you for being in the fight. We need it's kind of a long term. I've been at this for a while, as you can tell from both my resume and my gray hair. But I continue to be really excited about the possibilities as we go forward to make real change happen, to create stronger growth patterns in this country, and to see that spark of investment be also a spark of creativity and solidarity as we tackle the climate challenge.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, John. Thank you so much for your vision, for your leadership, for your helping get this done. Thank you, thank you. You've committed your life to public service. You've committed your life to this climate topic, and what a wonderful opportunity for the country to have you doing this job. Thanks.
I look forward to getting out there and seeing you in person.
Yes, next time, yes, absolutely. The invitation stands. Whenever you want an excuse for an in-person visit to California, I'm here. We're here.
Great.
Okay.
Thanks.
Great.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, so. So John was originally going to be here, but couldn't come. We were going to have him be part of the public policy discussion. We're going to continue the public policy discussion.
We are.
And we're bringing up the panel now. This is the ending panel, Public Policies to Mobilize Private Capital. The moderator will be Adair Morse, who is our own professor of finance and is one of the people who helped build the Sustainable Impact Finance Initiative. So Adair will be the moderator. We have Dan Lashoff, the director of WRI. I feel it's important to have a nonprofit voice, and WRI has been very influential over time in helping to shape the policies that the United States government has adopted, and also some of the policies that the state of California has adopted. We have Scott Wu, who's the executive director of the Infrastructure Bank in California. And in case you don't know, we have an infrastructure bank. We do. And it has the ability to make loans and grants and is active in this space. We have Kate Gordon, senior advisor to the Secretary of Energy at the U.S. Department of Energy. And we have Heather Bushey, who is the Council of Economic Advisors. What do we call one now? I haven't been there in such a long time. Are you the vice chair? I'm
a member of the
She's a member of the Council of Economic Advisors. The terms have changed over time. But let me just say, the Council of Economic Advisors, it's meant to be a think tank within the administration that gives unbiased, objective economic advice on any question that the president asks. So, and it has carried out its mission very well over many years. And Heather, we're glad to welcome you. Okay, so handing over to you, Adair.
Thanks, Laura. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let me just start and say that the panel doesn't need me here. The panel is amazing. I've had the pleasure, with the exception of Dan, of working with Scott Wu on the California Rebuild Fund during the pandemic. Small businesses in California took the vision to Washington. The honor of my life working for President Biden, working with Kate and Heather. And of course, now I'm back here at Berkeley. And the second honor of my life is to be a Berkeley professor. And I'm back here with you all and delighted to be here. 2 weeks out, I can be biased now. All right, so that is who I am. But today we have represented here on the panel a panel that can talk across the board on the policies to enable private capital coming out of the federal and state governments, as well as an expert on these subjects that can talk about the things that people in the government can't talk about. So let me give them a few seconds each to introduce what they're working on that's touching the subject today of private capital coming out, knowing that I'm going to ask to go into programs and additionality and authorities on the second question. So, to you, Dan.
Great, thanks very much. It really is a pleasure to be here. I've been working on climate policy since I was a graduate student here at Berkeley back in the day. Since working on climate policy since CO2 was at about 350 parts per million. So leave it as an exercise to the students to figure out how long that is, but it's a long time. So it's a real pleasure now to be able to talk in an era where the U.S. actually has a really substantial, pretty comprehensive climate policy. John Podesta really said it extremely well. The transition will be government-enabled and private sector-led. The Inflation Reduction Act is a huge part of enabling that, but we also have an industrial policy in the U.S. Because it's not just the Inflation Reduction Act, but the Chips and Science Act and the infrastructure bill. That trio of bills together creates both a climate policy framework and an industrial policy that we have not had in my lifetime. So it's exciting. I was glad to hear John talk about transmission. Surprised that nobody had brought that up previously, because that is absolutely a critical enabler of connecting all the clean energy and electrifying everything that we need to electrify. So we're thinking a lot about that. I should say permitting reform is kind of the broad umbrella in which that's often discussed, but it's really much broader than that. We can get into various details, but it's federal permitting reform, but also planning, and Kate can talk about the new authorities that the Department of Energy has on that. It's cost allocation. The Federal Energy Regulatory Commission has a critical role on that, and then state and local policies as well. So a lot to do there. And then the final thing I'll say is, as fantastic as the Inflation Reduction Act is, in my opinion, it doesn't get us all the way to President Biden's goal. It is estimated to produce 1 billion tons of emission reductions in 2030, which is amazing, but that gets us to 40% below 2005 levels. The goal, a very ambitious goal that the president said, is a 50% reduction below 2005 levels. So there's more policies that we need, both at the federal level and at the state and local level. California continues to play, a really key leading role, so we can talk about some of that. But there's also federal regulations around power plants and vehicles, which are forthcoming and will be an important part of this.
Thanks, Dan. Scott.
Yeah, thanks, Adair. Very quickly, my background, Wall Street back in the late 80s and early 90s, venture capitalist in the 90s and 2000s, and then at a fintech startup. But for the last decade, I've either been working for the White House, for the governor, or at nonprofit foundations. But as I was listening to Laura Tyson describe the Council of Economic Advisors' work, it recalled quickly an aside a few years back when I was on the stage doing a fireside chat with her. I shared a recollection and asked her to confirm it that 30 plus years ago when I was at HBS, we were told that our section was about to get this new advisor from UC Berkeley, and we were all so excited, but on her flight to Boston, it got diverted to DC, and instead of becoming our advisor, she became the chair of the Council of Economic Advisors. And I asked her, was that recollection correct? And she said, yes, I actually decided it was more important to advise the president than to advise you. Which is very fair. And she also mentioned in her opening that iBank is the state's infrastructure bank. Nobody knows about it. So let me tell you a little bit about iBank. And one quick correction. We don't do grants. We don't do tax credits. We don't do grants. We are a bank. We do finance instruments. We do market instruments. We have a AAA credit rating. We go to the markets and raise bond funds, which we then provide to all forms of projects throughout the state. But iBank sits in the governor's office, and we are the state's only general purpose finance authority. Historically, we've done bond issuances for nonprofits, for schools, museums, for water projects, clean water projects, high-speed rail. We've done about $50 billion worth of that type of activity. We also have a loan fund, a revolving loan fund, where we fund small municipalities for clean water projects, sewage projects, recycling projects, and the like. We've done about $1 billion worth of that activity. And we also house the state's Small Business Finance Center. The Small Business Finance Center is an entity where our primary activity is actually guaranteeing private bank loans or community lender loans to small businesses to entice and encourage that activity. We've done about supported about $2 billion worth of small business loans. And so when I arrived, I adopted this mission. I didn't know about the iBank either when they proposed this role to me, but the more I looked into it, the more I thought, this is a really great, powerful platform for the problems of today. And so when I arrived about 3.5 years ago, I immediately instituted 2 priorities within all of our programming. One was around serving disadvantaged communities. The other was around climate solutions. And so we basically embedded those 2 priorities in all of our programs and launched several more programs with that in mind. And so since then, in the last couple of years, we've done about $3 billion worth of green loans and green bonds. We last year launched a climate tech loan guarantee program for commercial businesses that are working on emerging climate solutions, and we've taken that statewide. I worked with Adira, she mentioned. I worked with Laura and Susan McCormick around the clock in 2020 during the COVID crisis to try to come up with an entity. We launched an entity called the California Rebuilding Fund to basically use public funds to support a private capital entity that would drive funds into the community development finance institutions to provide emergency loans to the small businesses of California. And so we were able to do that very quickly, and it continues to run to this day. I'm currently working with Adira's former team at US Treasury to implement the $1.2 billion of American Rescue Plan capital that was apportioned to California to support small businesses. And so we're working on that. I just 2 months ago launched the state small business venture capital program. It's a state venture capital program entirely focused on allocating funds to fund managers that are underrepresented, entrepreneurs that are underrepresented, and underserved parts of the state. And so And I don't want to forget that before Kate left California advising the governor to go advise over at Department of Energy, she was the inspiration and the brainchild behind the state's climate fund. And so we also run the state's climate fund. It's called Climate Catalyst. And it's struggled at the outset because we had a budget deficit, and so the $1 billion that was apportioned for it disappeared. But since then, we've slowly found a couple $100 million. Our initial appropriations are to really try to develop markets in forest biomass and to build transmission lines to clean, firm generation projects such as the geothermal plants in the Salton Sea. And so my last point about iBank, though, is we are not a policymaker. We are a bank. And we basically follow the policymakers' guidance, both in the state of California and federally, to look for those gaps where we can intervene, provide some public financing to drive in private capital and to really leverage the projects and get them off the ground sooner.
Thanks, Scott. Kate.
Thanks, Adair. It's so great to be here. I will try to keep this a little short. I know you're getting into a lot of these questions later. I should first say everyone has to say their Berkeley connection, and I'm a graduate of both the law school and this city planning school, so I'm very excited to be here. Yay, go Bears. Now a senior advisor to Secretary Granholm, and I came in really to work on place-based investments and energy transition, so everything we've talked about today has been very relevant to the work that I'm doing. I think being at Department of Energy right now is very exciting because energy is such a foundational part of this overall economic transition we're in the middle of, both because we're sort of the infrastructure piece, right? I mean, you've heard a lot about transmission, also EV charging infrastructure. We have a significant responsibility for with the Department of Transportation, just underlying all of the other economic development that's happening. You can't really do economic development in places without that foundational infrastructure. And then the whole question of transitioning from our existing energy system. And we have a system that's been in place for over 100 years. It's been invested in for a long time. It's very much in evidence all around us all the time. And we're talking about a pretty significant transition of that. And that includes not just building out all these new energy systems, which we're doing a ton of investment in because of authorities we've gotten under the Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill and the Inflation Reduction Act, and some in the CHIPS and Science Act as well. We're also thinking a lot about things like remediation and reclamation of those sites. We have to clean up the vestiges of the existing infrastructure. We have to think about how those, as John said, traditional energy communities are transitioning, and also those communities that have borne the brunt of pollution from that traditional set of sectors. And then we have to think about investment in new stuff, not only scaling back up our supply chains, which we're doing a ton of work in batteries in particular, scaling up the supply chains, but also investing in things like green hydrogen, things like direct air capture, all this new emerging demonstration deployment. So Department of Energy has pieces of everything I just said, but we also fully recognize that our job is to catalyze private sector investment. We are not able to do this alone. We can't do this alone. There's a lot of traditional government functions in there around infrastructure and kind of catalyzing new markets, but ultimately it has to be a catalyst. So we're very excited about that and sort of the ability to get to scale and speed. We can talk about the Loan Program Office, which is a huge part of that. The only other thing I wanted to say, and John touched on that, and the panel before this touched on this as well, is we can't do this without attention to really creating broadly shared prosperity. So not just transitioning to a new type of energy economy, but transitioning to a new type of energy economy that actually brings everyone along, that doesn't leave people behind, that creates that shared prosperity. We at Department of Energy are doing a lot of work in our individual grant making processes to actually ask our private sector applicants to pay attention to job quality, to access to jobs, to Justice 40, and to direct benefits to disadvantaged communities, and just to basically much more proactive engagement with communities and workers than I think we've asked private sector to do in a long time. And we're doing that not only because we have to do this differently, but also, frankly, because it's a risk reduction strategy. We just don't see these projects getting permitted, getting cited. We see a real need to approach these communities differently when it comes to industrial development. than we've done in the past. And we're starting to see sort of the fruits of that. And I can talk about that as well. So I will leave it at that with a bunch of teasers and go to Heather.
Thank you. I have no Berkeley connection, but I'm thrilled to be here today.
You like Berkeley.
I like Berkeley. I grew up in Seattle. Is that close? I'm so grateful. Thank you, Adair, and thank you, Laura, for inviting me here today. It's wonderful to be up here on this panel with all of you. As Laura said, I'm a member of the President's Council of Economic Advisors. I'm also the chief economist for the President's Invest in America subcabinet, where we are focusing on implementing the President's larger industrial strategy, of which clean energy is I think the most important piece, but maybe the semiconductor people would want to arm wrestle over
Well,
that.
they're part of the clean energy economy.
They are part of the clean energy economy. I wanted to say just a couple of pieces via introduction. I was able to attend the morning sessions, and I had to step out for a little bit. And one of the things that struck me about those early conversations was somebody who noted that this conversation about finance is less about finding the right climate finance, but understanding that we are undergoing building a new clean energy economy. It is a transition. It is all kinds of businesses that need to be empowered and enabled to make that transition. And so that is one of the things that motivates me for this work. When this new Council of Economic Advisors was set up during the transition right after the election, the president, I think for the first time, put 3 labor economists, Cecilia Rouse is the chair of the CA, Jared Bernstein and myself are the 2 members. All 3 of us are first and foremost labor people. With other things, I do labor and macro. And so there's a question like, well, what about the rest of the economy? Who's going to cover what? And my very first request to CC that I said was the condition upon me taking the job was that I got to take the climate portfolio. And the reason that I came out to this conference today, which is that if we care about economic competitiveness, if we care about jobs in the future, we have to care about how this transition goes, how it is financed, and how we are using the government-enabled to foster, to direct, to encourage private action in the public interest. This is where we are going to create the jobs of the future. And the comments that John made, that just to follow up on my colleague here, Kate, about places left behind, is a key part of that strategy. I think now, in so many ways, actually, I just said this to someone who did not agree with me, so I'll say it here and see if anybody does. I feel like in many ways, the climate scientists have won the debate that there is going to be there's a problem with climate, there's an existential crisis, and we need to do something about it. And there's been a lot of energy and modeling and work and focus on proving that and showing, wow, if we don't do anything, it's going to get really bad. This is why weather's changing and all of that. I think we need to spend just as much time and energy on this transition, how we're financing it, how we're doing it, and how we're going to do it in a way that does not add to our long-standing challenges, but actually ameliorates them. So let me just end on one note before I hand the baton back to Adair, which is that when President Biden came into office, he talked a lot about the fact that he faced 2 challenges. One was the immediate crisis of the pandemic, wrapping our hands around that, and the economic crisis, the recession, because of what had happened during the crisis. And then 2 was that there were these longer-term, deeper structural factors. He talked a lot about how he didn't want to just build back, but he wanted to build back better. We couldn't go back to the way things were. And this conversation is core to that. We've seen 50 years of rising economic inequality, decades of rising economic concentration across firms. We've seen supply chains that have been too fragile, that have disrupted our communities. The solutions that we come up with here will either add to those woes and make solving the climate process challenge that much harder, or they will address them simultaneously, making solving the climate problems that much easier.
Wow. All right. So it's hard to follow that. But I want to take a second, and I'm going to focus on the federal side for here for a second, and really put a perspective on how many programs, how many pieces of the federal government in different places across the federal government need private capital, need to mobilize with the help of people in this room, need partnerships, need organizing, and need capital stacking. Our capital stack expert of the world, Susan McCormick, is here, and we are delighted that you honored us with that time. But we need capital stacks, and I'm a finance geek, and we need to stack, right? All right, Kate, we're going to start with you. You name all the programs that need private finance that
there's a
in the
quiz
federal
portion.
government from whatever agency, and I will cap off here at the end from having spent a little time on this
I
too.
cannot name them all, but I will say this. Just for reference of how big this is. So the bipartisan infrastructure bill law was appropriated $62 billion to the Department of Energy. In that $62 billion, we were given 60 new programs. And then 12 existing programs were plussed up. 60 new programs, most of which are wholly focused on demonstration and deployment. We have been, since 1977, a research and science organization. Last year, that changed. And now we're doing demonstration and deployment. We're doing steel in the ground, basically for the first time. So every one of those programs is a program with a competitive process where we're doing, in a lot of cases, half of the funding for projects which then need private sector investment on the other side, or we're doing sort of initial R&D feed studies to feed into private sector approaches. So they're really, really significant, and it's kind of across the board. We reorganized the entire agency around this bill. We now have an undersecretary for infrastructure. We've never had that before. The whole agency has changed. So I think it's just to demonstrate sort of the size. And then Inflation Reduction Act, the amount of money that's going to our loan program office in that bill is staggering. We have a entirely new loan program office program, which we refer to as 1706, which is very wonky, but it's a program that for the first time allows for loan guarantees for non-innovative projects, but they have to repurpose, reuse, or decarbonize existing energy infrastructure. Super, super exciting, because we're now able to say, here, as I said earlier, here's all this existing infrastructure that we've built out for 100 years. How do we actually repurpose it and think of it as an opportunity? Every single dollar of that requires the private sector, and so there's that as well. I mean, we have grants, we have loans, so we have everything. We have tax credits, like, come to us. We have everything, but all of it needs to be stacked and leveraged. And
which is the point we were trying to make, right? We started out today talking about the size of the federal packages. It's not just the IRA. It's the BIL. It's CHIPS, and even the ARP back. There was funding in that as well, in the infrastructure side in particular, and the need to stack that up. And we start to get to the quantities that are going to move the needle. Heather, you want to add in some programs, and then I'm going to try to do from the top of my head.
I'm laughing because I just did a talk earlier today over lunch on this, where I have the slides that stack the programs. But one slide that I put up was very, very small font. That had all of the different elements of these programs that then encourage certain kinds of behavior, right? So that the financing is, it's encouraging prevailing wages, it's encouraging using apprenticeships, it's encouraging investing in disadvantaged communities. And so we are stacking the financing, and we're stacking, making sure that, I don't know if stacking is the right word, but we are also trying to make sure that these investments actually deliver for communities.
Please, Dan.
Just mention a couple other things outside of DOE. Well, first of all, the Inflation Reduction Act makes the Internal Revenue Service the preeminent climate policy organization in the United States, which is very weird. But they're working very quickly to try to write the guidance to implement all the tax credits, which will be a huge driver of private investment. This was mentioned earlier, but it's worth emphasizing. There's this fictitious number that came from CBO that it's a $369 billion bill, both false precision and just wrong. It's way bigger than that. Obviously, it does depend on how effectively it's implemented, but with John Podesta in charge, as Laura said, really confident that the federal part of that is going to be much bigger than 369. So that's one piece. There's $26 billion at EPA in the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. A chunk of that is to directly finance community-based solar in disadvantaged communities, and another chunk of it is to finance green banks like Scott's. So that's a brand new thing. And then the last one I'll mention there, and there's way more, but I'll just mention $7.5 billion for electric vehicle charging infrastructure at the Department of Transportation. That came from the bipartisan infrastructure law. That's another critical piece, because we actually know from research that as important as the tax credits for buying electric vehicles are from the Inflation Reduction Act. Each dollar spent to provide charging infrastructure has a bigger impact in getting, in encouraging electric vehicle purchases than a dollar spent on a tax credit for purchasing the vehicles.
Okay, take 2 seconds. SBA's 504 fixed asset program, the SBIC at the SBA doing middle market, as well as now seed investment, new changes there. Amazing, powerful stuff. Treasury, the SSBCI, which I work with Scott on, also the CDFI fund, which folks at Haas care deeply about the CDFI, the community infrastructure, other community infrastructure supported by SBA and others. In Department of Commerce, the EDA doing amazing stuff on the regional challenge. Transportation, enormous amounts of funds going in through different programs. Department of Defense Office of Strategic Capital, new. Industrial base, doing DPA authority on critical minerals. Missing, EPA, you mentioned, in any case,
USDA.
USDA, my goodness, climate smart ag, as well as the fertilizer program coming out of the Ukraine shock, and it keeps going.
And Interior is all the reclamation and oil well capping stuff, which is actually big.
And USDA is working with colleges and for the tribal nations, tribal colleges trying to build up indigenous solutions in agriculture and resource base.
And
just
just really quickly on tribes, we knew you knew all of them, Dara, so you didn't need to ask us. On tribes, though, I mean, this is a really big deal for tribes, these bills. I think it's not as recognized as it should be how much we're doing there. The Interior's doing a lot on shared management of existing tribal sites, which is a big deal, but even more, the Inflation Reduction Act allows for direct pay of many of the tax credits if you're partnering with a tribal entity, and an additional tax adder of 10% if you are in tribal lands, which are also low income and energy communities, so you get multiple adders. So tribes are going to do very well, I think.
Yeah, it's super
which is
important.
Fantastic.
So, Scott, you look like you wanted to jump in. No.
No, well, now that you've pointed to me, I will. So I think this is fabulous, right? This is part of the benefit and also the problem that there are so many entities throughout federal government, through the California government, all with pots of money, but nobody knows how to find it. No one knows how to coordinate it. It's just so confusing and complex. If you're not, even inside the game, I have a hard time figuring out where to go, where to look. And so there's no hope for somebody that's looking in from the outside and saying, hey, I've got this great idea or this great project. Who do I speak to? How do I navigate to the right place? And so actually just this week, iBank decided to kick off a capital needs assessment project. We're partnering with the Climate Policy Institute. And we're going to try to coordinate many of the climate agencies that Kate once coordinated, all of the climate agencies on behalf of the state for climate solutions. We're going to try to do this on a capital needs assessment to try to understand and identify specific gaps in funding for each target and goal that the state has put out there. And we're going to use that as a basis to convene all of the climate agencies on a regular basis so we can make sure that we're coordinated to help inform our work at iBank and where we apply our resources, but also to apply for the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, because that's a $27 billion entity at EPA. Their application process is going to open up sometime in June or July. And we want to be ready with a coordinated response to say, this is how California is going to attract that money, and here's how we're going to use it. Many of these climate agencies throughout the state with large chunks of money from IIJA, from the IRA, from ARPA, from the CHIPS Act, many of them work primarily with grants, tax credits, and technical assistance funds. iBank is the entity that loves the capital stack, right? We're the ones that come in and say, hey, we do all the market instruments. Everything from early stage venture capital all the way up to multi-billion-dollar bond issuances, loans and credit enhancements all throughout the spectrum. And here's how we work with the agencies. We're partnering with half a dozen state agencies right now to make better use of their capital to try to maybe convert some of those grant funds into private capital funds that we can attract more capital markets participants. And so that's how we're looking at it. And so Capital Policy Institute just this year put out a study that said in 2020, there was $632 billion of climate financing spending that year, And of that, less than $40 billion of that was in grant funds. Less than $50 billion of that was in concessionary debt. The rest of it was market-based instruments. A lot of it from DFIs, but most of it from the private capital markets. And they also suggested that the necessary amount to meet our 2030 goals is $4 to $5 trillion a year. And so $632 billion is a lot of money, but it's nowhere near the $4 trillion needed. And there's no way public funds can make up that gap, right? And so we take the approach that we need to apply public funds to attract, incent, risk share to drive private capital, because that's where the big dollars are to fill that gap of what's necessary. And so we're very hopeful to be able to do that.
Okay, so that's brought us back to what the focus of this conference, mobilizing finance, right? And in thinking about mobilizing finance, we need a way to have that finance move in, right? To see it in chunks of money that make sense for LPs, that make sense for fiduciaries, that make sense for the financial systems. We heard first thing this morning that we need innovation in the financial system itself, right? And so what I want to do is to think big now. And I'm going to turn to Heather to think big about, all of this stuff overlays into industrial strategy and the macroeconomy, right? These are big transitions that are happening. They need big capital out there. They need financial markets, and they need LPs and owners of capital that are serious about being in the transition economy. Can you bring it all together?
Yeah, and I think I'll be able to tie together a couple of comments that people said, so thank you. So coming at it from just like a very macro perspective, both macro, we'll talk about macroeconomics, but also just a big picture lens, part of what you're trying to do when you mobilize private capital is entice it into investing in this thing that you think is really important and where there's opportunity rather than something else. And so then, like, the first question is why? Like, what are the incentives? Why would they do this? Obviously, because capital thinks it's going to make money. There's also a public purpose. But one thing that was said that was a little inconsistent between what Scott and Dan said is that Dan said, hey, the CBO score, the Congressional Budget Office score of the legislation for the Inflation Reduction Act was that it would be $369 billion. And Dan said, oh, no, we think it's going to be multiples of that. I've seen anywhere from 3 to 5 times. But yet Scott's saying, well, actually, people don't see the demand signal. I mean, I'm paraphrasing, right? Don't see the demand signal. Those two things are, that there's a lot of tension between the two. I think that what we're already seeing is that businesses are seeing the demand signal. We've seen so many announcements already for new battery plants in the United States that we can already say that based on things already announced that we think are credible enough to count, we have enough battery capacity to meet the president's goal of half of all EVs car sales in the United States by 2030 being electric vehicles. Having done the analysis on that, I believe with Adair and Kate like many moons ago, and being very anxious whether or not that goal was achievable, I'm like, whew, okay, we got that. But that's in large part because of the demand signals that we are sending that, hey, this is a place where you can make money, there is money out there. So I'm not arguing at all, Scott, with anything that you said on how people find it, but we are sending a signal out there and the private market is responding. But let me go take it even one step up, which is, part of the story that we tell about the economy is how we think about, how we make sense of all the macroeconomic data out there. How do we make sense of what's going on? That's in large part part of what the macroeconomic forecasting community does. They say, okay, well, the Fed raised rates by 1/4 point today. What does that mean? What is that going to mean for growth moving forward? One of the things that the president has asked the Council of Economic Advisors to do in partnership with the Office of Management and Budget and Treasury and other agencies is to incorporate the risks and opportunities of the risks of the physical damages of climate change and the risk and opportunities of this transition that we are talking about into our macroeconomic forecasting toolkit. Well, this is really important from a narrative perspective. If you're trying to induce capital to go into a new sector, having a set of analytics and a blue chip forecasting community that is talking about the ups and downs of what's happening within that frame is really important. But it requires this very nitty-gritty work to change the models that we use, which is really, really hard. So if there's any economists out there in the audience or on the Zoom listening to this, this is a really important challenge, one that we actually just released a paper earlier this week on how we are planning to do this, how we are planning to use the tools across government to incorporate these opportunities. But as I listened this morning and I listened to this today, everything that we're talking about is affecting so many parts of the real economy. We're talking about where labor demand needs to be. We might be talking about people migrating because of the damages of climate change. We are certainly talking about people maybe needing to be in different places because of where the jobs are. We're talking about where investment needs to be and where it doesn't need to be. We're talking about how we change energy, which of course powers everything. And potentially, what does that do to prices and price stability over time? All of these have big implications for the stories we tell about how effective the economy is. And just to very quickly on this industrial strategy question, we have embarked on this really big step of saying, and John Podesta said it so well in his own words, in my words, repeating what he said, what we make in America and how we make it matters. And that is the core, the crux of what we're doing, focusing on what we make, like whether or not it's clean or not, energy-wise. This is a really big deal. We are prioritizing this, but we're using all of these different tools and how we tell this story to the public so that they know when things don't go maybe as well as we hoped, how to put that in context is going to be really important for the success of failure of this industrial strategy and whether or not private capital keeps coming in. I'll hand it back to you, Adair.
Anyone want to jump in on the industrial strategy? Dan, you want to? No, you're Pat. All right. So I want to overlay the need for industrial strategy with the idea of coming back to the wonderful panel we had earlier on the just transition and understanding those overlay. So the just transition is not just about taking care of communities, which we know low-income communities are exposed on the climate fronts of physical damage. But what the empowering side here is thinking about how we can use the transition to empower entrepreneurship in a way that leads to greater justice, right? And democratizing opportunities. If you think about the way we started with Al Gore this morning, and talking about the industrial revolution and the digital revolution, and if you think about the who got the rents from those, right? Making sure this transition, that those rents are shared across the income group and across the racial groups, across ethnic groups, across for disabled status, right? Our list of socially and economically, not just communities, but entrepreneurs. Our sense of entrepreneurship needs to expand. Now, I'm not supposed to talk. I want to throw that out to thinking about, and I want to get to have this a lead into get to how we use place-based strategies with industrial strategy to get to this transition period and to get to this transition in a different way than we've gotten to before. Scott.
Yeah, no, I think place-based strategies are critical, right? And so we've actually imparted a place-based strategy within almost every one of our programs. And they rely on different metrics for establishing the place that we want to affect. In our green lending programs, we lean on Calamaro screen and some economic, either median income of communities or their disproportionate burden from pollution, right? And in the small business programs with SSBCI, we lean on what they deem to be the CD5 investment areas, our priority, as well as exceptionally small businesses and those that are owned by socially and economically disadvantaged individuals. In the rebuilding fund that we created, right, we really focused on female owners, minority owners, and low to moderate income tracts. Our venture capital business, I mean, venture capital is interesting because we're allocating capital to venture capitalists that are by themselves underrepresented in the industry. And we've segmented some capital for underserved parts of California, which is the entire state except for the Bay Area, LA, and a little bit in San Diego. But everyone knows that California is the global headquarters of venture capital. We have half of the nation's venture capital, but it all happens in a very small geographic area. And so we want to basically move some of that allocation out into communities that have been left behind. Because if we think about, I mean, that's a perfect emblem of the disparities that happen when you have these innovation hubs, these vibrant hub communities, and communities very close by that are somewhat left behind. You have this fabulous ecosystem of some of the world's best universities, the defense industry, the finance industry, the culture of this economy, and the rest of the world has been trying to replicate this forever. Some, more successfully than others, but for the most part, everyone's trying to replicate this. And so we want to try to create new hubs throughout the state. We want to give others a chance to have the opportunity to leverage capital, to bring their community resources together to create innovation and vibrancy.
Kate, as you go into place-based strategies, 2 requests. Yes. 1, define it, and 2, talk about for-profit private capital.
I'm on it. All right. So place-based really is a concept that's been around for a long time in the economic and community development world, and really just means that as you're thinking about your policy, your strategy, your investment, you're doing it essentially in partnership with the place that investment's happening, because those are the people and the communities and the workers that will be most affected by that investment and by that project. So fundamentally, it's about specific places, about when you're doing an investment, when you're thinking about a strategy, partnership with the specific place, really looking at ensuring that there are shared benefits with that place, and that contributes to the sustainability and resilience of the project. So that's the simple explanation. It's different than sort of people focused, which is more like, as an example, our weatherization assistance fund at DOE is not a place-based program. It's a people-based program, because it's really about individuals saving money in their house, right? Versus, for instance, our Communities Leap, which is a program the secretary put in when she came in, which essentially works with communities on energy transition strategies and targeting investment toward community-driven energy transition strategies. That's a place-based program. I was just going to say, and goes to your question about private capital, that there's a lot of opportunity in this transition, in part because we're shifting from actually a very kind of narrowly place-based set of industries in fossil fuel, which is primarily driven by where those fuels are. A lot of communities only exist because of the extractive industry that was in the place. And this sort of hub and spoke model where you have extraction and then all the transportation, refining, everything, to a much more distributed system with many, many more technologies in many more places, which is great. There's a lot of opportunity there. We have made the mistake, I would argue, in the past of sometimes thinking that because those are good technologies, we don't have to think very much about the impacts that they have on the places where they're put. So we'll say, oh, it's great that we have a big wind farm. That's great for the place, without thinking about job quality, for instance, of the jobs being created there, without thinking about shared ownership models with that community, without thinking about sort of existing tribal structures there, whatever, cultural resources. So now we're really in a moment where we need to think about both. And as I said earlier, one of the ways that we're working with private sector at DOE on that is to, we've actually started scoring at 20% of our competitive grant applications, community benefits plans. We're asking companies to tell us how they're doing place-based strategy as they're thinking about a hydrogen hub. For instance, hydrogen hubs will be a very big deal in the places where they're put. They're going to be significant. Another good example, one we've already funded, our small modular reactor program, which is also funded by the infrastructure bill. We've already chosen 2 of those sites. One of them is Kemmerer, Wyoming. Kemmerer has 2,300 people in it. That project will take over 1,000 people just to construct. So think about the impact of that project on that place. And we're essentially saying to these developers, you need to tell us how you're thinking about job quality, about access, about training, to John Podesta's point. Also, though, about diversification of your whole system. To your point about entrepreneurship, not just who are the workers, but also what does your project team look like? What does your contractor team look like? How are you thinking about knock-on industries? How are you thinking about creating economic clusters that are truly diverse in these places so that we can actually shift to a place-based strategy that's more sustainable, but still allows these places to really thrive? And the last thing I'll say about it is that we're leaning in very, very hard at the Department of Energy on repurposing existing infrastructure, not just because we got a ton of money to do it, but because from a climate perspective, building on an existing industrial site is far better for the climate than building on a greenfield site. It also leverages this infrastructure we've already built, and it can be very good for the private sector to do that. There's existing transmission and transportation access and workforce access and a lot of pieces that are very strong. And it means that not all of the benefits of the new economy will be completely divorced from the existing economy. So thinking about that question of communities left behind.
Yeah, I think,
And I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge that the fund that you helped us create, the Climate Catalyst Fund, our first two projects are place-based strategy projects.
That's great.
One is a forest biomass project, and it helps reduce wildfire risk. It creates good, well-paying jobs in that community. It actually produces a new economy for wood products and biochar. And the second project is the transmission line in the Salton Sea at the Imperial Irrigation District. And it's an entire community that is under great duress, and we're helping to advance the geothermal plants, the Lithium Valley prospect of that entire community, but making sure that the Torres Martinez tribe, that entire community gets to benefit, they get to prosper from it, they have jobs and lots of opportunities and the economic benefits as well.
Super short of dare, because that raises the other piece of place-based strategy, which I should have started with, which is it has to be based on the actual existing assets of the place. We can't nor should we put a Silicon Valley in every place. There are geographic and cultural and education reasons that exists where it does. Similar to Research Triangle, which is a very different model, but it exists where it does for a reason. Similar to Lithium Valley, which builds off a very specific resource in the Salton Sea, right? Similar to the biomass strategy, which builds off the timber industry, existing ecosystems, existing infrastructure, moving that toward an actual off-taker for sustainable aviation fuel and other things. So you can't just graft an idea onto every place and think it'll work everywhere. We actually do need to be thinking very strategically as part of our industrial strategy about where we're going to be competitive. We will fail if the projects we're putting in place right now fail after its subsidy is gone.
I think we're reinventing the supply chain, which is where we need a lot of private investment. But Heather.
No, we are. I mean, I think one of the, as I listen to this, we're public policy people, right? Working on behalf of our democracy for things that matter to communities in our democracy. And I think the challenge, right, is that we're trying to find private capital to do that. But we're also, but part of implicit in what we're talking about here are two things I wanted to elevate. One is that we're trying to induce private capital to invest in real things, in real places. I love apps, I love my phone, I love all the things that tech brings, but I also think that real things like a clean energy system and the things that matter for people are really important investments, and how we're trying to focus capital towards this body of things is a really important part of this conversation. Not to diss on any sector of the economy, and especially here, but we are trying to shape where capital is going, and you can hear that in the conversation. The second thing about the place-based, and Kate, you got both you and Scott got it, but I wanted to just underline that when we're saying the infrastructure around places, it's all those things, and it's about community, it's about schools, it's about transportation networks, it's about things that make sense. One of the concerns I have is you talk about these big projects going into community, and I'm thinking, gosh, if I was a homeowner there, how much am I going to be worried about traffic? Yeah. And I grew up in a community that was a fast-growing community, where, as it turned out, I ended up going to different elementary schools each year, in large part because they kept growing, and then you were like going to school in a little, in a little sort of, trailer because there wasn't enough space, right? That's hard on a community. Fast growth is hard on a community, just like degrowth is hard on a community. And so part of what we need to do here is smooth this out. And so part of what Kate was saying is that we have to be very thoughtful about the assets that places have, the needs that places have. But one thing we know is that there's a lot of talent and excitement and enthusiasm all across the country for all of these things. And so, as Scott said, it's about connecting the dots between all of this opportunity and what communities want and need. I know that one of my mandates here today was to talk about the need for local, state and local folks to figure out how they can connect to what the federal government is doing. Scott, you just posed a bunch of questions. I don't have every answer, but that is why we're here. It's certainly why Kate and I are here, is trying to educate people that there is all this opportunity, try to figure out how we create that connective tissue. We're not going to do that all on this panel today, but just wanted to make sure that we were acknowledging we see that, and that we also are every day working on ways to communicate the opportunities.
Yeah, I want to do a little bit on wish list, and I'm going to turn to you, Dan, for the. So think of this. Think of your what you're going to say here. the wish list. Heather started us on wish list on where we're hoping from experience in the government, needing to mobilize, but needing to mitigate climate change. We've come back to the first presentation of Al Gore from, we need to get there. And we need to get there in the United States, and we need to get there globally, right? And so we're putting out this positive, like, here's the movement of the government. There's money, there's opportunity for private capital. My first wish list is we need help in taking where there's innovation or where there's progress and taking to global solutions, right? Yeah. We're not talking about that enough on this panel because we're focused on the implementation. And hopefully the implementation gets to scale, right? We get to scale, makes it easier, right? It's not just a zero sum, you make it there and you don't make it somewhere else in terms of mitigating. There's a learning process, there's the getting to scale, and then there's taking it globally. And so for folks out in the audience and for my students who are going to be in my class, we're going to take it globally, right? But that's my wish list, right? On how to figure out how to, we used to use that phrase, tech transfer. This is not exactly that. This is about real things transfer, right? But it's not even just transfer. It's bringing it to your own community with your own entrepreneurs and what works for that community, right? As we heard so specifically and beautifully said in the last panel, that we need the solutions everywhere to work for those communities, but we need to support that with figuring out at least some implementing things that get to scale. Dan, to you.
Big question. So, I mean, to me, the trillion-dollar question in implementing all of this is how do we accelerate the ability to build big things like transmission lines, gigawatt-scale solar, new hydrogen hubs, carbon removal. How do we accelerate that? And we have to build transmission at twice the rate we've been building it. We have to triple the historic rate at which we have like our peak year in building solar, we have to triple that in order to meet these targets. And at the same time, improve community engagement so that the communities are seeing genuine benefits and have genuine buy-in to these projects. So that is a really big challenge. Kate talked about some of the things that DOE is doing by building that community engagement into the grant applications. That's really important. But it's going to require, not just permitting reform at the federal level, which is, sometimes a term to mean, let's just streamline how quickly we do NEPA reviews. And we should make sure we have appropriate timelines so that those don't go on forever, but that's only the beginning. And we really need to coordinate this process between the federal government and state governments and local governments, so that all of that permitting can be done in in a coordinated way with true community engagement, so that everyone benefits and nobody's left behind.
Thanks, Dan. Scott.
Yeah, I think governments think at scale, right? And so lots of times, one size fits all. You need to get there fast at big scale and cover as much of the solution as possible. But I think for a problem set that's this complex, we always need to leave room for innovation and creativity, things to spawn up that we didn't even consider at any current time, because some might work better in one community than the other. Some might be tailored and customized for certain communities, and those will scale over time. And so that combination of big governments working in collaboration globally to do big solutions at scale, but also always keeping in mind that we have to foster small creative innovations that might end up being the answer.
Those are good. Mine are both slightly wonky, but I think important. One is the big thing that keeps me up at night, and Dan and I were talking about this earlier, carbon removal is the thing still that there is no market for, right? It is 100% a government project. Yes, there's a voluntary market, thank you, Stripe, but that's not a long game solution, and it needs to have some accountability. So we do need a market for carbon removal. I would really like to see that. I think that's going to be necessary. There is no study that's been done on meeting our climate challenge that does not include carbon removal, both natural nature-based solutions and technology. So that's really important from a policy side. And then the other thing that I think goes to certainty and predictability, which is so important for the private sector, right? Just having policies constantly change is very hard. Having goals set by government that don't have any implementation strategy is very hard from a private sector perspective. I would love to see, I'll put it back on the states here, states actually have energy transition plans, strategies for how to get to 2050 that integrate the energy system and the economic development system so that we actually have a plan at the state level so people know what they're planning for rather than just having a lot of goals and announcements.
Okay. Heather?
Yes. So my wish list is a little less, the things that I was thinking about when you said, no, my wish list that you're saying that I thought was really important. I mean, so one is that if I could wave a magic wand, I would have a clear list in my head of the chicken and egg problems that government needs to focus on. Dan, you already mentioned, I believe it's Jim Stock's research showing that the investment that we're making in the electric vehicle charging network is money incredibly well spent. And so that was one where it's like, oh, okay, here we have a clear direction where we can really get the best bang for our buck, but we're going to get our goal. These are really hard problems that are thorny, and there's a lot of details. So I wish that we had more of those for all the things that we need, like where we can get the most bang for our buck. So that's a research question. I always figure if I'm at a university, like there's like 1,000 dissertations in that question. So that is one, and then I think the other thing that I keep really wanting, and I think it goes on what Kate said, is that if I could wave another magic wand, I think we would have real clarity on how we. Actually, I'm going to stop there. I don't want to go on my second magic wand. Go ahead, Dan.
I just want to double down on Kate's point about carbon removal, because this is a place where California can once again be a leader. There's a really cool bill from Senator Becker from Silicon Valley, SB 308, which would require companies that emit carbon in California to pay for carbon removal, starting very small. But ramping up so that by 2045, when the state has a goal to be net zero, you actually have a way of achieving net zero by saying, okay, for every ton you still emit in 2045, you got to remove a ton and put it in permanent sequestration. So that would be a game changer in creating a market. California is big enough to really be a driver on this.
Last question. She gave me 10 minutes 5 minutes ago, so I think we're at 5. All right? You're 5. All right, so here you get a choice. Here's the two choices, right? Either there was a question from our students about how do we get the education to out there in the public, or what does the public need to know that you wish they knew to help us move the needle, right? So it's what do we need to do to support that process of knowledge? Or what advice would you give on career transit? Where are you going to go, right? Where do you career being student, career being mid-year, whatever. We're all in the career, right? So I get to stress, as I'm moderator, I get the liberty of allowing an answer for myself.
So question.
At Treasury, I was fortunate enough to work on the net zero commitments by the large owners of assets. There were 128 trillion in assets, that's a T, that have committed to be in the net zero pathway. That is a large number. That means lots of opportunity in finding opportunities, particularly with big checks, whether it's public market or private market, structured debt, whatever, different pieces. There's lots of money. We don't have the expertise. Everyone should be begging about capital stacks and how do we learn how to do that. That would be my advice to those in careers. Dan.
Okay, so venture capital is very sexy, but as we've heard throughout the day, it's not going to be enough to solve our problems. So I'd encourage people to, before you get used to a big fat salary, you're coming out of school, go work for Kate or for EPA or the Department of Transportation. There's a huge need in the federal government for talent to implement these laws. It's absolutely massive. That's one point. Or work on solving these really challenging building projects, getting steel in the ground in a way that is sensitive to communities. Get your fingers dirty in the government or in building real projects before you go make lots of money in venture capital.
Scott.
I would somewhat agree with that. I mean, get your hands dirty, get out there, pick a problem set that you want to be part of solving, right? And I mentor a lot of college kids, and I think they're concerned that they're not engineers or scientists. I'm like, it doesn't matter. These problems are so big and so complex. They need marketing people. They need finance people. They need HR experts. They need everything above and beyond. And so you can build skills and apply them towards the solution. And the other question is, well, should I go to a nonprofit, work at a for-profit? Should I go to academia or the government? I'm like, I don't think it matters. I mean, these days, it's fluid. You can move around. I've worked in nonprofits, for-profits. I've worked for governments. And the important thing is that you have the skill set, you have the desire, you have the ideas and creativity. It's even more important to be cross-functional, to be able to bring all those different organizations and sectors together, because everyone acknowledges this problem is too big for any one sector. So it's a skill set to be able to move and gravitate. And so don't be too concerned with that first step if you pick the wrong sector.
Yeah, I mean, literally everything is about climate change at this point. I mean, there is no way you can work on anything in the economy without thinking about the impacts of climate change on the one hand and the impacts of the transition to deal with climate change on the other hand. So there is no job that is not about this. But going beyond that, I'll just say you can also do more wherever you end up. So I teach a class at the business school at Stanford. Susan McCormick is one of our regular guest lecturers for the last 5 years.
And she teaches here.
And she teaches here too. And she always says, you know, went to a big law firm, but created a space on corporate forum, which now is one of the most significant things in the climate space, because people have actually become mission driven by structure to have to deal with these issues. That is a great example, Sue, sorry to call you out there, but of somebody going to a place that doesn't seem like a climate job and turning it into something with extreme impact. I think every single person in this room, frankly, can do that, because there is nothing out there that is not about this at this point. The biggest mistake we can make is continuing treating climate like it's a side issue. It is the issue.
Heather, you have to answer both.
Yeah, I believe that I embody that. I mean, yes, I think that is so important. Like, we are all climate economists. So you can join me over here. We'll take applicants for CA as well. This is very, very important. So I want to plus one to everything my colleague said. I think that the one thing that I wanted to emphasize, though, in your first question, Adair, is that I think that we need more people and more students studying whether or not how we can do all these things together. Yeah. And not seeing that as a problem that government can't solve, but that a problem that we are literally solving. We've solved before in the past. We need to solve now. I was at an event the other day where somebody was like, yeah, people like to talk about that as, can you walk and chew gum? And she's like, it's just walking. You remember, that was the hardest thing you ever learned to do, was put one foot in front of the other. But to make sure that we are solving these, mobilizing a private capital and doing it in a way that works for communities, making sure that we're thinking about that holistically. So that would be my request from all of you who are thinking about this.
That's great.
Thank you so much, panel. Laura, I mean, what more could you want?
Fantastic, and really a fantastic way to end the day, because Al Gore started us off, call to action. We've got to do something. People in this room can do something. We just had a panel which is telling us all the things that we can do. So thank you very, very much. And I also want to just use this opportunity to thank the amazing staff here who made this possible. I have Megan here, lovely woman in green. Really would not have happened without Megan. Would not have happened without Karen Bauer, who may or may not still be here. There's Karen. Thank you, Karen. My chief in arms, Cynthia Okita, who could not be here with us in person, but was on the line the whole time, making sure all the visuals were right. I'm also going to mention Kathy Garza, because this started when Kathy was still the executive director of the Institute for Business and Social Impact. So and it's just been lovely to have this Haas community brought together. So the Haas staff who's here in the room, and there are others, I want to thank, and I want to thank all of you for being part of this. And I want to say that it's 5 o'clock, and I feel amazingly energized. I don't feel exhausted. I feel energized. And I hope you do too, because we all have to go out there. The clock is ticking. Time is running out. It's a call to action. Thank you very much.